Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's racing action here at DISC, the Darebin International Sports Centre, where we'll be hosting the Australian Omnium Championships and round 2 of the Australian Junior Track Series. Our first riders this morning will be competing in the team sprint. We've got 2 teams lining up on the track at the moment. So in the home straight, we have a team of Angus Withington, Isaac Byrne and Daniel Power. And on the back straight, we have the team of Luca Pyatt, Nicholas Papadakis and Jeremy Cannon. All right, the racing is underway. The first of the team sprints here. A 3-lap time trial, 3 riders each per team. Both teams getting off to a flying start here. So Team F will be the team who started in the home straight. Team E who started just ahead. So it's Team E after lap 1 who hold a narrow lead. Coming into the end of lap 2 now. Team F look like they're holding nice and strong together. Team E slightly ahead. A little bit of work to do there. The third rider for Team E, the rider from Neo, a little bit further behind his teammate there. That was Jeremy Cannon. He'll have some work to do to try and close it down. Daniel Power for Team F comes through. He'll take the win. So that was Team F getting the win there. So an excellent start to the day's racing action there. We'll have a number of team sprints taking place over the course of today, along with a full round of racing action from the Australian Junior Track Series. So we'll be alternating on and off between the seniors and the juniors throughout the day. And we look forward to having you along for the ride. Okay, getting themselves ready now are Team G, who are in the home straight. Alex Schuler, Ben Murphy and Kaio Lart. As might be obvious from the silver ferns on some of their kits, those 3 are from New Zealand. And in the back straight we have Team C, comprised of Blake Long, Noah Mason, and the anchor is Ruben Smith. All right, and off they go. Some serious effort being put in there by Alex Schuler for Team G there. So as they come around to complete their first lap, the 3 Kiwi riders are staying a little bit closer together. So Team C slightly ahead, so that's the Australian trio of Long, Mason and Smith. So Noah Mason in the blue from New South Wales now powering through. He's up against Ben Murphy from New Zealand. Ben Murphy hands it over to Kaio Lart for Team G, who are now slightly ahead. The Kiwi rider looking to power through and deliver the victory for the men from Aotearoa. Comes up towards the line, and it will be Team C in a time of 46.194. So around about half a second in it by the end. So our next heat will be between Team H in the home straight. That's Kanata Takahashi from Japan, Minato Nakaishi from Japan, and Teo Choi from Tawamutu Sports Cycling Club in New Zealand. They'll be up against Team D. Xavier Bland, Mitchell Louis, and Patrick May will be their anchor. So Team D in the back straight, Team H in the home straight. Nicely synchronized effort there from the Japanese team. I think we've had an issue in the back straight there. I think it was an issue with one of the riders from Team D, so I think we'll have to take that start again. So with our 3 riders in Team D set up again, we shouldn't be too far away from a restart. Not quite sure what the issue is over the other side there, but hopefully it's resolved now. All right, looks like it was a clean start that time. So Team H with the 2 Japanese riders off to a strong start here. Meanwhile, Xavier Bland for Team D out strongly for that squad as well. Handover is completed for Team H. They're ahead, 17.5 seconds. Looking really, really strong. They could almost see Team D ahead of them. The handover there between Minato Nakaishi and Taicho Choi. So Taiyo Choi coming in towards his last lap now, turning into the home straight. He'll come up and he'll finish his effort for Team H. Fastest so far, 44.875. Team D finishing in 47.301. Thank you to all of those who are joining us on the live stream on the AusCycling YouTube. If you're not here on Wurundjeri country in Melbourne, it's quite a warm day here. Temperatures predicted to reach into the mid-30s. The only thing guaranteed to be hotter is the racing action here at the Darebin International Sports Centre. So our next two squads up to compete in the team sprint. We've got a team all from Hong Kong in the home straight. That's Sis Chun Mok, Chuik Yehei To and Sun Ho Jung. And they'll be up against Team B in the opposite straight. Finn Carpenter, Maxwell Lieberknecht, and anchoring the team Tate Ryan. So those three riders all from the South Australian Sports Institute. So it will be the classic clash of international cities, Hong Kong versus Adelaide. Strong start there from the South Australian squad. The Hong Kong team just taking a little while to get themselves in formation. That will have given the early advantage to Team B from South Australia. Oh, nearly an off there from the lead rider from the South Australian squad. They come in through to complete the first lap. Team B fourth so far for the South Australians. And it looks like that's Tate Ryan who's firing through the second leg there. Hands over to his partner now. Team B still ahead at the moment, second fastest through 2 laps. Now one further lap of effort for the South Australians to finish their race. The Hong Kong team are coming back at them. It could be quite close as they come up to the line. And it is Team B qualifying second fastest. 45.805. So 0.2 of a second essentially between the two squads there. So our next two squads onto the track will be our last two of the elite men's teams. We'll have Team A in the home straight with Daniel Barber, last night's UCI sprint winner, with Byron Davies and Sam Gallagher. And then up against them in the opposite straight will be Team K, Sebastian Topping, Christopher Mullins and John Trovis. So Team A with a mix of states represented. Daniel Barber from New South Wales, Byron Davies from Queensland and Sam Gallagher from Victoria. Team K just getting the last couple of riders ready and in position now. Oh, an issue there for Daniel Barber as he comes out of the start line. Not sure if that was an issue with his chain or his pedals there. But as he goes on, Team K still powering through their effort. Sebastian Topping swings off. So it'll now be Christopher Mullins in the black there who's powering through. John Trover sitting on his wheel, ready to take the handoff as they come into the last lap. They get the bell. So 9th fastest so far for Team K. John Trover's powering up towards the finish line. Their time, 49.014 for the 3 riders from Team K. So one last set of qualifiers for the men's team sprint there. Out strongly in the early going. They haven't even been given a letter, these guys, so. But they'll be looking to make a strong mark on the field. There's the changeover for the first lap. 10th fastest so far, 21.025 for that opening lap. Coming through now to the complete lap 2, looking for a nice smooth changeover as they get the bell. That's nicely done, 35.659. Still 10th fastest so far. Final rider coming into the home straight now to complete the team's effort. And they've bumped themselves up a place, 49.877 there for that team. So that was the last of the team sprint efforts for the elite men. We'll have the elite women and under-19s up next. I think I may have spoken a little too soon. We'll actually have men's Team A have another crack at the team sprint after there was a little mechanical issue there for Daniel Barber as he set off from the line. So Team A will set their qualifying time. And it looks like they got away cleanly that time. Daniel Barber really arching his back there as he gets them underway. So the New South Walesman leads them into the back straight. He's got Byron Davies on his wheel. Sam Gallagher in the navy blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport on the back of the train. Barber comes through. That's a very strong first lap. Second fastest so far. Hands it over to Byron Davies now. Byron Davies, Sam Gallagher beautifully poised on his wheel, getting a maximal draft there as Byron Davies comes through to complete his turn. Sam Gallagher, fastest so far through 2 laps, 30.939. Sam Gallagher looking to pay off the strong work by his 2 teammates here and set the fastest time so far. Comes into the home straight and here, come all the way up to the line, and it will be the fastest time, 44.455. So despite the earlier setback there, very strong effort from Team A. And very cohesive as well. All 3 riders working very well together, staying well in the drafts, executing nice smooth changeovers, which has certainly helped minimize that racing time. So now we'll have our first of the heats for the elite women. So in the back straight in this opening event, we'll have 3 riders from New Zealand: Olivia King, Caitlin Kelly, and Sophie de Vries. And in the home straight, we'll have Christine Perkins, Kalinda Robinson, and Emma Stevens will be Team A. All right, both teams away cleanly, and it will be the West Australian Christine Perkins in the black jersey with the black and green helmet who leads Team A down the back straight. Looks like they are slightly ahead of the 3 Kiwis at the moment, as it's Sophie de Vries who's on the front for the team from the land of the long white cloud. Christine Perkins hands it over now. Kalinda Robinson, the Queenslander, will take it up now for Team A, with Emma Stevens looking to finish off that effort as the Kiwis are halfway through their race now. So the Kiwis now onto their last lap. Team A slightly ahead for the time being, and it will be Emma Stevens now. Up against Caitlin Kelly from New Zealand. Kelly coming all the way to the line. She will be pipped there. So it will be Team A who get the victory there. 50.165 for them. New Zealand clocking 51.185. So second fastest for them so far. It'll be interesting to see how those times hold up as more teams take to the track. All right, and they are off. Team B in the home straight comprised of Sophie Watts, the Queenslander, Lilia Tartaranov from New South Wales, Lauren Perry from Tasmania. They're up against a trio of riders from Hong Kong. Cho Yu Yung, Se Wing Ng and Phoebe Tung. Coming in to complete their first lap, and it looks like a strong effort there from Sophie Watts, but probably a cleaner changeover for the team from Hong Kong. Hong Kong slightly behind as they hand over now. It will be Lilia Tartaranov leading the Australians home. She hands over to Lauren Perry. Lauren Perry now with 1 lap to go. Half a lap left. It will be Lauren Perry up against Phoebe Tung, who will be the first one across the line. They're coming up. It's going to be close. Ooh. Team B and the 3 Australian riders just finishing ahead, 50.386. About 0.35 of a second ahead of the team from Hong Kong. All right, we've got Team C up against Team D in this one. Team C in the home straight, Maya Dillon, Danica Blinko and Emily Watch. Team D on the back straight, Natasha Sitsky, Ella Liang and Ebony Robinson. And they are off and racing. Maya Dillon gets up to speed with Danica Blinko in her wheel. Emily Watch on the back of the group for Team C. As it is Natasha Sitsky, the rider in the ACT Institute of Sport, who leads them down the back straight now. They're going to be slightly behind, so Team C with a little bit of a lead as they come through lap 1. Team C, 4th fastest through the opening lap. Danica Blinko leading strongly there, the Queenslander. Ebony Robinson just tucked in behind Ella Liang there. So 2nd fastest after 2 laps for Team C, as Emily Watch looks to finish off what's been a strong effort for them. She's about to come into the home straight now. Will they be able to set the fastest time? 4th fastest for Team C, 50.759 for them. Team D, 6th fastest so far, 52.244 seconds. Our next 2 squads up will be Team E versus Team F. Team E in the home straight will be April Catt, Hayley Jack and Madison Smith. And Team F in the back straight will be Milan Bradshaw, Alana Lake and Hope Harnetti. All right, gun goes. Looks like a strong start there for Team E in the home straight. That's April Catt, who is leading them out at the moment. Milan Bradshaw in the black, firing through there for Team F as they come through. They're just about to complete their opening lap now. We'll see how their times compare. 7th and 8th fastest. Team F marginally ahead, but only a little bit in it. 1/4 of a second between the 2 teams after the first lap. Alana Lake there in the black and red of Blackburn Cycling Club. Just about to hand over to Hope Harnetti to polish off this effort. So Madison Smith against Hope Harnetti here. So Hope Harnetti in the blue, white and black of Canberra Cycling Club. Coming into the home straight now. It looks like she's going to be just ahead. And it will be Team F who take the win there, 54.54 seconds. Team E clocking in at 55.489. All right, we will have one more women's sprint team come up and set a time here. That will be Team G, composed of Hannah Pettit, Haruka Nakazawa and Noah Obara. So Haruka Nakazawa and Noah Obara, members of the Japanese team. And Hannah Pettit from Canberra Cycling Club. who will hopefully be slotting in with them shortly. So it looks like there's no Hannah Pettit, so it will just be the two Japanese riders on their own, I think. Nice clean start there. And I think it is Nakazawa who's at the bottom of the track there, leading Noah Obara down. Coming into the last bend before they complete their first lap. It will just be a 2-lap effort for them. 20.346, fifth fastest through that opening lap. Obara pedaling furiously as she comes in through the back straight and around the corner, coming up towards the home straight now. Finishes her effort, 35.067. So with our first round of elite team sprints out of the way now, we will move on to the beginning of our Australian Junior Track Series racing. The first one will be the under-15 girls scratch race. I think I can see a number of the riders there cutting some circles in the warm-up area. So it won't be too long before they get on track and we can have the first of our junior races of the day.
Sorry to interrupt. The sponsor for the AJTS is the Sharp EIT.
Yes, I was just looking that up.
So yeah, that's right. I forgot to mention to you today.
No, that's all right.
And so they said if you get a chance, that'd be awesome. Just do a couple of shout outs.
So our first riders are now on track for the opening event in the Sharp EIT Australian Junior Track Series. So this will be the under-15 girls scratch race. So 8 laps in total. Scratch race, the simplest form of track racing. First person over the line on the last lap gets maximum points. And then results filtering down after that. So at the front there in the white helmet, Hannah Walters from Hamilton Wheeler Cycling Club. So she's come down from Queensland. Just next to her in the black, white and red of Blackburn Cycling Club is Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez. but riders also coming from Sydney, Mount Gambier, the central coast of New South Wales and Perth. So a little bit of an injection of pace there from Hannah Walters. The friendly pace of the opening lap has been upped a little bit. So coming through the finish line to get 5 laps to go. So Molly Opperman is the rider in the black on the high side of the track there. Can also spot Paravi Tunksale there in the navy blue of Carnegie Caulfield, just on the high side of the track. Just in front of her is Caitlin Death. She's come across from Perth. She's a member of Cycle Talk. And again, Hannah Walters deciding that the pace isn't quite high enough for her liking, so upping the tempo on the front of the bunch. That's put a few riders under pressure. Looks like that is Grace Alcock in the orange of Illawarra Cycling Club, who's trying to chase her down. Molly Opperman from Mount Gambier Cycling Club in the black there, answering that move. The field slowly coming back together. Maddie Douglas-Savage in the multicoloured jersey, just coming around the outside there. She was wearing a blue jersey yesterday and she swapped it for a pale white one. So just about to come around and get the bell now. Maddie Douglas-Savage is there. Molly Opperman closing quickly. The bell rings, 1 lap to go. Molly Opperman from Mount Gambier coming around the outside, challenging Maddie Douglas-Savage. Does the Queenslander have the answer? Molly Opperman looking strong down the back straight there. There are a few riders chasing, but the gap is holding fairly steady. Opperman coming into the home straight now, and it looks like it'll be enough. Molly Opperman takes the scratch race ahead of Maddie Douglas-Savage, and I think that was Hannah Walters who ended up snagging 3rd. So an excellent start to the day's racing here at the Sharp EIT Australian Junior Track Series. So this is round 2 of that particular competition. The first race weekend was held in Adelaide about a month ago. As we're now starting to see the first of our under 15 boys fields head out onto the track. So 2 separate fields for the under 15 boys. So this is the first bunch. We'll just wait for the neutral start. We'll wait for everyone to bunch up nice and close, and then we'll get ourselves underway. 8 laps of racing in total. There's the whistle. Racing is underway, and it's Arnav Chakravarthi of Blackburn Cycling Club in the pink helmet there, who just checks over his shoulder. He's got a teammate just on his inside. Things moving quickly. I think that might be Harley Bradshaw in the blue helmet there. Coming through, one of the riders from Balmoral. That is Flynn Jensen in the blue jersey with the white sleeves. Pace is staying fairly consistent early on. And this will be Patrick Richardson from Balmoral who winds it up in the green helmet as they come through with 5 laps to go. Arnav Chakravarthi is right there on his wheel. He's also got Sean Bates there, I think it might be, from Viking Cycling Club. I think that might actually be George Sloan, who's now on the front of affairs. So as they come up now, 4 to go. It is Sean Bates who's on the front. Hands it over to another of the riders from Balmoral. Might be Flynn Jensen there, and a flyer up the inside. That'll be Ethan Lee in the green jersey of Ipswich Cycling Club. A couple of riders have spotted the danger. They want to be out there competing with Ethan Lee. They don't want to give him too much space. That's Cam Franks in the teal jersey, who's in second place at the moment with the pink socks. So 4 riders establishing a little bit of a gap as they come down the back straight there. A gap of maybe 5 or 10 metres to the first of the Vikings Cycling Club riders. As Ethan Lee comes through, he's got Harley Bradshaw on his wheel. Lucas Sturbick from Lidcombe Auburn CC in the black and gold, also within striking distance. And as it bunches up again, the pace just goes off. They're about to come in and get 1 lap to go. Another big wind-up of an attack there from Cam Franks from Balmoral in the teal. Harley Bradshaw from the University of Queensland CC is just behind him in the black jersey. Lucas Sturbick from Lidcombe Auburn's looking to come around the outside late. Cam Franks is still leading them as they come in towards the final straight. Will it be the rider from Balmoral? Harley Bradshaw sprinting him all the way to the line. Bradshaw gets there in the end. I'd say that victory was about a rim width. So a very closely contested under 15 boys scratch race there. Not a whole lot to separate them as they came over the line, as they're warmly applauded by the crowd here. We've probably got about 75, 100 people in the crowd, a mix of coaches, relatives, and general interested onlookers. All right, our second batch of under 15 boys are coming out for their scratch race just as the first batch are coming off the track now. So we'll just wait for them to clear the riders in front and have the clear track. There's the whistle and they're underway. That's the bright green helmet of Declan Dyer from Cycle Talk over in Perth, who was leading the bunch early on. It's now going to be Jacob McLaughlin from Wagga Wagga. He'll hand it over now to Jonah Hall in the distinctive black and orange of Brunswick Cycling Club. One of the Melbourne-based cycling clubs who have always had a very strong track program along with Blackburn. The tall figure of Billy Yeo, number 83 there, comes through to the front in the orange from the town of Orange in New South Wales. He's got Jet Stokes in the white jersey and fluoro yellow helmet there from Randwick Botany CC in suburban Sydney. So quite a bit of looking around so far. No one really willing to lay all their cards on the table just yet. Still with, as they've just seen, 5 laps to go. So this will be Zachary Thomas from Canberra CC in the black, white and light blue. Just checking over his shoulder as he comes through. No one really rushing through with a great turn of pace for the time being, but the tempo is slowly ratcheting up as we get closer and closer to that final sprint. Jet Stokes starting to move high on the banking there in the white jersey. On his inside, the tall figure of Ewan Brown is there in the yellow jersey with the white sleeves. So no one's decided to go from long range here. Plenty of folks betting on their ability to win a messy and chaotic sprint as they come up and get 2 laps to go. Jet Stokes starts to wind it up now, number 84. Jacob McLaughlin from Wagga Wagga in the front for the time being. Ewan Brown is there on the outside. Joseph Natoli from Blackburn Cycling Club is tucked in on the wheel of Jet Stokes. Zachary Thomas from Canberra Cycling Club is low on the inside of the track. Might potentially get boxed in. Joseph Natoli goes long as they come in and get the bell, 1 lap to go. So it's Natoli from Blackburn who's put all of his cards on the table. He's got one of his Blackburn teammates there chasing him down. That might be Caden Ryan, but Joseph Natoli looks like he's going to come through and hold on. Caden Ryan takes second, and it is Ewan Brown from Carnegie Caulfield who ends up in 3rd place. So all 3 podium spots going to the Victorians there. And a little bit of a handshake between the 2 Blackburn riders there, acknowledging their 1-2 in that race. I'm sure that'll make some folks in black and red feel pretty happy. All right, next up is the first of our under-17 girls scratch races. Ooh, just a little bit of an issue with one rider about to come off the track there. I think getting a friendly word of advice from the commissaire about how to do it next time. All right, 8 laps for our under-17 girls scratch race. Leading them at the moment in the bright pink helmet is Sienna Monteith from Balmoral Cycling Club in suburban Brisbane. Most of her teammates are wearing jerseys with blue torsos and white sleeves. Sienna Monteith is in the green, gold and white jersey of the National Series leader. So coming through and taking over in the black and green of Shepparton Cycling Club there on the blue bike, that's Isla Shaw. Another rider in black and green there, Addison Tor from Bendigo and District Cycling Club, another Victorian club with a very strong track background. So Erica Black from Bathurst Cycling Club leading the way now in the orange at the front with the black helmet. She's got, I think that's April Patty from Balmoral with the blue helmet on there. Sienna Monteith just tucked in on her wheel. So they'll come up and get 4 laps to go now. The bunch relatively strung out. And Lucy Allen from Illawarra just tucked on the back observing, but she starts to move up the side of the field there, going higher on the banking to try and improve her position in the group. April Patty back on the front now, swings off. Isla Shaw comes through for a turn of pace. Still no real aggression, but I think we might see a move start to be wound up here. That's April Patty from Balmoral, who's going high up on the banking, down the outside as they come into the home straight now. She's got good positioning, but she hasn't cashed in her extra momentum just yet. She's got Sienna Monteith right there, so the front 3 riders all from Balmoral Cycling Club. Coming in, they're just about to get the bell now. April Patty leads them in. Then on her wheel will be Ava Robbins. Sienna Monteith tucked on her wheel, so it's Robbins at the front. Monteith is right there. Lucy Allen, who was sitting at the back most of this race, swinging around the outside now. Will she have enough to come all the way around the outside? Madeline Pitt's also there for Perth. Coming up towards the line, it will be Ava Robbins. So Ava Robbins takes the win. Sienna Monteith holds on to second. And I think it might have been Lucy Allen who nabbed third there. All right, our next group of under-17 girls are now taking to the track for their scratch race. So this is the second of 2 batches of under-17 girls racing scratch today. They will be followed by 3 separate groups of under-17 boys. So 8 laps of scratch racing in prospect. Looks like that's Chloe Buckley in the black and green of Cairns Cycling Club, who just swung off the front there. She'll hand over duties to Billy Russell in the black and orange of Brunswick. Lavinia Ward there in the black, red and white of Blackburn takes a turn on the front and swings up the track. Nicola Morris in the pink of Brunswick. Brunswick, a club that has alternatively used black, orange, purple and pink in their kits. So coming up to 4 laps to go now, and it is Grace Hunter from Hamilton Wheelers in the pink jersey there, just coming through and taking a turn. The bright purple jersey of Zoe May from Lidcombe Auburn in suburban Sydney. Then handing it over, this will be Chavi Tunksale from Carnegie Caulfield in the navy blue. 3 laps to go. Not a whole lot of aggression so far, but the pace gradually increasing. Riders starting to think about potential strategies for the end, positioning themselves optimally within the bunch. And no one really keen to spend too long on the front. They don't want to get pinned in a bad position here. So at the moment, it's Ruby Sauvage in the navy blue from Newcastle Hunter. And there's our first proper move. That'll be Nicola Morris from Brunswick going up the inside. She's got, I think that's Juno Smith in the red of Dulwich Hill Bicycle Club in second place as they come into the line with 1 lap to go. Grace Hunter currently in 3rd place. Coming out wide there in the black and orange is Billy Russell from Brunswick. She's got Lavinia Ward from Blackburn on her wheel, and they're moving at a rate of knots. It looks like it might well be Billy Russell being challenged by Lavinia Ward, but it will be Billy Russell who takes 1st place. Lavinia Ward 2nd, and Juno Smith from Dulwich Hill who takes 3rd place there. All right, the first of our under-17 boys scratch racers making their way onto the track now. All right, the whistle blows and racing is underway. So Lachlan Ermert there from Blackburn Cycling Club taking a short turn there before swinging up the track. The purple jersey of Oscar Schoff now at the front of the field. Oscar Schoff had a great little battle with Lachlan Stewart, who's in the centre of the pack there in the leader's jersey. Cooper Dunlop in the black. Cooper's come all the way over from Perth to race in this track series. Cooper Dunlop, a rider who has tried basically every cycling discipline there is. He's here at the track series this weekend. I last saw him taking place at the Aussie National Cyclocross Championships in Ballarat a couple of months ago, which he thought he'd give a try just because. Definitely a rider who has benefited from trying basically all the different flavours of cycling there are on offer. So rider 253, Ruben Shepherd there from Randwick Botany CC. He's wearing the blue and green jersey of Neo Cycling Club today. So 4 laps to go now as Lachlan Ermert leads them through. He's got his teammate Benjamin Woods from Blackburn just behind him. Noah Brooks also there for the team in black and red. So So 3 laps to go. Cooper Dunlop nice and high on the track, keeping a close eye on those who might be planning a move from lower down. So coming into 2 to go, it's Ryan Underwood from Norwood Cycling Club, the small figure on the red bike there. And Felix Crossman from Balmoral is moving up the outside in the blue and white of Balmoral. Lockie Stewart is also there. So Lockie Stewart from Alpine Cycling Club, the National Series leader, charging through as they come in with 1 lap to go. He's being chased down by number 232. That's Benjamin Cade from Whyalla in the red and blue. Ben Cade coming up and challenging him. Oscar Schoff is right there. Cooper Dunlop is challenging them late. Lockie Stewart still leading for the time being. They're coming up towards the line. 3 wide on the line, but it will be Lockie Stewart who takes the win. I think that was Cooper Dunlop who managed to get second there. Benjamin Cade, for mine, was 3rd, just ahead of Oscar Schoff. But a very, very exciting race indeed. So a warm round of applause from the crowd there. An excellent first under-17 boys scratch race. Our second race is just coming onto the track now. So now a lap and a half into this 8-lap scratch race for the under-17 boys. Yeah, looks like that's Seth Harrison from South Coast Cycling Club who's leading them at the moment. Nice flat back there from Flynn Kessel from Blackburn Cycling Club. He had a look over his shoulder to see if he could swing off there, but he saw that he had a gap and decided to push on with the effort. Xavier Farmilo from Mount Gambier Cycling Club in the long sleeve white jersey with the red helmet does eventually bring him back to heel, and we should see the bunch start to congeal a little bit here. Everyone bunches up together. The pace just goes off a touch. A few riders swing up the banking to naturally decelerate. So Jackson McDonald from Viking Cycling Club in towards the front there, and it looks like that's a flyer from one of the Balmoral riders. So coming through to get 2 laps to go now. That will be Seth Harrison from South Coast Cycling Club who's leading them at the moment. He's got Archie Martin in the navy blue of Carnegie Caulfield with the fluoro helmet on. Harrison Lace from South Coast Cycling Club right on his hammer. And as they come in and get the bell, it is still Seth Harrison from South Coast, who is leading them. His South Coast teammate Harrison Lace comes round the outside now. Very, very tight as they come in towards that finishing straight. They straighten up before the line, and it will be rider number 229, Harrison Lace, taking the win in that scratch race there. Second place, I think his teammate Seth Harrison did manage to hang on for the second step there. So 2 good results for the club from South Australia. All right, our third and final under-17 boys scratch race making their way onto the track now. All right, the whistle blows and we're underway. 8 laps of racing. The rider highest on the banking there in the black and orange of Brunswick Cycling Club is George Mulhern. He's in the Brunswick team skin suit today, perhaps in part because yesterday he was wearing a pair of nice purple shorts, but unfortunately got a hole in them when he took a tumble during the elimination race. So he's relegated those shorts to the trainer-only pile and pulled the skin suit out for today's racing. But good to see he hasn't been too badly affected by that fall, and he's back in the mix. So they'll come through in 6 laps to go now. Things looking fairly calm at the moment. That's Will Astridge from Canberra Cycling Club, who's at the front of the pack. Liam Underwood from Norwood Cycling Club in the navy blue, with the red bike just coming through at the bottom of the track now. And then firing an attack up from the outside, that's Sid Natera from Hobart Wheelers. So the Tasmanian deciding the pace isn't quite fast enough for his liking. So Sid Natera in front now, Ryan Underwood chasing hard. He's got Gabriel Jakobsen in the orange of Illawarra just behind him. Then it's Max Woodruff from Launceston City Cycling Club in the pink, currently in third wheel. So that's certainly set the cat among the pigeons. Pace is noticeably faster now as they come in and get 3 laps to go. So Tyler Cunniff from South Coast Cycling Club swings off. Now it's Liam Underwood, and it's one of the riders from Illawarra. I think that might be Gabriel Jakobsen coming up to second wheel at the moment. Tyler Cunniff fires one down the outside, the rider in the navy blue jersey and grey helmet as they come in with a lap and a half to go. Max Woodruff from Launceston City Cycling Club recognising the danger, doesn't want to let him get too much space. But Tyler Cunniff looks like he's going to have a lead of at least 10 metres coming into this last lap. The young rider from South Australia checks over his shoulder. He's still got a little bit of a gap at the moment, but the rider from Launceston is closing quickly, as is Gabriel Jakobsen from Illawarra. The rider from South Coast is just starting to run out of gas as they come into the home straight. It won't be quite enough to hang on. Max Woodruff from Launceston gets the win there. Tyler Cunniff pushed all his chips into the middle of the table there, trying to come up with a win, and came up just short. Gabriel Jakobsen from Illawarra ending up with third place. So with the conclusion of the Sharp EIT Australian Junior Track Series scratch races for the morning, we'll now be moving into the all AJTS team sprints. So this will be club versus club with, I believe, mixed team sprint teams. I'm on it. Gate volunteers to your positions, please. Gate volunteers to your positions so that we can start off these team sprints. So our friendly commissaires and helpers are just moving the sprint gates into position. So it'll be club versus club here. Our first 4 heats in a row are all going to be Balmoral Cycling Club in the blue from suburban Queensland, up against Blackburn Cycling Club from the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. So you'll see Balmoral in the blue and Blackburn in the red, naturally. So it looks like for Balmoral, we'll have Felix Crossman on the outside of the track, Bodhi Dusha, who's there in the red helmet. And it'll be Flynn Jensen who will be starting off from inside the sprint gate.
Yep, Flynn.
All right, a strong start from the Balmoral trio there. The three Blackburn riders just taking a little bit longer to get into formation. That'll hand the advantage to the Queenslanders early on. So Flynn Jensen putting in a strong first lap. Balmoral ahead so far. So Flynn Jensen coming up to complete his first lap. There's the changeover. Balmoral ahead for the time being. 21.420 for that first lap, as it is Bodhi Dusha for Balmoral here. Up against, I think that might be Casper Chuang for Blackburn. So coming into complete lap 2, Bodhi Dusha for Balmoral, still ahead so far. Both teams now on their final rider. Balmoral just ahead of Blackburn here. And it'll be Felix Crossman looking to finish off the job for the team from Queensland. He comes up towards the line, 53.964. So first blood to Balmoral there. The good news for the riders from Blackburn is they'll be facing Balmoral in the next 3 races in a row. So it's not like they won't have an opportunity to get their own back. All right, taking to the track for Balmoral this time, I can see Ava Robbins, Maddie Douglas-Savage. I'm just trying to see who the rider will be who's going to start from the gate there. That'll be Felix Henderson, who will lead Balmoral off. So all in readiness for round 2 of Balmoral versus Blackburn here. Probably even between the two teams off the start there, as Felix Henderson gets in his work with Maddie Douglas-Savage in his wheel. Looks like that's Lachlan Ermert with Flynn Kessel also in the mix there for Blackburn. So it will be the Victorian club who are quickest through the first change, 20.706, the fastest opening lap so far. So it will be Benjamin Woods handing over to Flynn Kessel now. So Flynn Kessel from Blackburn, he's very nearly catching up to the back wheel of Ava Robbins there. So it looks like Blackburn are going to take this second round in a new best time, 50.948 seconds for the team from Blackburn. And the Balmoral squad will finish in 59.497. So we'll call that 1-1 between the Victorian club and the Queensland club. So getting ready for Balmoral this time. April Patty is on the outside in the traditional anchors position. So in the teal jersey next to her is Cam Franks, and then in the bright green helmet is Patrick Richardson. He's just getting his bike set up inside the gate now. Solid start from both sides there. All the riders showing a very good starting technique. They've clearly been coached well. So the Blackburn squad coming through to complete their first half lap now. So Leroy Bartlett on the back of the trio of Blackburn riders here. They come up to complete the first lap. So Patrick Richardson has Balmoral just ahead at the moment. He hands over to Cam Franks in the teal jersey with April Patty on his wheel. Unfortunately, April Patty won't be able to get too much of a draft from Cam Franks. So both teams coming in to get the bell now. Balmoral will get there first. Cam Franks hands over to April Patty, as it will be Leroy Bartlett from Blackburn in the white helmet who takes over for the Victorian club. April Patty looking very strong around the back straight there. She'll come into the home straight, finish her effort now. So Balmoral will get this one. Fourth fastest so far, 58.026. Blackburn, 1 minute, 1 second, .562. Okay, so our trio of Balmoral riders this time. So Isabella Potts is in the starting gate. Sienna Monteith in the bright pink helmet and series leaders jersey. And just to her outside, she's got Michaela Gibbs. Even start there from both sides. Hard to say who's ahead in these early stages. The Blackburn riders seem to be a little bit further ahead so far. So it looks like it'll be Arnav Chakravarthi who's going to take over for Blackburn. They're ahead after the first lap, 22.297. Sienna Monteith for Balmoral now into her work. So Arnav Chakravarthi head bobbing with the effort there. Looking very strong coming into the back straight there. He's about to hand over to his teammate, Joseph Natoli. So Natoli comes through and gets the bell for Blackburn. Looks like Blackburn are going to be ahead in this one. Michaela Gibbs for Balmoral now, getting everything she can out of her bike. So as the Blackburn team comes into the home straight, a strong effort to finish off there from Joseph Natoli. He stops the clock, fourth fastest time, 56.807. And the trio from Balmoral will manage seventh fastest so far, 1 minute 03.6. So moving on now to our fifth matchup in these team sprints. We've still got Balmoral on the home straight, but they'll be up against a squad from the nation's capital. So we've got 3 riders from Canberra just getting themselves ready. I can see a bike being put into the gate over on that far side. So starting from the gate for Balmoral will be Will Emilius. All right, they're off and racing. A strong start there for Will Emilius from Balmoral. It looks like Darcy Henwood is leading the Canberra squad out over on the far side. So a very quick lap indeed from Will Emilius. He's leaving his teammates behind here, honestly. So he's going to come through and complete his opening lap. Fastest so far, 20.281, but his teammates were a little way behind him there. So Darcy Henwood now swings off, the second of those 2 riders from Canberra Cycling Club in line there. I think that's Jacob Henderson from Vikings, who's in 3rd place for the Canberra squad. Balmoral team gets the bell. Their second fastest so far, 37.358 through 2 laps. And with half a lap to go, they have got the edge over the squad from Canberra so far. Coming in to finish their effort now, and it will be 3rd fastest for the team from Balmoral, 54.184. One of the closer team sprints we've had so far, with the squad from Canberra about a second and a half behind. So our next matchup will be Brunswick Cycling Club in the home straight. George Mulhern just hopping onto his machine, which is in the start gate there. They'll be up against a trio of riders from Vikings Cycling Club, which is based in Tuggeranong in the southern suburbs of Canberra. The Brunswick trio off to a strong start. So George Mulhern leading out Omer Kamizi and Riley Boyd there. Boyd in the red helmet on the back of that line. Looks like there's been a bit of a misfire with the Vikings trio. We might have to have a restart there. So we'll just ease our riders off now. Get everyone back into their... So the Brunswick team are pushing on. There's the bell there for Riley Boyd. Omer Kamizi hands off to his teammate there. So Vikings are going to have a restart, but Brunswick are free to push on with their effort. So Riley Boyd coming up to the home straight now. Let's see where he stops the clock. 54.067, third fastest so far for the squad from Brunswick. Okay, so this one we'll see riders from Brunswick Cycling Club against Carnegie Caulfield. Only one rider, Billy Russell, on the outside in the black and orange is actually from Brunswick. She's racing with a couple of riders from Country Victoria. Isla Shaw in the starting gate in the black and green is from Shepparton. And Addison Tor in the black and green on the black bike is from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. Over on the far side I can see the fluoro yellow helmet of Archie Martin, and I think that's one of the Tunksale sisters who's in the starting gate at the moment. All right, they're off and rolling now. Carnegie Caulfield versus Brunswick. Two clubs from suburban Melbourne, Brunswick in the inner north, Carnegie Caulfield in the inner east. And it looks like this is going to be a very strong effort from, I think that's Paravi Tunksale from Carnegie Caulfield who's going to lead them through. They're going to be ahead early on, 22.411 for them as Isla Shaw hands off to Addison Tor. Archie Martin bobbing his head with the effort as the Carnegie team makes their way into the back straight now. They'll complete their handover and get the bell. So fifth fastest so far for the team from Carnegie Caulfield as Billy Russell takes over for Brunswick Cycling Club. An absolutely rapid effort from Carnegie Caulfield. This has looked like a very smooth effort from them. Fifth fastest so far, 54.909. For the team from Quad C. The Brunswick squad, 11th fastest thus far, 1 minute, 2 seconds, .212. And that team sprint was so nice, we'll do it twice. So our next heat will be Brunswick versus Carnegie Caulfield again. Can see young Natalie Dixon for Brunswick just getting her bike installed in the gate there. So she'll have Michaela Tobin and Nicola Morris racing alongside her. All three riders in slightly different generations of the Brunswick kit. All right, they are off. Maximum effort for both of these riders. I can see the Carnegie squad on the far side of the track, just about to swing into the home straight now. We've got Jake Lesky slotting into second place, and the tall figure of Ewan Brown not getting a whole lot of a draft off him, as it's Charvi Tunksale who leads them out. On the bright red bike, number 5 there. Natalie Dixon putting in a strong effort for Brunswick as she's coming up to complete her first lap. So she'll hand her business over to Michaela Tobin, who'll take over now with Nicola Morris in her wheel. The tiny figure of Jake Lesky pedaling furiously there with Ewan Brown in his slipstream. Not that there's much of a slipstream for Ewan Brown to benefit from, but the taller rider will take over for Carnegie. 10th fastest so far, 41.773, as it's Nicola Morris who now takes over for the Brunswick squad. Ewan Brown with the backstretch, nice and flat. Comes into the final straight now, up towards the finish line. He'll stop the clock, 59.917 for the team from Carnegie Caulfield. Nicola Morris, 14th fastest for the Brunswick team, 1 minute and 4 seconds, .812. All right, and this one will be Brunswick Cycling Club versus Cycle Talk, who are a club from Perth. So for Brunswick, we've got Ethan Arnott in the start gate. In the centre of the squad, we've got Aidan Nguyen. And at the top of the track, rider number 238. That is Leon Koboldick. All right, they are off and racing. It's Declan Dyer from X-Speed who'll be leading them out. He'll have, I think that might be Caitlin Death in second place, and then Cooper Dunlop at the back of that train there. It is indeed Declan Dyer absolutely all over his machine, trying to get the most out of it that he can. Looks like it will be the Brunswick team who take a slight lead there as Ethan Arnott hands over to Aidan Nguyen now. So Aidan Nguyen on the front for Brunswick. Caitlin Death on the front for Cycle Talk. Nguyen comes up and hands over to... Oh, wait, hang on. No, they're just about to finish their lap this time. That was only half a lap done there. Aidan Nguyen hands over to Leon Koboldick. Couple of seconds ahead as Leon Koboldick is now going head-to-head with Cooper Dunlop. We saw earlier that Cooper Dunlop has a pretty fearsome sprint, and he's absolutely going for it. Standing up out of the saddle, trying to close down this gap to the rider from Brunswick. It's going to be close. I don't think he's going to get there. Brunswick just in fastest, setting the 8th quickest time, 58.668 to Cycle Talk's 59.115. So in our next group up, looks like we've got a couple of riders from Neo Cycling Club on the far side of the track. Riders from 3 different Victorian clubs on the near side. So that's Jonah Hall from Brunswick. Lockie Stewart there is on the outside. All right, and they are away now. So the team on the near side has been identified from Hamilton Wheelers, which is a club in Queensland, despite the fact they're all from Victoria. So 2 Neo riders and a Blackburn rider riding for Neo this time around. They'll come through. It'll be Neo who hold the lead through the first one, 12th fastest so far, 24.157. Rider number 24 for Neo pedaling absolutely furiously there. As Chloe Bain for Blackburn hands over to Lockie Stewart now. So the rider from Blackburn closing in on the end of his effort now. 14th fastest for the team from Neo, 1 minute 2 seconds, 0.13. And then the team nominally Hamilton Wheelers just a little bit behind them. And as I look down the track, I can see a couple of actual Hamilton Wheelers riders about to come on. So I think that team who started in the home straight there might have been a last-minute addition. So we'll have 3 riders from Hamilton Wheelers starting in the home straight. That's Hannah Walters there on the red bike, who's in the sprint gate. Harrison Dowling on the outside for them. And Isabella Blackwell in the middle for the squad from Hamilton. A little bit of a wobble for Hannah Walters coming out of the start gate, but she's up and rolling now. As the 3 riders from Neo Cycling Club, or representing Neo Cycling Club at least. I think that might be Harley Bradshaw who's on the back of that group. Hannah Walters comes through and finishes her first lap, 24.138 for the team from Hamilton, a little bit behind the squad from Neo. So Charlie Peterser from Neo coming through and completing his lap. That'll get the bell now. Harrison Dowling taking over for Hamilton Wheelers. This one could end up being quite close between the two. Not a whole lot to separate them with half a lap to go. We'll have to see the times as they come in towards the finish line now, and it will be the team from Neo. 9th fastest so far, 58.659. Hamilton Wheelers just managing to break the 1 minute mark, 59.920. All right, this time around we've got 3 riders in the bright orange of the Illawarra Cycling Club up against a mix of riders from Randwick Botany and Orange. The trio in orange are away nice and cleanly. That's Hugo Alcock who's on the front for them. Lucy Allen in second place. Gabrielle Jacobsen in third for the team from Illawarra. Oh. And Jet Stokes looks down and there's a concerning noise is coming from his bottom bracket, possibly a flat tyre. But while they pull themselves to the side of the track, the Illawarra team continue on unimpeded. Lucy Allen looking strong there as she comes up to hand over to Gabrielle Jacobsen at the bell. So Jacobsen comes through 9th fastest time so far for the squad from Illawarra. Coming into the home straight now. Let's see what sort of time the team can set. It will be 59.025, 11th fastest so far for the squad in orange. And I saw Jet Stokes just looking down at his pedal a couple of times there, so I wonder if that might have been the source of the issue, but his bike was certainly making a concerning noise after about half a lap there. With any luck, we'll be able to get that fixed sooner rather than later and get him back up and racing. So let's have spread a trio for all there. I should. All right, so it is the team from Illawarra up against, looks like from a mix of New South Wales clubs. We've got a couple riders. So that's Jacob Buckler, who's the country South Wales squad there. They've come off to try. 9th fastest after that first lap. Illawarra not too far behind. A bit more between Ryan and the Illawarra squad. They hand over the bell now. Up to us for the country New South Wales. Pedaling hard headbend. Very interesting time. They can balance the leaders. Come on the line. 9th fastest for that team. 57.764. And the Illawarra finished there as well. 1 and 3 seconds. Move on from Melbourne. So the purple jersey outside. Like that, Aaron Bryn is just getting her a box out of 8 there. So 3 riders from Lidcombe Auburn starting in the home straight. So it'll be Erin Prince, Lucas Sturbick and Zoe May. They're up against a trio of riders from South Australia. 2 riders from Whyalla Cycling Club, Benjamin Cade and Kane Azapati, and they've got some help from Jet Pets from Norwood, who's just on the back end of that line. So the South Australians looking very strong there. Fastest time after that first lap. A very, very strong start from them. So Kane Azapati absolutely thrashing himself here, about to hand over to, I think that's Benjamin Cade, who'll now take the bell. South Australia still fastest through 2 laps. Almost bringing Lucas Sturbick and Zoe May into sight as he comes into his second last straight. Round the last corner for the South Australians, coming up towards the line. Will this be the new fastest time? Second fastest, 51.101 for the trio from SA. And Zoe May finishes 11th quickest for the Lidcombe Auburn team. 58.186 for the club in black and gold. So our next 2 riders will have another squad from South Australia. That'll be Ewan Grierson, Tyler Cunniff and Seth Harrison. They'll be going up against a team combining Tawamutu, which is from a town a couple of hours south of Auckland, with Madeline Pitt from X Speed over in Perth. So the furthest western parts of Australia, combining with the North Island of New Zealand, as nature intended. So it'll be Madeline Pitt who leads out the team from New Zealand and X Speed. She'll have Henderson and Payne in her wheel. As it is Ewan Grierson from Norwood who's really trying to throw down a very, very fast opening lap for the team from South Australia. 7th fastest for them. Tawamutu marginally in front, but only by the tiniest bit. Seth Harrison now at the front. He'll hand over to Tyler Cunniff to anchor the South Australian leg. Both teams come up and get the bell. Barely a moment to separate them here. So I think that'll be Carter Payne from Tawamutu in the back straight there. Half a lap to go for both squads. This one is going to be really, really close, folks. As they come up towards the line, it is the squad of Tawamutu who will go 3rd fastest overall, 52.791. 3rd fastest for them, 4th fastest for the squad from South Australia, 53.674. And given that we've had almost 30 teams take to the track so far, both very creditable efforts. So our next 2 teams up will have another squad from South Australia. On the back straight there will be Harris and Lace starting, and then the Underwood brothers, Ryan and Liam, both from Norwood Cycling Club. They will be up against a team combining Dulwich Hill Cycling Club from Metro Sydney, and Ruby Sauvage is also there from Newcastle Hunter. So Ruby Sauvage in the navy blue and the 2 Dulwich Hill riders in red. All right, and they're off and racing now. Looks like it will be Ryan Underwood, the smaller of the two Underwood brothers, who gets them going. With Harrison Lace from South Coast tucked in the back of that train from the South Australian squad. Coming up to complete the end of their first lap now. This has been a solid effort there from Sauvage there for Dulwich Hill. Put them into 8th fastest so far for that opening lap. So Liam Underwood now for the South Australian squad. Just about to hand over to Harrison Lace as they get the bell. Barely anything in it between them as they come through to get 1 lap to go. So Harrison Lace now up against, I think that is Juno Smith for Dulwich Hill. Dulwich Hill rider coming into the final straight there, looking to take the win, and will. So Dulwich Hill, 9th fastest so far, 55.099. The South Australian squad managing 56.228. So in the home straight now, we have a hybrid team from Queensland between Fraser Ipswich Cycling Club and the University of Queensland. So there should be the last of our junior team sprints here. One squad from Bathurst and Happy Valley BMX Club, combining against the Natural Alliance on the other side of Cairns, Hobart and Launceston. So it'll be Chloe Buckley, Sid Natera, and Max Woodruff on the far side, combining Queensland and Tassie. Off and going now. The Cairns, Hobart, Launceston team had a little bit of a slow start there, but they're getting moving now. Slightly better cohesion from the Bathurst squad. So Chloe Buckley there for the Cairns, Hobart, Launceston leading them through, but they will be slightly behind the Bathurst Happy Valley team. So it's now Sid Natera from Hobart Wheelers, who's leading Max Woodruff. So the two Tasmanians working well together down the back straight as they're just coming in now. So the Bathurst Happy Valley team will get the bell now. And the Cairns, Hobart, Launceston team picked up 5 places over the course of that last lap, going from 31st to 26th. Max Woodruff certainly won't die wondering. He's pedaling all the way to the line. He might even pip them by the end. Oh, very close indeed. 18th and 19th fastest. And it was the Bathurst Happy Valley team ending up 58.203 seconds compared to the Cairns Hobart Launceston team's 58.476. I was racking my brain just a moment ago and trying to think of 3 things that Cairns, Hobart and Launceston have in common. I was just like, is it great snorkeling? No. Is it a world-renowned art museum? Probably also no. I'm sure there's something. Okay, we'll have one last squad have a crack at this junior team sprint. The Vikings trio, who had a little bit of a mechanical mishap earlier on. So they're back for another crack at the prize. All right, the trio of riders from Canberra are out of the start gate nice and cleanly here. Plenty of action early on as it's rider number 75. So that's Sean Bates, who's just handing it over now to Zachary Thomas from Canberra. So the rider from Canberra Cycling Club pedalling strongly. He's got George Sloan from Vikings tucked into his wheel. Just checks over his shoulder to make sure his teammate is still there. Indeed he is. So a nice clean change over there. 22nd fastest so far after 2 laps. So one lap of effort left for George Sloan. Coming around into the back straight, pedaling strongly as he finishes his effort 1 minute .433, 26th fastest for the crew from Vikings. All right, so that concludes our junior team sprints for the morning. So we'll move on to some senior team sprints.
Men and women back straight.
Right, our 2 senior squads getting ready to go. So we've got Team F of Isaac Burney, Daniel Power and Ruben Smith in the home straight. And on the back straight, Team A, Mitchell Louis, Jeremy Cannon and Luca Pyatt. All right, they're off and going now. Looks like a strong start there for Team F. An absolutely rip-roaring effort there from Mitchell Louis there from the QAS team. Whoa, a big fall on that far side. Just a little bit of an overlap of wheels there between, I think that was Jeremy Cannon and Luca Pyatt. Hopefully he's all right. But Team F are going to push on for the time being. So 34.194 after 2 laps. And it'll be Ruben Smith who leads them home now. Smith comes up to the line, stops the clock, 48.642. So just a little bit of a pause in proceedings there. It was good to see that Jeremy Cannon was able to get up under his own power and walk away after that fall. I imagine he's probably a little worse for wear now. So I think the track might be just getting a little bit of TLC. But we'll let you know as soon as we're ready to resume. So while we're waiting for the track to be fully repaired and brought back up to racing standard, I'll just run you through some of the other events that we'll be seeing later today. So we'll continue once the track is ready to go with our elite men's team sprints. The elite women's team sprints will follow them. And then we'll have our under 17 girls Madison National Championships. And the under 17 boys Madison Championships will follow them. So both of those Madison events will be held over 60 laps, 15 kilometres total. And then following those junior Madisons, we will start our scratch elimination races. The elimination, probably my personal favourite track cycling race, both to watch and to call. So all of our sharp EIT Australian Junior Track Series riders will have a chance to go through a scratch elimination. Slightly different to the elimination that you'll often see the elite riders go through. This scratch elimination will shrink the field until it's down to 5, and those 5 will shrink for the win, whereas the full elite elimination will continue shrinking the field until only 1 rider remains. Then after those scratch elimination races for the juniors, we'll swap them out. We'll get the elite men and elite women in for their Omnium qualifying races. So at the moment, we've got a few more riders wanting to race in the Omnium than we have slots available. So we'll have the elite men on for a race, which will be a scratch race. Only a certain number of those in each heat will qualify to participate in the full Omnium National Championships. So there'll be 2 qualifying races for the elite men and 2 for the elite women. So that'll take us through event number 17 in your program. Then we'll get the juniors back into the field for the conclusion of their Omnium for the day. So we'll start with the under 15 girls points race. and then we'll cycle through the rest of the points races. All right, we've just heard from our friendly commissaires. That bit of damage to the track is going to be half an hour at minimum to repair. Half an hour more or less. The chief comm has given me the international sign for more or less, the hand waving slightly from side to side. So while we have a little bit of a delay, feel free to go out, stretch your legs, maybe grab something to eat. And with any luck, we'll be back soon with a repaired track, ready to race again. Just a friendly announcement, if you're driving a Kia that's in the parking lot with a number plate ending in 8TX, your side door is open. So you might want to go out and take a quick note of that and maybe close that up. All right, and after our earlier delay for some track repairs, we are back racing here at the Australian Junior Track Series. Just about to get the under-17 girls Madison underway. So 8 teams of 2 riders each. So wearing number 5 from Brunswick and Blackburn Cycling Clubs, we will have Billy Russell and Lavinia Ward. Wearing number 6, Nicola Morris and Isla Shaw. Number 7, Addison Torr and Chloe Bain. Number 8, Lucy Allen and Zoe May. Number 9, Jenna Gallagher and Erin Prince. Number 10, Isabella Potts and Sienna Monteith. Number 11, Ava Robbins and Michaela Gibbs. And number 12, Grace Hunter and Chloe Buckley. So 60 laps in this under-17 girls Madison. So we'll have a lot of teams wearing matching numbers. One member of the pair will wear a black number and one will wear a red number. So the half of the squad with the black numbers are out there at the moment. Their teams in the red poised at the top of the track on the far side. All right. 60 laps for these riders to complete as their partners make their way up on the high side of the track. There we go, first hand sling there between Billy Russell and Lavinia Ward. So Lavinia Ward in the all black there at the front of the bunch. We'll see a few more exchanges here as riders come through. Nice change over there between the two Queensland riders, Ava Robbins and Sienna Monteith. Sienna Monteith in the bright pink helmet there. Obviously, a great deal of trust and training required between Madison partners. And an event that Australia has been proud to have had a long and successful history in. Was first introduced into the Olympics in 2000 when Scott McGrory and Brett Aiken won Olympic gold in Sydney. But the name of the event actually dates back to Madison Square Garden in New York, where races of this type were first held in the first couple of decades of the 20th century. So point sprints to be held every 10 laps, meaning there will be 6 sprints total. Sienna Monteith in the Queensland jersey, just coming up to do an exchange there with her partner. The hand is extended backwards. And there is the sling. So Isabella Potts now leading the field around as they're just about to come into 52 laps to go now. It is now Isabella Potts from Balmoral who's just going to hand over to her partner Michaela Gibbs. So tension starting to build as we get closer to this first point sprint. They're just about to get the bell. And it is Lavinia Ward in the black who's leading at the moment. Isabella Potts coming up quickly on her outside. Michaela Gibbs from Balmoral is there as well. So it's Potts at the moment who leads in the maroon of Queensland. Michaela Gibbs challenging her all the way. I think that was Michaela Gibbs who just managed to get it there. Quickly hands over to her teammate Ava Robbins to keep the pressure on at the front. Meanwhile, Lavinia Ward in the black jersey and black helmet hands over to her teammate Billy Russell, also in black but with a white helmet. So the teammates of Robbins and Gibbs grab 5 points for first place, 10 points for, 3 points for Potts and Monteith for grabbing second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth. So it was Billy Russell and Lavinia Ward who grabbed third place, and Jenna Gallagher and Erin Prince in fourth. So first sprint down, 5 more to go. Sienna Monteith in second wheel there, just as the team of Gibbs and Robbins make an exchange. So Ava Robbins now at the front of the pack. Just checking over her shoulder. Oh no, that is Michaela Gibbs in the red number. Just checking over her shoulder for Sienna Monteith there. Wearing 2 different jerseys, but they are both from the Balmoral Club in suburban Brisbane. So I'd have to imagine they're pretty familiar with each other's racing styles. So the 2 riders in the yellow jerseys are Lucy Allen and Zoe May. So Zoe May is in the main bunch, just on the high side of the track there in the yellow jersey. Her partner Lucy Allen just having a bit of a spell. Lavinia Ward coming up for an exchange with Billy Russell there. Both Lavinia Ward and Billy Russell have pretty extensive track racing experience, so no fear for them whatsoever with the Madison sling. And Billy Russell decides to inject a little bit of pace there. Ava Robbins in pursuit, but there's a bit of a gap between the next rider on the track. Next rider on the track is Erin Prince from Lidcombe Auburn in the blue there, but it looks like those two, as they only have a couple of laps now until the next point sprint. So Ava Robbins and Billy Russell out the front of the pack at the moment. Billy Russell just coming in for an exchange with her partner. So Lavinia Ward takes over. Michaela Gibbs takes over. So with 1 lap to go, it is going to be Michaela Gibbs on the front, being challenged on the outside now by Lavinia Ward. Sienna Monteith and Isabella Potts looking to take third from the main bunch. Ward still leading them as they come into the finish line. Will she be able to hold on for the full 5 points? Yes, she will. So 5 points for the team of Lavinia Ward and Billy Russell. Then it was Gibbs and Robbins who took 3 points. Potts and Monteith 2, and Allen and May getting 1 point each. So after 2 sprints, it's Robbins and Gibbs who lead the field. 8 points total for them out of a possible 10 so far. So Ava Robbins and Billy Russell just swapping off nice and smoothly. Bella Potts just coming up to their back wheels now. So there's 4 riders now in that front group, as they are joined at the front by Zoe May from Lidcombe Auburn. So Bella Potts on the front in the maroon jersey for Balmoral. Her Balmoral teammate, they're just making an exchange there. So that will be Michaela Gibbs taking over now. So Potts, Gibbs, and this will now be Zoe May handing over to Lucy Allen if they get a chance. Lucy Allen just riding around the inside there. So Zoe May is going to have another turn in the wind. And it looks like the pair of Chloe Buckley and Grace Hunter have now joined on in the teal jerseys on the back of that group. So they're coming in for an exchange now. So it will be Chloe Buckley from Cairns Cycling Club in the teal. She's in 4th wheel in that main group at the moment. Zoe May in the yellow jersey and white helmet, as Sienna Monteith decides to attack down the outside. Still 3 laps away from the next sprint point. Billy Russell doesn't want to give her any space, neither does Ava Robbins. They're both chasing hard. It looks like they'll be able to haul her back in, but Sienna Monteith has her teammate just in front of her. Looks like they might be able to execute a change over here. And there's the changeover for team number 10. So Sienna Monteith hands over to Isabella Potts. Billy Russell still in there. Lavinia Ward high on the track. Will she come down and make a change? Looks like she will. Gets herself down the track in time. 1 lap to go to the next sprint. Lavinia Ward will benefit from that hand sling. Another hand sling coming for the team of Gibbs and Robbins. So Lavinia Ward out the front at the moment, the rider in black, looking to make it 2 sprints in a row for the team from Victoria, and it looks like she's going to get there. So Lavinia Ward takes 1st place, Michaela Gibbs 2nd, Isabella Potts in 3rd, and then it was Lucy Allen for the team in yellow. She's just handing over to her partner Zoe May as they enter the back straight. So halfway through this under-17 women's Madison now, as Lavinia Ward just eyes her competition there. Asks Michaela Gibbons to come through and do a turn, and Gibbs obliges. Sienna Monteith attacking down the outside as well. That's the 2nd time she's tried that attack in the last couple of laps. There's some urgency there. Lavinia Ward caught a little bit on the hop there, having to accelerate to get up to her teammate, Billy Russell. That's put them slightly on the back foot now. As two of the Blackburn riders execute a change, Sienna Monteith just looks over her shoulder. Billy Russell keeping the Queenslander on a very short leash. It's 4, but the Blackburn rider's lapped. So Bella Potts just ready to take an exchange there from Sienna Monteith as they come into the back straight. Lavinia Ward lining up likewise for a change with her teammate Billy Russell. And a changeover as well for the Balmoral pair of Robbins and Gibbs. So all three of our leading teams making changeovers in that lap quite smoothly as well, I might add. So it's now Bella Potts with Michaela Gibbs in second wheel in the blue jersey and Lavinia Ward in the black. Coming through there, just about to get 24 laps to go, so 60% of the way through this under-17 women's Madison. And Zoe May's been able to chase back on there, the rider in the yellow jersey with the white helmet, so that group of 3 has now become 4. A change over there for the Balmoral pair of Robbins and Gibbs. So Ava Robbins it is who's now taking over for the squad in blue. Sienna Monteith dropping down, ready to take an exchange from Bella Potts. As Lavinia Ward in black hands it back over to Billy Russell. So 2 laps to go now until the next sprint point. As Lucy Allen is there ready to take a handsling from Zoe May. Julie provided. And the squad in yellow moves up. Be interesting to see if Lucy Allen is thinking about an aggressive attack here after her team's been a little bit out of it in the first couple of sprints. They're winding things up now. Sienna Monteith fires down the outside. Ava Robbins has the inside position though. Billy Russell is there in the black. She's in good position in the slipstream of Ava Robbins. So Billy Russell, it is challenging Robbins on the outside there. Coming up to the line, it will be Billy Russell who takes that sprint. Billy Russell takes the sprint, immediately hands off to Lavinia Ward to maintain the rage. And changes there for the teams of Robbins and Gibbs and Potts and Monteith as well. So it's now Lavinia Ward, Michaela Gibbs, Bella Potts and Lucy Allen in that front 4 as they make their way onto the back straight. They're about to come through and get 18 laps to go. Now, if all of the action from the Madison isn't quite enough for you, we've just been joined by a couple of pretty famous guests. We've got Ali Wollaston and Kellen O'Brien have come down and graced us with their presence today. They're in the infield at the moment. So as with before, if you want to head on down, get some photos. I see there's a couple of medals there. Ali Wollaston, recipient of a silver and a bronze in Paris. Kel O'Brien, a member of the Australian men's pursuit team who won gold. So if you want to feel the difference between a gold, a silver and a bronze medal, there's never going to be a better chance than now. The one bit of feedback I keep hearing about those medals is they're surprisingly heavy. So Zoe May hands off to Lucy Allen as the leading bunch of 4 are just making their way onto the back straight now. It's Billy Russell in the black leading the group, then Sienna Monteith tucked in behind her. It looks like Ava Robbins is in 3rd place at the moment. And Lucy Allen in the yellow on the back of those 4. In a Madison group like this where there's only 4 sprint points available per sprint, or 4 slots that will award points, I should say. It's very advantageous to have a group of 4 out front because the 4 out there will be incentivized to work together really well, knowing that no matter how it shakes out, they are all guaranteed at least some points for each of the remaining sprints. There are only 2 left now. So our main bunch comes through with 2 laps to go to the next sprint. Bella Potts just eyeing her competition as she moves up the track. Zoe May there in the white helmet and the yellow jersey does the same. Be interesting to see, given that they're about to get the bell, whether some of them will go for a change here. Bella Potts trying to move around the outside of some lapped riders there. Coming on through, it will be a change. Michaela Gibbs is going to hand over to Ava Robbins. And it should be a late change for Lavinia Ward and Billy Russell. But Bella Potts looks like she's going to take 5 points there, as there's been a fall there. Looks like that was Lucy Allen and one of the riders from Balmoral. I think that might have been Michaela Gibbs. I think just losing their line a little bit after the change over there, just before that last sprint. Hopefully all the riders are okay. It looks like Michaela Gibbs is on her feet.
Come on, Ava!
Meanwhile, the riding is still going on. So with Lucy Allen having falling, that her team's responsibility falls solely on the shoulders of Zoe May. It's a harsh reality often, but unfortunately that is the nature of the beast with Madison Racing. So 6 laps to go, 3 teams still at the front of affairs. So Lavinia Ward's there in the black. Sienna Monteith now comes through to the front in the bright pink helmet. And looks like the tall figure of Ava Robbins is there now, with Robbins' teammate Gibbs off to the side injured. She will be on her own for these final few laps. So it's a big responsibility here for Ava Robbins to try and hold on to the best position she can. At the moment, the team of Robbins and Gibbs is in 2nd place, just 1 point behind the team of Russell and Ward. So perhaps not surprising to see Ava Robbins happy to let the others take on some of the pacemaking as Izzy Potts comes through, Lavinia Ward comes through. So they're about to come in and see 4 laps to go now. 4 laps to go. And I think it is the team of Grace Hunter and Chloe Buckley. That's Grace Hunter in the teal, who's tagged onto the back of our 3 leaders. I believe she is 4th on the track at the moment. Smooth change there between Lavinia Ward and Billy Russell. Sienna Monteith is swapped in by her partner Izzy Potts. And Ava Robbins still holds herself solid in that pack. If the strain is telling on her, it's not obvious just yet. And there we go. Michaela Gibbs is back in the mix. She's back on her bike and back in the race. And I would have to imagine a very relieved Ava Robbins there handing off. Coming in, they're about to get 1 lap to go now. Sienna Monteith leading them through. Michaela Gibbs in 2nd. She's being challenged on the outside by Billy Russell in the black. I don't think there'll be enough time for a change before the finish now. Billy Russell coming up around the outside. The rider in black has a strong lead. Will Sienna Monteith or Michaela Gibbs be able to challenge? It looks like it's going to be Billy Russell who'll take the last sprint. Then Monteith, then Gibbs. Grace Hunter takes the 4th and final point available there. And so concludes an absolutely brilliant under-17 Girls Madison. Let's have a huge round of applause from the crowd there. That was an absolute cracker of a race. So a fantastic race there from all of our under 17 women's Madison competitors. And hopefully Lucy Allen isn't too banged up there. Michaela Gibbs bounced back up pretty quickly and was able to rejoin the race, which I have to say surprised me quite a bit. But based on how she contested that last sprint, you'd barely know she'd been on the deck at all. So the result of the under-17 women's Madison, Billy Russell and Lavinia Ward take first place overall. Then it was Ava Robbins and Michaela Gibbs second on 21 points. And then Sienna Monteith and Isabella Potts, I should say, in third. All right, our riders in the under-17 boys, Madison just taking their places now. So for team number 1, in black, we have Flynn Kessel. In red, Lachlan Stewart. Team number 2, Omer Kermizi in black, Lachlan Ermert in red. Team number 3, George Mulhern in black and Archie Martin in red. Number 4, Ruben Shepherd from Randwick Botany in black, Luca Zucchiati in red. Team number 5, Gabrielle Jakobsen in black and Harvey Challenor in red. Number 6, Liam Underwood in black and Harrison Lace in red. Team number 7, Will Emilius and Oscar Schoff. Emilius in black and Schoff in red. Number 8, Oliver Jordan in black and Harrison Dowling in red. Number 9, Joshua Moore in black and Hugo Alcock in red. And last, the New Zealand pair of Jamie Henderson in black and Carter Payne in red. Okay, so our riders with the black numbers have started. So it is Flynn Kessel in the Victorian blue and white, who is at the front of affairs. It will be Jamie Henderson from Tawamutu Sports, wearing the colours of St Paul's Cambridge, school over in New Zealand. All right, and the first exchanges have started to take place as our 60 laps are underway. So it's Lachlan Stewart in the Victorian blue and white in position now. So rolling on nice and strong after that first change. So it is Carter Payne with the red jersey and black helmet at the front. Lockie Stewart locked in behind him. Then in third place there, it is Lachlan Ermert in the black and red of Blackburn Cycling Club, the two Neo riders. Ooh. Almost an issue there. Thankfully, everyone got away clean. Payne about ready to swap over with Henderson there. So Jamie Henderson in black there, Flynn Kessel in second place. And one of the riders in Neo in third spot at the moment. The Neo boys take a change, the Victorians take a change as well. So it is Luca Zucchiati from Neo who's in third place at the moment, tucked in behind Lockie Stewart in the blue. On the front there, that will be, that should be Jamie Henderson. Oh, they've just swapped over. So now it is Carter Payne. So Payne leading the New Zealand team. Uncharacteristically for a team in New Zealand, they're in red. Lockie Stewart in second place. Then it's Luca Zucchiati. And I think the rider in fourth place there, that is Omer Kermizi, wearing the black and red of the Blackburn Club. All right, we're coming up towards our first point sprint now. Late changeover for the Neo team. Oh, I think that was a missed handoff there. So Lockie Stewart will go long for the Victorians, wearing team number 1. Looks like Luca Zucchiati's going to have to double down to try and see if he can get across. So Lockie Stewart will hang on. So he'll hang on for 5 points. Then the Neo squad will get 3 points for second place. Oscar Schoff there was third across the line. He'll hang over to his teammate now. That's Will Emilius. So Emilius now in third place in the purple jersey there of CCN. Stewart has now handed off to his teammate Flynn Kessel. Luca Zucchiati leading the charge from behind, the rider from Neo in the blue and green. Will Emilius tucked in third place there. And then we've got one of the South Australians, that's Liam Underwood in the bright red. He's just about to swap over with his teammate now, Harrison Lace. Oh, lots of mixing and matching there. It's a testament to the handling skills of some of these riders that they don't come down more often, honestly. When I was under 17's age, I could barely walk down the street in a straight line. But no harm done so far. It's Ruben Shepherd from Randwick Botany who is leading in the colours of the Neo Cycling Club at the moment. He's got Lockie Stewart on his wheel, Oscar Schoff just behind him. Coming in for 44 laps to go, so nearly a quarter of the way through this race now. So a change over there between... That's the thing about teenagers, their assessment of risk isn't the same as the brain of a fully formed adult. So they think throwing themselves into a high-paced Madison race like this one is a perfectly acceptable idea. All right, Luca Zucchiati on the front of our main bunch now. He's got Will Emilius in the purple just behind him. Flynn Kessel is there as well. And a skip there for the South Australians. So coming in with 1 lap to go until the next sprint, that's Luca Zucchiati who's in front position. He's got a teammate there in the back straight, but will the changeover cost them too much time? They're going for the changeover anyway, the 2 boys from Neo. Will it still be enough? Yes, it will. So Ruben Shepherd wins that sprint there, just ahead of the New Zealanders, and immediately Lockie Stewart has gone on the counter-attack. So Stewart and Kessel only fighting for the minor places in that last one, but Lockie Stewart is the national age group time trial champion on the road, so very much familiar with just putting his head down and hurting himself. Oscar Schoff was shadowing Lockie Stewart for basically all of the tempo race yesterday. Those two spent a lot of time together. So Schoff will not want to give Lockie Stewart too much real estate. So Stewart coming through for an exchange with his teammate Flynn Kessel. So Kessel now thundering down. He gets 37 laps to go. And it is Liam Underwood and Oscar Schoff who are the next riders in line, along with one of the Kiwi riders, that's Carter Payne. The gap for Flynn Kessel's probably half a lap now, so he and Lockie Stewart will be gambling on their ability to take a lap on this field. Exchange there between Kessel and Stewart there, 35 laps to go now. As it is Will Emilius who is leading the charge behind. Lachlan Ermert is there. He's just about to hand off to his teammate Omer Kermizi. Hard really to say where the main bunch is at the moment for the efforts of the two Victorians out the front to gain a lap, as Lockie Stewart comes through, gets 33 laps to go now. So he's going to come through with for a change with his partner Flynn Kessel. Kessel doing a really good job of keeping the momentum up for these two Victorians. Lead now is 2/3 of a lap, I would say, as we see a change from the South Australians on the front. As Harrison Lace hands it off to Ryan Underwood. Zucchiati from Neo hands off as well to his teammate Shepherd. But with a lap to go, it looks like it's Flynn Kessel who's going to be able to come through and grab maximum points here. Lockie Stewart swings down off the top of the track for the Victorians. So with the handoff taking place as they cross the line, was technically Flynn Kessel who crossed the line first, but it was mid-exchange, so you may as well hand it to both of them as the sprint comes from behind. Oscar Schoff hands over to Will Emilius in the purple. So 4 riders coming down that back straight now. The South Australians, Ryan Underwood hands off to Harrison Lace. So the South Coast Cycling Club rider there. He's being eyed off by Gabriel Jakobsen, who's in the yellow and blue jersey. Lockie Stewart now closing in on the back of the pack. Won't be too much longer until they get credited with gaining a lap and the 20 points that come with it. Flynn Kessel has to go a bit wider around the top to keep himself out of trouble, but he has gained a lap. So the team of Kessel and Stewart have gained a lap, so there'll be 20 bonus points for them. So they now lead this event with 26 points. The team of Shepherd and Zucchiati currently in second place. Zucchiati comes through and hands off to Shepherd there, as that was an exchange there between Harvey Challenor and Gabriel Jakobsen. I think that will be Challenor who's now in behind the tall Neo rider there, with Liam Underwood right on his hammer. So after that third sprint, the team of Kessel and Stewart are now out to 31 points. The next best team has 6 at the moment. So Lachlan Ermert in the black and red of Blackburn is currently the leader on the track. He's just about to come off the back straight now. Turn in around that top corner. Won't be too much longer and he'll be looking for his teammate Omer Kermizi. So with a lap and a half to go until the next sprint, the team from Blackburn look well positioned to get 5 points here. Omer Kermizi comes down from the top of the track there. Nice clean handoff for those two right at the bell. Omer Kermizi flies out of the saddle there as they come around the back straight. It'll be Harrison Pace being challenged by Lockie Stewart. And I think that's Gabrielle Shepherd there for Neo. So the Blackburn boys will grab 5 points. Harrison Pace takes second. Lockie Stewart third. And Leo Zucchiati in fourth. As one of the Tawamutu sports riders was just raising a hand there. All right, we're just about to have 18 laps to go in this under-17 boys Madison. So a quick changeover by Omer Kermizzi puts Lachlan Ermert back at the front of affairs. So it's Flynn Kessel in the blue and white of Victoria in first place. Lachlan Ermert in second, Oscar Schoff in the purple in third. Then it is Shepherd from Neo, who's in fourth place in the blue and green, with Liam Underwood in the bright red of South Australia, just behind him. So Kessel changes over with Stewart at the front of this pack. Unlike in laps previously, Lockie Stewart doesn't immediately want to go on the attack. He's being a little bit patient here. There's 5 laps until the next sprint. So he's happy to just let Harrison Pace in the bright red jersey and white helmet do the work for now. He's got Jamie Henderson from Tawamutu Sports Club in the long sleeve red jersey with the white helmet just behind him. Will Emilius in the purple is tucked in there as well. So now it is Zucchiati who is leading them. He's just about to come up for a change with his teammate Ruben Shepherd. So 2 laps to go until the next sprint. Lockie Stewart just about to hand over to his teammate Flynn Kessel. So Kessel well positioned as they come into the sprint. In third place it will be Oscar Schoff who takes over from his Queensland teammate. Ruben Shepherd there in first place as they come into the sprint lap. Flynn Kessel there, Oscar Schoff coming up around the outside. The Blackburn riders are challenging as well. That's Lachlan Ermert. Lachlan Ermert getting close to the front there, and it will be Oscar Schoff who comes past Flynn Kessel there. Lachlan Ermert settles for third, and then it was the Neo pairing of Zucchiati and Shepherd, I think, taking fourth place, and the last point on offer. So 9 laps to go now. As it is Will Emilius and Lockie Stewart together at the front of the race as they make their way down the back straight. Omer Kermizzi just got a very nice change there from Lachlan Ermert. So Harrison Lace was going to go in fourth place, has grander designs than that. He comes around the outside of that front bunch now, down the back straight. Lockie Stewart there in second place at the moment, doesn't seem too concerned. Will Emilius in the purple now comes through for the lead. Omer Kermizzi there. And oh, nearly disaster there for Shepherd and Zucchiati. They were halfway through the handsling before they realised there was a rider coming between them. Thankfully, they aborted the effort. And no harm was done, but I imagine their heart rate would have gone up a few beats extra. So it's Ruben Shepherd who's in the mix at the moment. I think that was Zucchiati who wanted to make the change there, but thankfully they opted not to. So Lachlan Ermert gets a handsling from Omer Kermizzi, and it is the Blackburn rider who will lead them through with 5 laps to go. A little bit of a gap forming. Flynn Kessel looks behind him. So Lachlan Ermert going long. Oscar Schoff from behind him. Ryan Underwood from South Australia recognises the danger. Flynn Kessel's there as well. Kessel just about to hand off to his teammate Lockie Stewart. So Lachlan Ermert about to hand over to Omer Kermizzi before this final sprint. There's 3 laps to go. Omer Kermizzi out of the saddle, pedaling furiously in that black and red jersey. Oscar Schoff hands off to Will Emilius. Lockie Stewart now charging from behind. It's still Omer Kermizzi who's in front at the moment. They're about to come around and get the bell. These riders will probably go all the way to the end now, I would think. Lockie Stewart powers round the outside. They'll come through and get 1 to go. Lockie Stewart takes first place. Omer Kermizzi in second. Will Emilius in third. It's a distant gap to Harrison Lace, who's in 4th place. Will Emilius moves past Omer Kermizzi now. I don't think he'll have enough time to get to Lockie Stewart. Lockie Stewart will come through. The Victorians will take the win here. 2nd place for Will Emilius. 3rd in that final sprint for Omer Kermizzi. And a hard-charging Harrison Lace grabs 4th in that final sprint. And good to see some of the riders a little bit further down the field charging all the way through. Yeah, we'll wait for these guys to come off.
Would you like to come down?
No, it's fine.
You sure?
Yeah, I'll hand over to you guys. Okay, so given that we had to exercise the scratch elimination races for the juniors earlier thanks to some unplanned delays due to track work, our next event will be the qualifying race for the elite men's Omnium. So this will be a 50-lap race with 2 heats among the elite men. A simple scratch race. The last 8 riders in each heat will not qualify to participate in the Omnium National Championships, but everyone else will make it through. No, I'm fine, thank you. So some great names taking part in the Omnium qualifying today, lined up along the fence in order from closest to furthest from the start line. We've got Rowan Hayden Smith, number 4, number 15, Blake Agnoletto, number 39, Dylan Proctor-Parker, number 53, Dylan Ether, number 59, Sun Wei Chu, number 64, Park Hang, number 72, Naoki Kojima, number 68, Binuk Kulatunga, number 86, Oliver Bledden, number 109, Kian Kerry-Watts. And then in the sprinters lane on the lower end of the track, just getting rolling now, James Moriarty from Balmoral, number 10, number 37, Hamish Keast, number 50, Declan Trezise, number 57, Logan Taplin, number 61, Wan Yao Vincent Lau, number 71, Aya Hashimoto, number 73, Shoei Matsuda, number 77, Zach Marriage, number 88, Kaylin Tucker, and number 117, John Carter. So the whistle blows, 50 laps to go. So Rowan Hayden Smith, number 4 there in the blue and red jersey, just leading them through. So Blake Agnoletto there swings over, and Logan Taplin with the fluoro yellow gloves there. swings through. Now we've got a couple of different teams represented here. We've got a couple of riders from ARA Skip Capital, Blake Agnoletto and Dylan Proctor-Parker. They're just towards the back there in the navy blue with the maroon and purple sleeves. We've got a few riders from Team Japan, very easy to spot from a distance, with their white jerseys with the red sun on the back. And we've also got 3 riders from Hong Kong in this heat. They're wearing the plain teal jerseys. So Hamish Keese from the Canterbury Time Trial Association in the white jersey with the red stripe down the back, just swinging off after taking his turn. So given that the aim of this event is just to avoid finishing in the bottom 8 at the end of the 50 laps, sorry, we won't see too much attacking, I would suspect. It will all be about riders trying to hold on to this strong bunch for as long as they possibly can, and where possible try and move up towards the end of proceedings. Make sure that, kind of like an elimination race, they're just in the right spot at the right time and can save some of their energy for the point-scoring Omnium races later in the day. Of course, I say that as James Balmoral fires up the outside. Real injection of pace there. That's Zach Marriage in the red and black of the South Australian Sports Institute, who's slotted into second place. Looks like John Carter in the purple of Cage Park. So coming through for their first point sprint now. Looks like it will be Balmoral and Carter coming up towards the line. John Carter will get it in the end. And already there are a few riders towards the back of proceedings who are just opening a few gaps. Nothing too concerning just yet, as Dylan Proctor-Parker from ARA Skip Capital goes to the front with one of the riders from Hong Kong. That was Pak Hung from Hong Kong, who was also at the front there. A couple of riders swing up high. Zach Marriage keeps it driving on the low line, as does Declan Trezise, wearing the maroon and blue of QAS. He's also got a pair of bright blue gloves on, because Declan has recently completed a stagiaire stint on the road with the Astana Pro Team. A rider who's worn a few different hats, obviously a very accomplished track rider. He's strong on the road. He's also a former under-23 Australian cyclocross national champion. Won that title in 2022 in Wollongong. And he slotted himself third in that group of 6 who are at the front at the moment. They've just got a little bit of a gap as they come through 35 laps to go. It's Balmoral on the front, Trezise in second, then it looks like that's Naoki Kojima in third place. Up to second now, Zach Marriage in the bright red of Sassy currently in fourth. Just trying to spot who that is, who is now second in line there. That is rider number 109. That's Kian Kere-Watts from Tawamutu Sports Cycling Club. So they're a club based a couple of hours south of Auckland on the North Island. So Blake Agnoletto for ARA Skip Capital now driving at the front. Hands over to Trezise, who was third in the Omnium last night. Naoki Kojima, who takes the lead now, was in second place. Very thrilling finish between Trezise, Kojima and the eventual winner Liam Watts. Declan Trezise managing to gain 2 laps on the field during the points race. So all right, heading into the next sprint now. It is Blake Agnoletto in first place. Declan Trezise and Naoki Kojima firing up the outside as they come down the back straight. Trezise coming in towards the finish line there. He will challenge and he will beat Agnoletto there. So Trezise first, Anuletto second. I think it might have been Naoki Kojima who was third. And possibly Zach Marriage in fourth place for that one. So this pace has really taken a toll on a few of the riders towards the back of the field. You can see Dylan Ether in the purple of Keish Parkup, not necessarily having his greatest day. So James Balmoral at the front there, hands over to Watts, the New Zealander, who in turn hands over to one of the Japanese riders. I think Hashimoto will also be in that front group. So Hashimoto is the second of the two Japanese riders in line in the white. Naoki Kojima is just coming through and taking over the front of the peloton now. He flicks the elbow, and one of the ARA Skip Capital boys comes through, immediately swaps out for Declan Trezise, who lets James Balmoral do some of the work. So 26 laps to go now. The first two qualifying races for the Elite Men's Omnium National Championships. So it's not necessarily about maximizing your points and winning this race as much as it is avoiding getting lapped or finishing outside the top 2/3 of this field. And we can see now on the back straight 5 riders who are trying to work together to minimize their gap to the main pack. I can see Kulatunga, the rider from Kilkenny Cycling Club, just tagged on the back of that group there. Logan Taplin in the grey of Duda, just coming through to the front of that chasing group now. So 23 laps to go as one of the riders from Hong Kong, that's Sun Wei Chu, takes a quick turn. Zach Marriage very keen to get off the front, only on there momentarily. James Balmoral in the blue and white of the Australian national team. So Aya Hashimoto, the Japanese rider, just coming to the outside of Balmoral there as we start to move around the track a little bit, with the next sprint only a lap and a half away. So it is Balmoral there. Oliver Bledden, the Team Pursuit gold medalist, in second place in the colours of the Australian national team, coming up towards the line now. He will challenge and he will win. So Bledden takes first place in that sprint. Balmoral second. I think that might have been Watts in third. And one of the ARA Skip Capital riders, I think that was Blake Anuletto, coming across the line in fourth place. It was indeed Blake Anuletto there. Zach Marriage has a bit of a ping off the front now. So Zach Marriage has been in pretty sparkling form last night. Last night he finished in the top 10 of the Omnium, and earlier this month he was third overall at the Tour of Bright on the road. Winner of that race was some lad called Luke Plapp, who I hear is pretty handy. So 17 laps to go for Marriage. Bunch doesn't seem overly enthusiastic about chasing him down for the time being, as it's now two of the Hong Kong riders who are on the front of the group. Marriage is staying nice and aero, keeping his back flat, minimizing the effort he has to put out to displace the air in front of him. Nearly half a lap now for Zach Marriage. 15 laps to go now. So the South Australian still looking strong as he comes over the line. There's a little bit more urgency coming into that chasing group now. 4 laps to go until the next sprint, as Puck Hung from Hong Kong just swings off the front there. Dylan Proctor-Parker happy to let someone else have a turn. Oliver Bledden, the team pursuiter, very much accustomed to having a bunch of very strong riders in his wake. Indeed, Bledden's teammate for that team pursuit, Cal O'Brien, was in the infield just earlier, taking some photos with some of the kids, showing off his Olympic gold. Ali Wallison from New Zealand also there, showing off the bronze that she won in the team sprint for New Zealand and the silver she won in the team pursuit in Paris. So between those visits from some high-flying cycling celebrities yesterday and today, and Grace Brown, who was here yesterday, it's been a star-studded event, even before we consider the fantastic action we've been having on the track. 1 lap to go until the sprint now. So the first place is certainly going to go to Zach Marriage. He's just coming into the home straight, but the real battle is behind. That's Logan Taplin in the grey, who's in the middle of that little sandwich there as they come up towards the line. Lot Watts from New Zealand on the inside. He's going to beat him there. Blake Agnoletto taking 3rd place. Taplin grabbing 4th. So Taplin 1 lap down before that sprint, but he will have redeemed himself slightly there. Will that be enough to ensure his qualification in the overall Omnium Championships, though? So having won that sprint, Zach Marriage is happy to pull the colours in and be reabsorbed by the main group. We have one of the Hong Kong riders taking a flyer now. This might be rider number 61, Vincent Lau. He's got Aya Hashimoto from Japan on his wheel. The big purple figure of John Carter, the Western Australian, coming into view there as well. Declan Trezise. Ooh, a near miss there. Thankfully, everyone was able to keep it upright. So with 6 laps to go, the pace has eased off just slightly as people try and gather themselves for that last sprint. Binuk Kulatunga from Kilkenny in the red helmet there with the green sleeves on his jersey, just hanging on at the back of that group. Rowan Hayden-Smith in the blue jersey wearing number 4 just comes through for a turn. Oliver Bledden takes a short turn. So they're about to come through and get 4 laps to go. Quite a bit of looking around among the front markers here. So I think that's Dylan Proctor-Parker from ARA Skip Capital who's taken the lead there. Biluk Kulatunga trying to get across to him now. One of the riders from Hong Kong also there. That is Pak Hung. So they're about to come through and get 2 laps to go. We can expect to see things start to pick up here. John Carter's on the front at the moment. Then it's Declan Trezise. 3rd in that line is one of the riders from Hong Kong, Sun Wei Chu. As we see one of the Japanese riders firing up the outside, would not be at all surprised if that was Naoki Kojima. It is Hashimoto who's in 3rd place, so it's John Carter at the front. He's being challenged on the outside by Declan Trezise. Naoki Kojima flying up the outside, but it looks like John Carter will be able to hang on here. Declan Trezise comes across in 2nd place. Aya Hashimoto takes 3rd, and I think it might have been one of the riders from Hong Kong grabbing that final point. So that's the first of our 2 qualifying races for the Elite Men's Omnium National Championships. So with the conclusion of that race, and just plug for those who are in the building here with us at Disc that Swaggy's Burgers are just outside. They've got hamburgers, chips, wraps, and schnitzel burgers as well. So if you're looking for something to eat, that's outside. There's also the ice cream van. I sampled the strawberry gelato earlier. Can recommend. Because for those watching at home, it is quite a warm day here in Melbourne. Air temperature outside is about 35 degrees. And it's at least that warm here inside the Darebin International Sports Centre. So it shouldn't be too long before we get our second qualifying race for the Elite Men's Omnium National Championship onto the track. So moments away from getting started with our second qualifying race for the Elite Men's Omnium. Lined up on the top of the fence there, we have Liam Walsh, rider number 2. Behind him, it's Mitchell Fitzsimmons from Cycling New Zealand. Noah Blannon, number 54. Sum Lee Ng from Hong Kong. Shoi Matsuda from Japan. Will Holmes from Norwood Cycling Club is number 87. Number 92 is Connor Lay. He's just dropped down to the bottom of the track, I think. And Oliver Watson-Palmer is the last rider on the top end of the track. In the sprinters lane at the bottom of the track, at the front there, we have Tyler Tompkinson in the QAS kit. Behind him, we have Lucas Sanders. Number 52, Kurt Ether. Number 62 there, Chin Ying Mo. Number 68, Kai Kwong Tso. Number 78, Andre Dubier. Number 89, Leo Zimmerman. Number 97, Tobias Marzella. and number 174 from Japan, Shoki Kawano.
I just moved your radio so it wasn't coming through the mic.
All right, whistle blows. 50 laps of this qualifying race. Sprint every 10 laps. So we'll have some of the riders with the fewest points at the end of the race eliminated. While there will be sprints for points, the main concern for most of these riders will be not dropping a lap to the field and conceding 20 points. So coming through on the bottom of the track there in the bright blue is Andre Dubier. One of the riders from Sassy hands over to Connor Lay, another member of that gold medal winning team pursuit team from Paris 2024. So between Connor Lay, Oliver Bledden and Kel O'Brien, we've got 3 of the 4 riders from that squad here with us at Disc today. So Dubier hands off to Chin Ying Mo from Hong Kong. So 3 riders from Hong Kong in this heat, 2 from Japan. A couple of riders in there for QAS as well. That'll be Liam Walsh and Tyler Tompkinson. Liam Walsh, the winner of the Omnium that we had yesterday here. A very strong performance from Liam Walsh across all the different events of that Omnium. Be interesting to see if he can convert that form into the Omnium National Championships today. But first, of course, he has to qualify by finishing well in this race. So one of the Japanese riders coming through there, that's Shoi Matsuda. Rides with quite a distinctive style a lot of the time. Hooks his hands over the inside of his drops there. Rider number 52 on the front there in the purple of Keish Parkoop. That's Kurt Ether. Just checking over his shoulder. Andre Dubier in the bright blue there. As we're getting ready to fire up for the first of our sprints. There's the bell, it's Kurt Ether, Andre Dubier is there, Liam Walsh is well positioned on the outside. Connor Lay is right there, as is one of the riders from the South Australian Sports Institute. Wouldn't be at all surprised if that was Will Holmes coming up the outside. Oh, close at the finish, but I think Kurt Ether might have just gotten there over Liam Walsh. So turns flying off much more quickly now. Oliver Watson-Palmer on the front now. He concedes to one of the riders from Hong Kong. Then it is Shoi Matsuda with that distinctive style, hands hooked over the drops of his bike. And a little bit of a flyer here from one of the QAS riders. That is Noah Blannon from Gold Coast Cycling Club. Mitchell Fitzsimmons, the New Zealander. In the purple of Blackspoke Bolton Equities, a team that unfortunately is folding at the end of 2024. So it is Zimmerman from Norwood Cycling Club in the colours of Sassy who leads them now. Hands over to one of the QAS riders. I suspect that's Liam Walsh. Interesting to see the gravity that Walsh commands. As soon as he moved up the track, both Will Holmes and Connor Leahy followed him up rather than continuing to pull through at the front. So Noah Blannon from Gold Coast has gained 3/4 of a lap now. If he can get all the way across to the field and gain 20 points for himself, he'll pretty much guarantee his inclusion in the Elite Omnium National Championships later today. And there we go, contact is made. A lap gained there for Noah Blannon. Tyler Tompkinson from QAS now deciding to try his luck with a teammate in Liam Walsh right behind him. There won't be too much chasing from him straight away. But the sassy pair of Will Holmes and Leo Zimmerman are getting themselves ready as we come in for another sprint lap. Will Holmes from South Australia flying up the outside. Liam Walsh is there. Connor Leahy's in 3rd place in the black and gold. Looks like it will be Will Holmes who'll be able to hold on there. The South Australian just edging out the Queenslander and the West Aussie. Might even have been his teammate Zimmerman who was able to come over for 4th place and the last point in that sprint. It was indeed Leo Zimmerman who nabbed 4th there. One of the riders from Hong Kong now deciding to have a bit of a dig. That is rider number 68, Kai Kwong Tso. Tyler Tompkinson decides that he still wants to have a crack at trying to get away. The first attempt didn't work, so he's going to roll the dice again. Following him, I don't know if his hands have moved off his drops the whole way since we've started. It's Shoei Matsuda from Japan. Then Andre Dubier in the bright blue skin suit there. And I think this will still be Kai Kwong Tso from Hong Kong. No, it's not. It's his teammate who's up there now. So halfway through this 50-lap race now. The front 5 are being driven at the moment by Tompkinson. Then it is the 2 Japanese riders. Shoki Kawano is leading them at the moment. He's got Shoei Matsuda right on his wheel. So Matsuda will swing up the track here shortly. 23 laps to go for the leaders now. And given their lead is 100 metres without too much impetus from the chasing bunch behind, it looks like the 4 points for this next sprint are going to go to our leading 5. So Andre Dubier at the back has just missed a couple of turns there, the rider in the bright blue from Lidcombe Auburn. Whether that means he's saving his energy for one big effort to try and nab himself a couple of points, or if he's just in the hurt box, hard to say. Shoei Matsuda leads them now. He swings up. Tyler Tompkinson currently in 2nd place. It's So from Hong Kong who's in 2nd. Andre Dubier from Lidcombe Auburn in 3rd place in the bright blue. Tompkinson still leading them as they come up towards the line. He will grab 5 points there. 2nd to the man from Hong Kong. 3rd to Andre Dubier, and then I think it might have been Shoki Kawano who got 4th place, as they are back in to one bunch, gruppo compazzo, as the Italians would say. And no sooner has that happened than there's been an attack by Connor Leahy, immediately followed by Liam Walsh. And Oliver Watson-Palmer is the rider who's currently in the middle there, the New Zealander. Walsh looking to continue his imperious form from the Omnium yesterday and turn that into a national title. So as they come around now, 17 laps to go. Connor Leahy and Liam Walsh just check over their shoulders to see what the damage is to the riders behind. Kurt Ether in the purple has noticed the danger. He's going to try and get across, as is Mitchell Fitzsimmons. So the 2 riders in the purple just about making contact there. Will Holmes in the red of Sassy, not too far away either. Tyler Tompkinson, having gained a lap just before, takes the more gradual approach to reeling the leaders back in. So Chin Ying Mo is confirmed as having gained a lap earlier. So it is Oliver Watson-Palmer now alone at the front of affairs. The New Zealander being chased by his fellow Kiwi Mitchell Fitzsimmons as they come through with 14 laps to go. The rest of the riders in the bunch happy to let them have a little space for the time being. And it looks like both of them stand a very good chance of gaining a lap and possibly even holding out for the next sprint. In fact, they're moving so quickly, they may well gain the lap before they even get to the next sprint. So Oliver Watson-Palmer just coming up to the back of that main bunch now. So he'll gain 20 points for gaining a lap. And with not a whole lot of interest in coming down the track, our leader is still being designated as Mitchell Simmons. So the Kiwi in the purple at the back of the bunch has not quite gained contact just yet. So he will, at the moment, be up for 5 points for winning this sprint. No, he's been deemed to have gained a lap, and it was Will Holmes and Connor Leahy who were the first two over the line in that sprint. According to the commissaires, Kurt Ether was in the mix there as well, as was Shoki Kawano. So it is now Leahy and Holmes who are out the front. Leahy, the tall Western Australian. Holmes just behind him, the slightly slighter figure in the red of Sassy. So Tyler Tompkinson from QAS just comes through and sets a tempo. So Connor Leahy now at the front of the bunch. Then it's Liam Walsh. Will Holmes is there. Kurt Ether is there. And one of the riders from Hong Kong, this might be Chin Ying Mo. So the rest of the bunch look like they're going to catch back on to those leaders. Not going to give them too much space with just 7 laps left in this race. So there are still a handful of riders in this bunch who have not scored. A reminder that this race is not necessarily about being at the top of the leaderboard, it's about avoiding being at the bottom, so that you make sure that you qualify for the AusCycling Elite Omnium National Championships later today. So I can see some of our elite women who'll be taking part in the next qualifying race, starting their warm-ups now. Big attack down the inside there by Kai Kwong Tso from Hong Kong, rider number 68. So the man in the teal has not drawn a response immediately, but now it's Liam Walsh who sees an opportunity. Connor Leahy and Will Holmes also see the danger with Walsh starting to gain a few metres. So the West Australian now thunders down past the finish line and into the back straight. Walsh pulls his colours in and concedes that he's probably not going to get away quite that easily. So 3 laps to go. Kai Kwong Tso from Hong Kong leading them at the moment. Tyler Tompkinson, the first in the bunch behind. Ooh, then a near miss there as one of the Hong Kong riders was moving up the track. That was Sum Ling. Thankfully, no damage done. So 2 laps to go. Kai Kwong Tso, I don't think is going to be able to hold on as Connor Leahy thunders past him with Liam Walsh in his wheel. Then it's Will Holmes. Kurt Ether there in the green helmet in 4th place. Coming through to get the bell now. Connor Leahy will lead them through. Liam Walsh currently in 2nd place. Will Holmes in 3rd. Kurt Ether in 4th. Walsh moves outside Leahy now. So the Queenslander, he looked in imperious form in the Omnium yesterday. It looks like he'll come through and win the final sprint in this qualifying race today. Leahy 2nd, Ether 3rd, and Will Holmes taking the 4th and final point. With other riders bringing their race to the end. If it comes down to a decision between two riders who are on equal points, it will be a count back based on where they finished in that last sprint, I believe. But from just a quick look around the field, I think a majority of riders got in the points at least once or twice. So it's flashed up now. Tyler Tompkinson in first place with 25, Andre Dubier 23, Chin Ying Mo 23 as well. So we had about 8 riders there with at least 20 points. All of the riders who gained a lap will be safely through to compete in the Elite Omnium National Championships later today, and we'll next see them in action in the scratch race. So the riders in our first of 2 Elite Women's Omnium qualifiers now getting themselves ready. So lined up on the fence, starting at the line and working backwards. We have Sophie Edwards, rider number 119. Mackenzie Milne, rider 135. Megan Baker, rider number 147. Alana Hribar, Carnegie Caulfield. Rider number 164, Lee Tong Guardiola Chung from Hong Kong. Number 172, Sherwing Lee, also from Hong Kong. Number 182, Kira Will. Number 195, Liu Jia Li. And number 198, Elizabeth Liao from Singapore. Easily spotted because of her bright yellow handlebar tape. And then in the sprinters lane, number 131, Lilith Jones. Behind her, number 141, Lauren Bates. Number 148, Maya Wolfenden from New Zealand. Also from New Zealand, 155, Hannah Bayard. Number 168, Xianyu Wang from Hong Kong. Number 176, Mizuki Ikeda from Japan. 192, Maeve Plouffe from Port Adelaide Cycling Club. 196, Zhang Meng from China. And number 207 is the last of the riders, Sally Carter from X Speed. She's just on the back there in the WA black and gold. All right, the whistle blows. 40 laps to go in this race, so there will be 4-point sprints rather than 5. The last 6 riders in the points tally at the end of the race will not qualify for the Omnium Championships later today. Like the men, there will be a second heat for qualifying for the Omnium, which will take place after this one. So Elizabeth Liao from Singapore leads them through. 38 laps to go now. Outrider at 141, Lauren Bates. Quite a famous surname in Aussie track cycling circles, from the ACT Academy of Sport. Coming to the front now, Maeve Plouffe. She was wearing a plain black helmet yesterday. She's ditched it for an all-white one. Liu Jiali, they're from China, with the red helmet and red shoulders on her jersey. Sophie Edwards now rider number 119, a member of the Australian Team Pursuit squad from the recent Paris Olympics. So 3 laps to go until the first of our 4 sprints. As I can see, Zhang Meng, the Chinese rider there with the black helmet, just moving on to the high side of the track. A few riders looking at each other, no one particularly keen to take up the front position at the bottom of the track. So it looks like that's now Lauren Bates who has done so. So they're about to get the bell for their first sprint, and a few riders are starting to move themselves up. So it will be Lauren Bates from Canberra who starts them off, rider number 147 there. Megan Baker from Canterbury Track Cycling moving up the outside. We've got a rider from the Victorian Institute of Sport also right in the mix there in the navy blue. As they come in towards the finish line, I think that might be Lilith Jones who will take second there. So Megan Baker from Canterbury Track Cycling in New Zealand grabs the first points. So 5 in her back pocket there. Maeve Plouffe now comes forward. She's got Sally Carter on her wheel there, the Western Australian. Zhang Meng, the Chinese rider from Sichuan Cycling, now swings off the front. Sherwing Li, Hong Kong's recent Olympian in the road race and Omnium, also there. So Zhewing Li was 3rd overall in the Omnium that was held last night, which I have to say was an absolute thriller between the Japanese rider Tsuyaka Uchino and Maeve Plouffe. Came right down to the final sprint. If you want to know what happened, that stream is available on the AusCycling YouTube page, all 11 hours and 14 minutes of it. So it is now one of the riders from Hong Kong who swings up. Liu Jiali from China, now leading. Not really looking to gain a huge advantage at the moment, possibly saving her energy for a later effort. One of the Hong Kong riders has decided to have a bit of a dip now. So this will be Chan Yu Yang, number 168 in the teal jersey from Hong Kong. Elizabeth Liao from Singapore likes the look of that move and wants to have a piece of it. Mitsuki Ikeda, the Japanese rider there. Very easy to spot the Japanese in those white jerseys. Maeve Plouffe now takes over the front of the bunch with the tall figure in the VIS kit of Lilith Jones just behind her. So Elizabeth Liao looks like she's going to be able to cross the gap there to Chan Yu Yang. So 2 laps to go until the next sprint. And there's a flyer down the outside from Mackenzie Milne. The Brunswick rider sees the gap in front, wants a little bit of extra real estate over the field before she gets into the final lap, before the sprint. Elizabeth Liao will lead it out. Chan Yu Yang just behind her, the rider from Hong Kong. Mackenzie Milne still within striking distance, and the field behind is looking like they're going to be fighting for 4th place. Mizuki Ikeda and Maeve Plouffe fighting for space around the outside there as they come into the home straight. Chan Yu Yang is just going to hold on for the 5 points. 3 for Elizabeth Liao in 2nd place. Mackenzie Milne will get 2 for coming 3rd, and then almost a collision there with Maeve Plouffe, who got 4th and 1 point in that particular sprint. So halfway through this 40-lap qualifying race now. And the effort starting to tell a little bit on the field. It's certainly a little bit more bedraggled and a little bit further spread out than it was early on in the race. Move now goes down the inside there. That's rider number 148. That's Maya Wolfenden from Canterbury Track Cycling. She tried a couple of moves like this yesterday. Zhang Meng from Sichuan Cycling, the Chinese rider, just coming across to her back wheel now. That's raised a little bit of concern within the bunch. Mizuki Ikeda just checks over her shoulder. Sees Sophie Edwards and Maeve Plouffe in the mix there. Both Olympians in the team pursuit for Australia. Figures they'd be pretty good folks to chase this down if they had the interest. They've both swung up to the high side of the track and left it to others at the moment. So Sherwing Lee from Hong Kong now leads the main bunch. So they come through 14 laps to go. So Maya Wolfenden and Zhang Meng are our 2 riders out the front. Gap is, I would say, maybe 100 metres, maybe a little less. But not a whole lot of organisation within the bunch right at the moment, as Kira Will comes to the front of the pack, but finds that there's not a whole lot of riders keen on following her. So Zhang Meng swings up the track. Maya Wolfenden comes through. I have to say, I quite admired Wolfenden's approach to her racing yesterday. A rider who's definitely not afraid to go for the all-in effort. There are times when it won't pay off, but there are times when it will. And with a lap until the next sprint, she's sitting in 2nd place behind Zhang Meng. Looks like she'll get herself at least 3 points here as the bunch starts to fire up behind. Lauren Bates starts to come around the side. Mizuki Ikeda is there as the leaders come into the home straight. Zhang Meng from Sichuan in China will pick up 5 points. Maya Wolfenden will grab 3. Then it will be Kira Will just ahead of Lauren Bates. Lauren Bates will grab the 4th place there and the 1 point that goes with it. So the rider from Canberra coming out of that effort with 1 point there. Maya Wolfenden pulls the colours in, but Zhang Meng is still pushing on at the front of the race. 9 laps to go now in this Elite Women's Omnium qualifying race. Pace just goes off a little bit as everyone grabs their breath, even if only for a second. All right, one of the riders from Hong Kong now decides to have a bit of a dip. That is rider number 164, Litong Guardiola Chung. Not given a whole lot of real estate by the bunch. Elizabeth Liao with her distinctive yellow handlebar tape comes through. Maya Wolfenden, having gone through and tried a long-range attack earlier, decides if it was good enough to work once, maybe it'll even work twice. She's got her fellow Kiwi Megan Baker on her wheel, and then it is Sophie Edwards there. As rider number 155, Hannah Bayard, also a New Zealander, comes through. So 4 laps to go now. A few riders sizing each other up. Sherwing Lee looking around her shoulder. Very experienced track rider. Mitsuki Ikeda from Japan decides to have a roll down the outside of the field. And that's raised some alarm bells. It looks like Maeve Plouffe. It is. No, apologies. That's Sophie Edwards, who's in second place. Kira Will right behind her. Then it is Maeve Plouffe, with Sherwing Lee making it a group of 5 at the front, as Isla Carr from WA tries to close the gap down. 2 laps to go, so a group of 5 at the front, a couple of riders trying to chase on from behind. So that'll be Isla Carr. Just behind her is Lauren Bates. Sherwing Lee moving herself right to the front, right when she needs to. And as they come up to the line, Sophie Edwards is there at the front. Sherwing Lee trying to come around the outside. Mitsuki Ikeda tucked in behind her. Kira Will is pinned against the inside of the track behind Sophie Edwards. As Maeve Plouffe starts to come around the outside now, the sprint opens up. They head for the line, and it will be Sophie Edwards just ahead of Sherwing Lee. And it might have been Mizuki Ikeda who came across the line in 3rd place. Kira Will, I think, might have been 4th. So that will conclude the first of our 2 women's qualifying races for the Elite Omnium National Championships. We'll have our second race on track very shortly. All right, so our second race for Elite Women's Omnium qualifying now ready to go. So on the fence, starting from the line and working backwards, we've got Hayley Jack, rider number 129, number 140, Claudia Marks, number 146, Lucy Reeve, number 153, Nicole Duncan, number 165, Wing Li Leung, number 170, Bo Li Leung, number 188, Summer Nordmeyer, number 194, Cao Yaon, and number 206, Isla Carr. And in the sprinters lane, number 132, Sophie Ma, number 145, Amelia Sykes, number 149, Alyssa Polides, number 163, Odette Lynch, number 169, Sisquan Kwan, number 175, Tsuyaka Uchino, 191, Ali Anderson, and last in that line, number 197, Valencia Tan. All right, they are off and rolling. As with the last race, 40 laps, sprint every 10 laps, 5, 3, 2, and 1 points awarded for the first 4 riders over the line each time. All right, the whistle blows and we are underway. So Tsuyaka Uchino from Japan leads them through the first lap. An absolutely thrilling finish to the Omnium last night between Uchino and Maeve Plouffe. Without spoiling anything, it came all the way down to the last sprint on the last lap. Coming through now to the front, the tall figure of Claudia Marks in the blue jersey of the ACT Academy of Sport. Isla Carr from WAIS. Unfortunately, in the previous race, I misidentified Isla Carr's teammate Sally Carter and got them mixed up because they're wearing the same kit. So Isla Carr is in this race. Sally Carter was the rider in the black and gold of WAIS who was in the previous race. So Wingley Leung swings up the track there. Odette Lynch takes over in the pale green. And one of the Hong Kong riders makes way for Isla Reeve from Canterbury Track Cycling, the New Zealander. And all of a sudden, it's Claudia Marks from ACT Academy of Sport back on the front again. Okay, Nicole Duncan from the New South Wales Institute of Sport swings wide there to let one of the VIS riders have a go. So a couple of laps away now from our first of 4 sprints for this race. A reminder that this race is more about avoiding being at the back of the pack rather than at the front. We'll just be cutting the riders who have the lowest point score at the end of the race. So they will not have the opportunity to participate in the Elite Women's Omnium National Championships. All right, there's the bell. Rider number 194, Cao Yuan from China. In a good position there. She's being challenged on the outside by the blue jersey of Claudia Marks. Ali Anderson in the red and black of Sassy also there. Challenging as they come up towards the line, and it will just be Cao Yuan, I think. The Chinese rider edging out Claudia Marks by half a wheel. I think that was Ali Anderson in the red and black of South Australian Sports Institute who managed to get across for third there. And now we've got an attack from 3 riders. Tsuyaka Uchino, the Japanese rider, is there. Maya Reeve from New Zealand is in second place with the stripy sleeves. And then it is Wingley Leung in the white helmet and teal jersey from Hong Kong. So probably 40 metres of a gap now as Odette Lynch is looking around on the front of the bunch there in the pale green of Keisha Nostromo. So Tsuyaka Uchino, the Japanese rider, proved she was very strong yesterday. Looking very composed there as she drives this trio forward. Lucy Reeve from Canterbury Track Cycling now comes through and takes a turn. And Wingley Leung, the rider from Hong Kong, in the white helmet there now at the front of affairs. Behind, one of the riders from Singapore. That was Valencia Tan who had a turn there. All right, 3 laps to go until this next sprint. And the gap is almost exactly half the track. There's not a lot of impetus from the group behind. So it looks like the first 3 spots in this next sprint are going to go to our leading trio. That means there'll be 1 point available for the first rider from the main bunch to get across. That is, of course, if they don't slow up so much that the entire field is caught by the 3 riders from behind and they all gain a lap. So Nicole Duncan at the front of the main field just has a check over her shoulder where Isla Carr in the black and gold is stalking her. Lucy Reeve from Canterbury looking to close the gap now. It's probably only 30 metres between them and the back of the bunch. I don't think they're going to get across in time. So the first 3 places in this sprint are going to come through. It will be Wingley Leung, the rider from Hong Kong, who takes 5 points. 3 for Lucy Reeve, 2 for Tsuyaka Uchino from Japan. And then who will grab the last one from the main field? It looks like it will be Nicole Duncan from the New South Wales Institute of Sport. So Nicole Duncan grabs the last of the available points there. So that's 2 of our 4-point sprints done now. No rider looking too tempted by the possibility of trying to thrash themselves and gain 20 points in a lap. Possibly saving themselves for a later sprint and hoping that they can then use that energy in the EIT Omnium National Championships later today. So Valencia Tan from Singapore in the white helmet is there. And it looks like our riders are going to catch onto the back of the bunch and gain a lap. So that will be 20 points for Tsuyaka Uchino, Wingley Leung, and so 3 international riders, 1 from Hong Kong, 1 from Japan, 1 from New Zealand, all gaining 20 points there with that lap. So Alyssa Polides in the navy blue of the VIS just swings high on the track there, as it is Valencia Tan, one of the riders from Singapore, who takes a turn on the front, albeit briefly. Claudia Marks now the tall figure in the blue jersey of the ACT Academy of Sport. She's got Hayley Jack in the bright purple helmet, as a big flyer is coming from the rear. That is Sykes, the Kiwi. So Amelia Sykes from Canterbury Track Cycling has attacked from a long way back in the field, but it's paid off. She's gained plenty of space on the field behind, and she'll come through with 2 laps to go now until the next sprint. And with the gap being 70 or 75 metres at the moment, you'd like her chances of being able to stick that out. Sophie Ma is there, Ali Anderson now accelerates around the outside of the main bunch. So the rider from the South Australian Sports Institute. So the bell rings for Amelia Sykes, number 145. 1 lap to go until the sprint for her. Sophie Ma in second place from the bunch behind. Ali Anderson is right there. I think Alyssa Polides is another of the VIS riders also towards the front there. It looks like Amelia Sykes is going to hold on and take 5 points. So 5 points for her, 3 for Sophie Ma from second. I think Ali Anderson might have just held off Alyssa Polides to get third place and 2 points. So that will mean 1 for the second of the VIS riders to cross the line in that bunch. So inside the last 10 laps now. Odette Lynch on the front of the main bunch. Claudia Marks now continues to drive at the front of the field. Nicole Duncan from the New South Wales Institute of Sport just checks over her shoulder, sees Lucy Reeve from New Zealand with the striped sleeves there just to her left. Tsuyaka Uchino only grabbed 2 points from that little move earlier. I think she might be perhaps saving her energy for later in the day. She might have bigger fish to fry. Five laps to go for this main bunch now, being led by Alyssa Polides. Taking the group a little bit higher on the banking. Lucy Reeve happy to keep driving the field on the low line there in the sprinters lane. Amelia Sykes just swings towards the back of the group there. That was about the position in the field that she attacked from on that first go around. And it looks like Odette Lynch on the outside might be trying a move now. So the rider in the pale green, Ali Anderson, sees her coming. Wants to deny the rider from Hawthorn Cycling Club. Odette Lynch is fully committed now, 3 laps to go. That's drawn a response. Nicole Duncan is out there chasing. Valencia Tan from Singapore is in there. Alyssa Polides in the navy blue from the Victorian Institute of Sport is also in the mix. Coming through to get 2 laps to go now. Odette Lynch is there. Valencia Tan up to her back wheel and now passing her. Nicole Duncan will pass her, as will Alyssa Polides. But Odette Lynch still in 4th place as they come in for that final sprint. Nicole Duncan now moves to the outside of the rider from Singapore. Looks like that's Alyssa Polides who's in 2nd place. Claudia Marks with a strong run coming from the outside, the rider from the ACT. Nicole Duncan still looking strong, but will it be Claudia Marks who'll get over the top? It will be. So Claudia Marks takes the last sprint. Nicole Duncan 2nd. I think that was Valencia Tan in 3rd. Possibly Alyssa Polides grabbing 4th place. So that concludes our elite points races, our elite qualifying races for the Omniums. Soon we will have the junior points races beginning, so the next event up on track will be the under 15 girls points race. You can see a few riders there trackside ready to come onto the boards. So our under 15 girls points races are now on the track. So 16 laps total. As it is the rider from Blackburn who's firing them up with 1 lap to go towards this before the sprint. Looks like that's Molly Opperman from Mount Gambier Cycling Club moving around in the black. Hannah Walters is right there from Hamilton Wheelers as well. So it will be Opperman who'll lead them into the home straight. Walters looks like she's in second at the moment. Then that is Grace Alcock from Illawarra in third. Paravi Tunksale from Carnegie nabbed fourth in that sprint. So 11 laps to go now. So 4 laps between sprints in this under 15 girls points race. We just had a sprint at 12 laps to go. We'll also have one at 8, 4 and the finish. So Grace Alcock in the orange of Illawarra Cycling Club, who I have to say has some very shiny wheels. Love that. She peels off and then decides to follow Hannah Walters, the Queenslander, as she keeps the pace up on the inside of the track. So Grace Alcock finds herself back on the front with 1 lap to go until the next sprint. Molly Opperman now starting to come through. So the South Australian there being challenged on the outside by Paravi Tunksale, the Victorian from Carnegie Caulfield. Grace Alcock from Illawarra coming around the outside, now the rider in the orange. Alcock looking to challenge Opperman at the front of this race. Opperman hanging on, no. It will be Grace Alcock who'll grab the 5 points there. 3 points for second place to Molly Opperman, 2 for third place to Paravi Tunksale. And I think it might have been Hannah Walters, it was indeed, who grabbed 4th place and the last point available. Now, in case you missed it earlier in the day, the scratch elimination races, which would normally form part of the Omnium for these juniors, had to be cancelled due to a time delay resulting from damage to the track. So we needed a little bit of time to repair the track and give it some TLC. That meant that the scratch elimination race has been removed from the Junior Omnium program today. So this points race will be the last action for these under 15 girls today. As Hannah Walters now has the bit between her teeth. She's fully committed. Grace Alcock there from Illawarra trying to come across the gap. Molly Opperman leading across Paravi Tunksale. And Maddie Douglas-Savage is the rider from Balmoral, who's on the back of that group there. 1 lap until the next sprint. Hannah Walters moves herself up onto the inside. Paravi Tunksale now moving up into a good position. She's in third wheel and looking to come around the outside. Molly Opperman looking strong, but coming from a long way back. Hannah Walters is currently leading them. Grace Alcock in the orange through Illawarra will challenge her as they come down the home straight, but Hannah Walters will hang on. So she'll take 5 points, 3 for Alcock from Illawarra, and then the 2 and 1 point split between Molly Opperman and Paravi Tunksale. So 3 laps to go in this under 15s points race now. And again, Molly Opperman moving past Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez, the rider in the black and red of Blackburn. Two laps to go now. Rider starting to get ready for the sprint. Hannah Walters moving up along the outside, trying to get herself into a good position. I think Grace Alcock might be spinning a slightly easier gear because her legs seem to be turning noticeably faster than some of the others. Alcock fires it up down the outside. Hannah Walters is there wanting to answer the challenge. Molly Opperman chasing on the inside. But I tell you what, Grace Alcock's got quite a gap now. The rider from Illawarra CC has got 30 or 40 metres as they come into the bottom straight there. So it looks like Grace Alcock will be able to hold on, take this last sprint. She'll get 5 points. Then it's Hannah Walters. I think Maddie Douglas-Savage might have just pipped Paravi Tunksale there for 3rd place. So another excellent race from our under-15 girls. Let's have a round of applause for all of the competitors there, bringing an end to their racing program for the day. All right, so next up will be the first of our 2 under-15 boys points races. Riders just making their way onto the track for their neutral rollout lap. All right, the whistle blows and we are underway. So same format as the previous race, 16 laps, 4 sprints available at laps 12, 8, 4 and 0. And it's the tall figure of Billy Yeo from Orange, who immediately gives way to one of the smaller riders in the field, Declan Dyer. One of the riders from Balmoral, I think that might have been Cam Franks, has injected a bit of pace there. Wants to get things moving nice and early on. George Sloan from Vikings there. Ooh. So Cam Franks in the teal there, winding it up a little bit, and we have to say the pace is really on now as they come in and get the bell before their first sprint. Harley Bradshaw just behind him in the black. Then it's Aidan Wynn, I think, from Brunswick, who's in 2nd place at the moment. Jake Lesky's also there, the small figure coming up the outside for Carnegie Caulfield. Harley Bradshaw pushing hard on those pedals as they come up the inside towards the finish line. It will be Bradshaw, then Lesky, then Wynn. And Leroy Bartlett from Blackburn took the 4th and final point on offer there. That early aggression from Cam Franks has really set the cat among the pigeons. There's a few riders who already are chasing hard. All right, an attack now. This looks like Leroy Bartlett from Blackburn. Billy Yeo, the tall figure in Orange, from the town of Orange in New South Wales. He's got Thomas Allen there in the orange jersey of Illawarra for company. Now this will be Jacob McLaughlin in the navy blue for Wagga Wagga coming up towards the line. Cam Franks gets through quite a small gap there, the rider in the teal, to take the first place. Harley Bradshaw from the University of Queensland is chasing hard. Jake Lesky pedaling furiously there in 3rd place. But it will be Cam Franks who leads them into the home straight here for this next point sprint. Harley Bradshaw is being challenged by Jake Lesky. I think Bradshaw managed to hang on for 2nd. Lesky 3rd, and then it would have been Billy Yeo in 4th place. So 6 laps to go for this main field now. 10 laps done, 6 remaining. Jacob McLaughlin leads them up the sidelines. As for the first time in this race, the bunch is 4 and even 5 wide around the bend there. Cam Franks winds up another big attack. Harley Bradshaw's there for company. Aidan Wynn just behind them, the rider in 3rd place from Brunswick. Cam Franks leading them at the moment. Aidan Wynn flying up the outside, coming out of the slipstream of Harley Bradshaw. He's moved into the lead as they come around that bottom bend and into the home straight. It will be Wynn from Brunswick. So he'll grab 5 points, 3 for Cam Franks, 2 for Harley Bradshaw, and another 1 point for Billy Yeo. So 3 laps to go now as Billy Yeo and Aidan Wynn lead the bunch. The black-clad figure of Harley Bradshaw is not too far away. The 2 riders from Vikings, George Sloan and Sean Bates, are there to keep them company. Two laps left in this under-15 boys points race now. So Billy Yeo on the front, just casting an eye back, seeing if there's an attack coming up the outside. It looks like it now is. Jake Lesky from Carnegie Caulfield coming all the way back there, trying to get a march as soon as he can. He does move to the outside of Billy Yeo. Aidan Wynn moves past him on the outside now. So it's Yeo on the front. He's being challenged by Wynn from Brunswick. Harley Bradshaw also in the mix, but at the moment he's pinched in behind Billy Yeo. As they come up towards the line, it will be Wynn gets the win. Billy Yeo 2nd, Harley Bradshaw in 3rd place. I think it might have been George Sloan who got 4th in that last sprint. It was either him or Cam Franks from Balmoral. There we go. Provisional results are now up on the board. 12 points each for Aidan Wynn and Hayden Bradshaw. Cam Franks in 3rd place. Then it was Billy Yeo and Jake Lesky, 5 points each. All right, our 2nd heat in the under-15 boys points race on the track now and underway. This has been a really competitive field over the past couple of days of racing action. So at the front there, Zachary Thomas from Canberra. So Zachary Thomas from Canberra is there. Ethan Lee from Ipswich Cycling Club coming forward as the first sprint is just about ready to go. Ewan Brown is there as well, the tall figure from Carnegie Caulfield challenging around the outside. Jet Stokes in the white from Randwick Botany and Joseph Natoli also in the mix there. But as they come up towards the line, it will be the Queenslander Ethan Lee who'll grab the first 5 points. Ewan Brown a clear second, and then up to the commissaires between Jet Stokes and Joseph Natoli for third and fourth place there. Now it's Lucas Sturbick from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club who has fired down the outside. So the young man in black and gold tried a couple of similar attacks like this yesterday and had a couple of them pay off. So could well be worth him throwing his chips into the centre of the table here. Patrick Richardson in the bright green helmet from Balmoral just looks to some of his compatriots there, just sort of quizzically asking the question as to how interested everyone else is in chasing. Joseph Natoli seems to have answered the call now. So Lucas Sturbick will take a lead of probably 75 metres into this last lap. I suspect that will be good enough for the young man from Lidcombe Auburn to hang on for the 5 points. Joseph Natoli in the black and red of Blackburn leading the chase as they come down the back straight. Jet Stokes in the white of Randwick Botany within touching distance as well. Ewan Brown there. So it will be Sturbick who'll grab 5 points. 3 for Natoli, 2 for Stokes, 1 for Ewan Brown on the back. And a couple of other riders looking to bunch back up. Ethan Lee is there, and Arnav Chakravarthi also there in the Blackburn kit with the pink helmet. So Lucas Sturbick hasn't been reeled in yet, so he's just keeping the effort on just for the time being. It's a slightly different calculus in the junior racing when there's only 4 laps between sprints. But the bunch seems to be coming across now. Joseph Natoli is there. Is also there. Could be 3 riders in this sprint for the finish. It will be Ewan Brown who gets it. Judge's decision between Stokes and Natoli for second place there. And I think Caden Ryan was able to cross the line in 4th place. And now it is Arnav Chakravarthi in the pink helmet who's decided to have a bit of a crack. And he certainly won't be chased down by the 2 Blackburn teammates he has in that main bunch. And the others seem okay to let him go for the moment. He'd have to hold this effort for another 2 laps, but his head is bobbing like a young man who's trying his very, very hardest. And he's got probably half a track now, well, just shy of that, maybe 100 metres. So Arnav Chakravarthi still out the front. He'll take the bell with 1 lap to go. It looks like it'll take a really great effort to bring him back now, as it is Lucas Sturbick from Lidcombe Auburn who is charging from behind. Joseph Natoli's also there. Jet Stokes is there. Ewan Brown's trying to come around the outside. Ethan Lee in the green of Ipswich also in the mix. But they will not catch Arnav Chakravarthi. He's going to come through and take the last 5 points there. And Ewan Brown just manages to get Lucas Sturbick. So Brown will take second place and 3 points, 2 for Sturbick, and then 1 there for Ethan Lee from Ipswich. Last few riders pushing themselves all the way to their finish line. 2 Balmoral teammates. I think that was Flynn Jensen just managing to pit Patrick Richardson there. So let's have a round of applause for all of the riders in our under 15 boys category. Both of the 2 last races to have finished. They've now finished their racing for the weekend. Well done. All right, the first of our two under 17 girls points races now on the track. So 20 laps in total for the under 17s. As it is Lucy Allen in the orange of Illawarra coming down the track there. Everyone fairly happy to watch each other for the time being. And now it is Chavi Tunksale, the rider in the navy blue of Carnegie Caulfield, just coming to the front of the bunch. Isabella Blackwell from Happy Valley BMX Club tucked in behind her. And she's decided to wind it up a little bit early. Isabella Blackwell back flat as attack and fully extended as she fires into the back straight here before our first sprint lap. Lucy Allen looking to challenge her around the outside, but Blackwell's got a good head of steam here. Coming up towards the line, Allen's closing late. Blackwell just manages to hang on. So 5 points there for Blackwell. 3 points there for Lucy Allen. And I think it was one of the riders there from Bathurst Cycling Club who came across in third place. It was Jenna Gallagher. And then Erin Prince from Lidcombe Auburn, rider number 150, was fourth. So 12 laps to go in this race now. As it is Erica Black from Bathurst in the orange. Just keeping an eye on the front of the field for the moment. Another rider in the orange. This will be Lucy Allen firing down the outside as they come into the last turn. Coming up towards the finish line now. Bell rings, 1 lap to go. So Lucy Allen's there. She's got Billy Russell in the black with the white helmet just behind her. Juno Smith in the red there from Dulwich Hill Cycling Club is currently in third place, but it looks like it will be Allen and Russell tussling up to the line. It will be Billy Russell who takes it from Lucy Allen. Juno Smith in third, and I think Isabella Blackwell just managed to sneak over the line for another point in fourth. As it is Isla Shaw, the rider in the green and black of Shepparton Cycling Club, on the blue bike there coming to the front now. She swings over to another rider from Country Victoria in green and black, but this is Addison Torr from Bendigo Cycling Club. Those two clubs are about an hour and a half's drive apart, but obviously being in Country Victoria with the Christmas Carnival season coming up, they'll have plenty to see of each other over the next few weeks. Now a little bit of a lull now with a couple of laps until the next sprint. Everyone happy to just let the cards reshuffle for the time being. Erica Black just slides up the track, as does Billy Russell. Jenna Gallagher now the Bathurst rider on the front of affairs. They come through and get the bell for the next sprint. Billy Russell there in prime position in the black there. Nicola Morris in the pink also looking to challenge. Lucy Allen now slotting up behind Billy Russell there on the outside in the orange. On the inside in the orange is one of the riders from Bathurst. I suspect that will be Erica Black as they come up to the line. No, it's Jenna Gallagher. Jenna Gallagher comes through and gets the 5 points there. Billy Russell second, Lucy Allen third. And then I think it might have been Alexis Phillips in the navy blue from Wagga Wagga Cycling Club who picked up 1 point there. Right, and as the bunch comes into the home straight now with the pace off a little bit, 3 laps to go, as it is Erin Prince from Lidcombe Auburn in the black and gold who leads them now. She's got Billy Russell just tucked on her wheel. Isabella Blackwell just moving up the outside there. Two laps to go. Still a lot of wary riders. Wary's not a word for Lucy Allen though. The Illawarra rider winding up an attack down the outside. Moving herself up into a good position there with Juno Smith from Dulwich Hill in the red on her wheel. Isla Shaw from Shepparton in the mix as well. So as they come into the last lap, it is Lucy Allen there being passed now by Juno Smith. Isla Shaw from Shepparton is right in the mix. Billy Russell from Brunswick tucked on her wheel. Nicola Morris in the pink of Brunswick also thereabouts. As they come into the line now, Juno Smith from Dulwich Hill being challenged by Isla Shaw. Juno Smith manages to hang on. Isla Shaw gets second place there. Billy Russell at third, and I think that might have been Erin Prince from Lidcombe Auburn who got fourth in that final sprint. Right, and as our first points race makes their way off, our second under-17 girls points race comes onto the track. So as they get rolling now, Chloe Buckley in the green and black of Cairns Cycling Club leading the bunch. Zoe May from Lidcombe Auburn. She's eschewed the club black and gold for quite a bright purple there. Makes her very easy to spot on track. Michaela Tobin from Brunswick in the pink helmet now at the front of the bunch. Maddie Pitt from X Speed over in Perth. And just behind her in the series leaders jersey with the bright pink helmet, that's Sienna Monteith from Balmoral. She's got two of her Balmoral teammates just behind her. So the pace starts to come on here as one of the Balmoral riders moves forward. I think that might be Ava Robbins there in the white helmet with the light blue jersey of Balmoral. Getting ready for our first sprint, and it's Sienna Monteith moving forward. Her club mate Ava Robbins moving up to her back wheel now. Maddie Pitt from Perth coming up on the outside as well. Sienna Monteith still looking good as they come into the home straight. She'll be challenged by her clubmate Ava Robbins all the way to the line. Maddie Pitt is also there. The West Australian gets it. Maddie Pitt 5 points. That will be Ava Robbins taking 3 points. Sienna Monteith 2. And I think that might have been Grace Hunter in the pale pink jersey who got 4th place in that sprint. A flyer now from Bella Potts. Sienna Monteith sees that action going off the front and says, I'll have a piece of that. And all of a sudden, it's 5 Balmoral riders in a row at the front of the race. A testament to the strength of that club from Brisbane. Bella Potts looks over to Sienna Monteith, lets her through. And the cooperation is well and truly on between Bella Potts and Monteith. Looks like that's Michaela Gibbs, who unfortunately had a little bit of a tumble earlier in the Madison, who has now moved up to the front of the bunch. No, that's Ava Robbins, sorry. Michaela Gibbs just tucked in a little further back. So now it's Zoe May in the purple coming to the front. 1 lap to go until the next sprint. Ruby Sauvage from Newcastle Hunter Cycling Club right on her wheel. She's positioned very, very well, but she's got Ava Robbins coming up from behind. There's also the rider in the all black there. That will be Lavinia Ward from Blackburn moving up. Coming up to the sprint now. Oh, I tell you what, Zoe May got the first spot and the 5 points there, but you could have thrown a blanket over 4 of them for the other 3 spots there. We'll definitely leave that one to the commissaires. So 9 laps to go in this race. Lavinia Ward just looks over her shoulder. She's that C's got a gap and decides to push on a little longer. No, with the Balmoral riders coming across to her, the blue train has put Lavinia Ward off that idea. So Chloe Buckley from Cairns now at the front of the race. She's got Bella Potts from Balmoral just behind her. Then it's Zoe May in the purple from Lidcombe Auburn. Ava Robbins and Sienna Monteith also in the mix. Bella Potts there tucked on the inside of the track. Lavinia Ward in the black trying to move up the outside and improve her position. Riders at the front of the bunch going a little bit high on the track, indicating they'd be happy for someone to swing down the bottom and take over the pacemaking. No one tempted to take the bait though. Ruby Sauvage from Newcastle Hunter thought about it for a moment and then thought better of it. Sienna Monteith has had a thought as well. She's firing up an attack now. Oh, a big fall in the middle of the bunch. Couple of riders down. Hope everyone's okay. We'll have the medics there ASAP. One lap until the next sprint. Sienna Monteith is there. She's got Ava Robbins behind her. Zoe May is up to 3rd. Maddie Pitt is in 4th. It looks like it's Robbins who is there in 1st place at the moment. So Robbins looks over her shoulder. Sienna Monteith doesn't challenge her for the 5 points. So 5 points for Robbins, 3 for Monteith. And I think it was 3 there to Maddie Pitt from Perth. And then 1 to Zoe May. Good to see Grace Hunter, one of the fallen riders there, is up on her feet, as is Lavinia Ward. Lavinia Ward actually getting back on her bike. So glad to see that the damage wasn't too lasting for Lavinia Ward and Grace Hunter. Lavinia Ward's number flapping a little bit in the breeze as she just checks her elbow and makes sure there's no bark off. So 3 laps to go now as it is Ava Robbins who leads the main field. So Lavinia Ward just checking herself over. The commissaires have instructed her to come off the track. Probably not the worst idea in the world medically, given that you're often full of adrenaline after a crash. All right, 2 laps to go now, and it is Bella Potts in the blue helmet and Balmoral colours at the front of the bunch. She's got Ava Robbins, the tall figure behind her in the white. Then it's Sienna Monteith, all 3 at the front of clubmates. The first non-Balmoral rider is in 4th place. That's Maddie Pitt from X-Speed over in Perth. So Robin's now in the lead. Sienna Monteith moving up to her outside. Maddie Pitt now looking like she's got a good head of steam coming around the outside. Robbins still looking strong as they come up towards the line for the final sprint. It will be Ava Robbins who holds on. Maddie Pitt will take second place. Sienna Monteith in third. And then I think it was Michaela Gibbs, who was a faller in one of the earlier races today, who will grab the fourth and final scoring spot. Just a quick reminder from the commissaires to other riders in the race. If you do happen to have a crash and you want to rejoin, they just want to remind you that you can't rejoin in the last kilometre of the race. So you cannot rejoin if you have a crash and you want to jump in with 4 laps or fewer to go. All right, moving on now to event 21A on your program. That is the under-17 boys points race. The whistle blows. So as with the previous race, 20 laps of racing, 5 sprints in total. So it looks like that is the figure of Lachlan Ermert at the front there in the red and black of Blackburn. Oscar Schoff from Fraser Coast comes through as well for a brief turn. Lockie Stewart in the white helmet and series leaders jersey has had a pretty dominant weekend of racing so far. Well, I say weekend, it's a Thursday and a Friday. Even better because it means you're not at school. No bike racing at school. All right, number 250 leading them there. That's Joshua Moore in the black. Big sprint coming from behind. That's Cooper Dunlop in the black jersey with the white stripe moving up the outside there. They're 3 wide as they come. Tyler Cunningham from South Coast is there. Cooper Dunlop gets there just ahead of a late charging Benjamin Cade, who's in the red and blue jersey there. Photo finish for the minor spots. And Oscar Schoff, who missed out on the points in that sprint, has a look over his shoulder and decides to have a go. So Tyler Cunningham got third and 2 points in that one, and then it was Lockie Stewart who got 4th place and 1 point. All of these riders will have seen how powerful Oscar Schoff was when he got away with Lockie Stewart yesterday in the tempo race. So they'll realise that he's a real threat to stay away for quite a few laps here if they're not careful. And that's probably why there's such a sense of urgency among the field. So Oscar Schoff looks over his shoulder there as he comes down the home straight with 12 to go. Gap is probably about 50 metres. Benjamin Cade from Whyalla Cycling Club takes a turn. Then it's Cooper Dunlop. Then I think that's Gabrielle Jakobsen in the orange of Illawarra who's just come through for a turn. Oscar Schoff has 1 lap to go. Lockie Stewart, who joined him for so much of that tempo race yesterday, has got the bit between his teeth and is trying to chase him down. Oscar Schoff is still pushing hard, but Lockie Stewart's coming at a rate of knots. The Queenslander comes into the home straight now. Lockie Stewart's going to make it tight, but Oscar Schoff is going to hold on. 3 points for Lockie Stewart for second place. And then it was down to the throw between Archie Martin from Carnegie Caulfield and one of the riders in black there. I think that might have been Joshua Moore, number 250. So Lockie Stewart has taken second place in that sprint. And the age group national champion for the time trial on the road, unsurprisingly, is happy on his own. Oscar Schoff and Benjamin Cade want to make sure that Stewart can't get too much of a lead here. They're chasing those very shiny wheels of Lockie Stewart now. Stewart just checks over his shoulder. He's got basically the length of the first turn. So Stewart will come into the home straight now. This will be 7 to go for him, so he'd have to hold this effort for another couple of laps at least. But crucially, Schoff and Cade are looking back to the field behind them rather than to Stewart in front. That's generally a sign that you're starting to lose ground rather than gain it. And the gap to Stewart has started to go back out again. So the young man from Alpine Cycling Club, Lockie Stewart, wearing the National Series leaders jersey. 1 lap to go until the next sprint. Stewart is in first, then it will be between Cade and Schoff for second and third. It's a late charge. That looks like Lachlan Ermert, who is challenging for fourth place there with, I think that might be Felix Crossman. Stewart takes first place, then it's Cade, Schoff, and then Ermert takes the last of the available points. So Lockie Stewart just coming up now with 4 laps to go. This sort of long solo has been a trademark of Stewart's riding so far this weekend. Gabriel Jakobsen there just swings down the track. So a chasing group of 4 is now forming, containing Oscar Schoff, Ben Cade, Lachlan Ermert, and Felix Crossman from Balmoral. So the Queenslander Crossman, just looking across his shoulder there. Lockie Stewart's gap continues to open. 2 laps to go for Lockie Stewart now. Lachlan Ermert, Oscar Schoff, Gabriel Jakobsen, Benjamin Cade, Felix Crossman. And it is Benjamin Woods who's the last rider there for Blackburn. Lockie Stewart comes up to the back of some lapped riders. So the youngster from the Alpine Cycling Club regularly trains with the likes of Luke Plapp, who's known to be pretty handy. 1 lap to go for the sprint from the field as well. Still 3 points available for the rest of the bunch. Lockie Stewart will come up to the line now. He will win this final sprint and take 5 points. And behind it is Oscar Schoff coming at a rate of knots. Benjamin Cade challenging him on the outside. It will be the South Australian beating the Queenslander. So Cade takes second, Schoff third, and 4th place in that final sprint to Felix Crossman from Balmoral. A little bit of a pat on the back for Lockie Stewart there from Lachlan Ermert. But an excellent race for all involved. I'm trying to think of a word to describe it, and frenetic is the one that keeps coming to mind. All right, our second group of riders are out there for the under-17 boys points race. 20 laps of action. So it is Hugo Alcock from Illawarra Cycling Club in the orange, leading them out at the moment. George Mulhern from Brunswick now coming up and having a spin. Couple of riders in the colours of Neo in this field. So Noah Brooks from Blackburn just on the front, has a little bit of a check over the shoulder to see if anyone's coming up from behind. Riders start increasing the pace now as it's a lap and a half until the first of the sprints. So as the bell rings, it will be Noah Brooks who leads them. Carter Payne from Tawamutu Sports from New Zealand. North Island in second place there in the red. Then he's got a couple of Neo riders challenging him from behind in the blue and green. But it looks like Noah Brooks is holding strong and the Blackburn rider's going to come forward. He's going to take the first sprint. Then it will be Carter Payne in second and the two Neo riders. So I think that's Luca Zucchiati and Ruben Shepherd, who is from Randwick Botany Cycling Club but is wearing a Neo kit today. I think in part because he raced in the team sprint earlier with Neo. Oh no, that's Harvey Challenor and Luca Zucchiati, who are the two riders from Neo. My apologies. So Harvey Challenor in the black helmet and the Neo kit swings through. Lets Luca Zucchiati with the white helmet in for a turn. Pace has just eased a little bit here. And it looks like that's the figure of Liam Underwood from Norwood, who's flown up the outside there. He tried a long-range attack yesterday and it paid off quite well for him. This time George Mulhern and Carter Payne aren't going to let him have that kind of real estate as they come in with one lap until the sprint. It is Underwood who leads now. Payne is second in the red. George Mulhern there, who was a faller yesterday, slotted into third for the time being, the rider from Brunswick. As they come into the home straight now, Liam Underwood from South Australia looks like he's going to hold strong. He'll take 5 points. Carter Payne second. George Mulhern third. Then I think it might have been Harvey Challenor. Yes, it was indeed. I think it was Harvey Challenor who got the 4th place there. Carter Payne from Tawamutu Sports now checks over his shoulder. He's got a good little gap now. Pretty classic road tactic to attack just after the sprint when others are tired and looking for a rest. Oh no, I tell a lie, it's Jamie Henderson of Tawamutu Sports. His teammate Carter Payne is controlling the bunch behind, making sure that nobody gets too many ideas about chasing his man down. So Jamie Henderson comes into the home straight. 7 laps to go now. As a little bit further back, it is Harvey Challenor from Neo CC who swings up the track. Carter Payne, the next rider in line, he obviously has no interest in chasing down Jamie Henderson. Henderson comes through and gets the bell for the penultimate sprint. So it looks like Henderson will be able to take at least this sprint, if not a lap on the field here. As they wind up behind for the main sprint, it's Luca Zucchiati challenging Carter Payne there. One of the Brunswick riders coming around the outside now. So Henderson takes 5 points. It'll be Zucchiati 2, Riley Boyd taking 3rd place and 2 points. Zucchiati getting 2nd place and 3 points. And then Carter Payne, 4th place and 1 point for him. So Jamie Henderson with half a track's worth of lead has no reason not to push on here. He grabbed 5 points for that sprint. He can easily get himself another 5 if he stays out to the end, or possibly even 20 if he can catch the main bunch again. Liam Underwood, the rider from Norwood Cycling Club in the navy blue on the red bike. He's charging across the gap now. Riley Boyd sees the danger and wants a piece of that. Carter Payne just looks over his shoulder, wants to defer the chasing there to the rider there from Blackburn. I think that's Casper Chuang. So Riley Boyd looking strong. He's in second place on the track at the moment. So coming in to get the bell now will be Carter Henderson. Oh, sorry, Jamie Henderson. His teammate is Carter Payne. So Liam Underwood looking good for second here at the moment. Riley Boyd holding strong in third, and there'd be one spot left to sprint for from the main bunch. Luca Zucchiardi wants that 1 point to go to him. So a very strong ride there. Jamie Henderson takes his second sprint in a row. Liam Underwood's going to hold on for second place there. Riley Boyd for third, and Carter Payne just comes over the top and gets the last available point for the New Zealanders. So you'd have to say the pair from Tawamutu Sports on the North Island have had a pretty successful points race just there. It's all right when they're wearing the same jersey. It's when they're in the same coloured helmet and they're about the same height. I'm just like, oh. Glad to hear it's been appreciated. Thank you. All right, our third and final under-17 boys points race just coming onto the track now. So this race will mark the end of our Australian Junior Track Series program for the day. After this, we'll have the under-19 women's scratch race, which will commence their National Omnium Championships. So 20 laps of riding, as it is one of the riders from Viking Cycling Club. That's Jackson McDonald there, with the red on one shoulder and white on the other. Vikings being a club based in Tuggeranong in the southern suburbs of Canberra. One of two major cycling clubs in the nation's capital, along with Canberra Cycling Club, obviously. Often easy to spot the two apart in races because Vikings have a lot of red in their kits, and Canberra Cycling Club use a mix of black, white and light blue. All right, the bell rings before the first sprint, and it's Omer Kermizi in the black and orange of Brunswick who's at the front of affairs. Being challenged down the outside by Max Woodruff from Launceston City Cycling Club in the pink. As they come up towards the line, it looks like it's Woodruff who will take the first 5 points. Rider number 233, Kane Atsapati from Whyalla Cycling Club, gets second place and 3 points. I think the Vikings rider there managed to get 2. And Kermizi and McDonald are happy to keep driving here. And then Ewan Grierson from Norwood CC decides that he would like to be a part of that at the front of the field. Hugo Barnes from Dulwich Hill in the bright red jersey there wants to snuff that attack out and maybe even put in one of his own. So they come in, 13 laps to go now. So this will be Harrison Lace in the white helmet and the jersey with the teal sleeves there from South Coast Cycling Club. He's got Jet Pets from Norwood Cycling Club. So 3 South Australians in a row at the front of the field there, as it is Grierson from Norwood who comes up to the back of that duo. Then the first non-South Australian rider as they come into this last sprint is in 4th place. That's the rider from Dulwich Hill. So Harrison Pace in the white helmet there leads them down the back straight. Jackson McDonald from Vikings is coming high up the track looking to make a late surge. I don't know if he'll have enough real estate to get there. So Harrison Pace will take 5 there. Then it was Seth Harrison from South Coast Cycling Club. Got 2nd place in that sprint. And then quite tight for 3rd and 4th. So the pace has eased after that first sprint. Seth Harrison from South Coast Cycling Club in South Australia just looks over his shoulder. Just checks if there's anyone looking at increasing the pace around the outside. Looks like there are a couple of takers now. William Peace from Wagga Wagga Cycling Club thought about attacking off the banking there. That didn't quite pay off for him. So it is the rider from Dulwich Hill, Hugo Barnes, at the front now. He swings off. We're coming in towards the bell lap for the penultimate sprint. And Omer Kamizi from Brunswick fires up an attack as they come into the home straight. Harrison Pace on the pace right just behind him. Max Woodruff in the pink from Launceston City Cycling Club, well and truly within touching distance. So it's Pace trying to come up the outside now. Kamizi still holding the front place and the inside position. They come up towards the line and it is Pace who just manages to get there. Half a wheel in it, but Harrison Pace banks himself 5 points there. Omer Kamizi in 2nd place, grabbing 3 points. 2 there for Max Woodruff for 3rd. And I think 4th place there went to the Dulwich Hill rider, Hugo Barnes. Keep going, Barnesy, is the call from over the sidelines, making it something that's been said both to Hugo Barnes to encourage him on and both my dad at a Cold Chisel concert a few years ago. So Harrison Pace just checks over his shoulder. He's got his fellow South Australian Seth Harrison on his wheel for now. Pace has gone out as the riders just take a moment to recover their breath. Everybody's looking pretty gassed after a hard couple of days of racing, but there's surely enough in the tank for 2 furious final laps here. Hugo Barnes follows the attack there by Jet Pets. So Jet Pets from Norwood on the high side of the track. Hugo Barnes in the red on the inside for now. Max Woodruff in the pink from Launceston now into 3rd place. But it will be Hugo Barnes who will lead them into the final lap. South Coast Cycling's rider coming up close there, but it is now Max Woodruff who is charging down the outside. He's got some company on his wheel, though. Max Woodruff is going to have to fight all the way to the end. The Tasmanian is just going to hang on. It was Kane Azzopardi from Whyalla Cycling Club coming late there, not quite able to get around. So Azzopardi will take 3 points there. And good to see some sprints even further down the field. Right, that concludes our under-17 boys points racing. Let's have a round of applause for all of the competitors there. Fabulous days racing here at Disc for them. So we're now... So this will be our Junior 19 women's scratch race. So a good little field assembled here. We're just waiting on one more helper for one of the riders on the sprinters lane. So taking part in this one will be Megan Moore, number 122, number 138, Quinn Rothenbuehler, number 144, Sophie Maxwell, 159, Amelie Sanders, my apologies. Number 162, Neve Parslow. Number 181, Anna Dubier. Number 183, Caitlin Rose. Number 184, Hayley Dell. Number 185, Liani Vanderberg. Number 189, Paige Squire. Number 190, Madeline Wasserback. Number 199, Ava Schmidtke. Number 200, Hannah Payne. Number 204, Sarah Berger. Number 208, Elsie Apps. Number 209, Isabel Prince. And rounding out the field, number 210, Emily Hines. So this will be the opening event in the Junior Women's 19 Omnium. So this will be the scratch race. 30 laps of racing. First one over the line at the end wins, with points then distributed further down the field. So the better you're placing in that final sprint, the more points you earn. So 40 points for first place, 38 for second, 36 for third, and so on. So the pace quite high here already. So coming through to the front there, right at number... Okay, first rider at the front there in the purple is Madeline Wasserback from Port Adelaide Cycling Club. A rider who dabbles between road track. She's also the under-19 cyclocross national champion. As they come up towards the line now, it's rider number 184, Hayley Dell from Newcastle Hunter in the bright blue helmet, who comes through for a turn. Rider number 210, Emily Hines from Dubbo CC, just coming through and taking a turn at the front there. The bright blue sleeves of the New South Wales Institute of Sport lead it through there. That's Anna Dubier from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club. In the colours of the South Australian Sports Institute, Liana Vanderberg. Number 138, Quinn Rothenbuehler, the Brunswick rider there. In the skin suit with the orange shoulders. So bunch quite content to roll around for the time being, as it is the rider from the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Dubier, who comes through for another turn as they come through the finish line. So with a third of this 30-lap scratch race done, not a whole lot to report in terms of big attacks off the front. Everyone fairly content to roll around in the bunch for now. The current leader of the pack, just swinging off now, is Hannah Payne from Tawamutu Cycling Club, just south of Auckland. The maroon of QAS now coming to the fore. That's Amelie Sanders from Gold Coast Cycling Club. The tall figure in the colours of Balmoral, that's Megan Moore. Or Megan Moore. Rider number 162 in the colours of Hamilton Wheelers there. That's Neve Parslow. So one rider there raising a hand. I think someone's had a mechanical problem, possibly a flat tyre. So halfway through this wrap now, this race now, and the lap times are gradually decreasing as the pace goes up.
Oh, I've got one. It's just a bit of a, yeah. It's working. I'll switch it over to you so it doesn't come through that. It's fine.
So 11 laps to go now, as it is Paige Squire in the all black from Norwood Cycling Club. Moves it over so her fellow South Australian Liani Vanderberg can have a go at the front. And it is Dubier from Lidcombe Auburn there. She's got rider number 204, Sarah Berger from Viking Cycling Club. The distinctive jersey, one red shoulder, one white. All right, two-thirds done with this scratch race as it is Quinn Rothenbuehler from Brunswick who moves to the fore. Riders still happy to look at each other for the time being, but the tension gradually increases over the course of a scratch race. Dubier still at the front, right at number 156 there. I think that might be one of the New Zealanders. So as the under-19 men are being called up for their scratch race now, what has been a simmering field in this under-19 women's race, now starting to come to a slow boil. And we'll have it as a rolling boil in about 5 laps' time when they're sprinting for the win. Hannah Payne from Tawamutu Cycling Club in the black, blue, yellow and green there. Hannah Payne still on the front, and it's only now that someone decides to have a think about a long-range attack. That's Paige Squire from Norwood in the all black. She comes down the outside, gets herself 5 metres over this group, but there are plenty of folks interested in chasing her down. Hannah Payne, chief among them. The rider in 3rd place from Hamilton Wheelers there is Neve Parslow. Then behind her, and that'll be one of the riders from Newcastle Hunter there. Coming in, 2 laps to go now. It is still Hannah Payne. Now it's Maddie Wasserback. The Port Adelaide rider fires it down the right-hand side. Quickly followed by one QAS rider, one Sassy rider. I think that's Leonie Vanderberg, who's in 3rd place at the moment. The QAS rider just has a look over her shoulder there. Maddie Wasserback will lead them in. 2nd place at the moment is Emily Sanders from Gold Coast Cycling Club. Leonie Vanderberg in 3rd place for the time being. Coming up to the final turn now, Maddie Wasserback has got the inside lane, but I think she's starting to run out of legs. She's being challenged by the Queenslander, and it will be Emily Sanders taking the win there. I think Leonie Vanderberg might have just gotten up for 2nd place there. Maddie Wasserback, I believe, was able to hang on for 3rd. So our under-19 men's scratch racers just coming up and getting themselves sorted. So on the barrier, starting from the line and working backwards, we have Zach Douglas Savage. Then we've got Toby Jones, number 8, Max Newspan, number 16, Taj Hindle, number 32, William Holtzberger, number 35, Ethan Lesky, number 40, David Kwan, number 42, Jamie Cantel Roberts, number 44, Alex Hughes, number 55, Lachlan Walters, number 56, Jonas Shelverton, number 58, Liam Galtman, number 79, Alec Guglielmucci, number 84, Oliver Ward, number 85, William Brown, number 94, Samuel Hilditch, number 113, and Bailey McDonald, number 115. And our under-19 men's races are off and rolling. So as with the under-19 women, 30-lap scratch race, 40 points for the first rider over the line at the end. So William Holtzberger from Bundaberg CC just taking a turn there and swinging up high on the track in the white and black jersey. The sassy jersey there of rider number 84, Alec Guglielmucci, coming through for a turn. Now will be another of the sassy riders handing off, and that will be Toby Jones there in the QAS maroon and blue. And I'll tell you what, even in these early stages, this under-19 men's scratch race is taking no prisoners. This is quite a serious pace here, as Liam Galtman from Lidcombe Auburn CC in the New South Wales Institute of Sport with the light blue on the sleeves just swings up the track, decides to let someone else have a go. Number 56, Lachlan Walters there from Hamilton Wheelers has a turn. So plenty of opportunities early on for riders to size each other up a little bit, work out who's looking strong within the bunch. So 3 sassy riders in this cohort from South Australia. You can see 1 rider from the New South Wales Institute of Sport. And a good little mix of riders from elsewhere. We've also got a couple of riders from Counties Manukau Cycling from suburban Auckland. David Kwan and Jamie Cantel-Roberts, numbers 42 and 44, who have made the trip across the ditch to come and join us, which we always appreciate, of course. And the first little bit of space has been gained by one of the sassy riders. And it's almost as soon as I say that, Jonas Shelverton from Hobart Wheelers in the colours of Bridge Lane closes that one down. And then it is Alex Hughes from Gold Coast Cycling Club in the QAS kit, the maroon and blue there, looking, you'd have to say, pretty unconcerned, even with his quite hot pace. So Zachary Douglas Savage from Balmoral just gained a little bit of space on the field there. Swung up the track almost before he had a chance to look over his shoulder and realise he'd actually made a gap. But with more than half the race to go, perhaps unsurprising that he didn't want to try and stick out a solo from here. Jonas Shelverton is there at the front. The rider from Bridge Lane just has a look down the track to see if anyone else wants to take up the pacemaking. One of the QAS riders decides to oblige, as it's now Samuel Hilditch from the University of Queensland Cycling Club in the all-white jersey. So more than half of this scratch race done now. No one's been able to be gapped off the back just yet. Perhaps a comment on just how evenly matched most of this field is. Or perhaps an indication that we haven't quite dialed it all the way up to 11 just yet. So 10 laps to go as they come through the line there. Liam Galtman from Lidcombe Auburn in the New South Wales Institute of Sport colours. Just swings up the track, reinserts himself into the field about halfway down. So Bailey McDonald from Viking CC, he's in the blue jersey of the ACT Academy of Sport. Just slots himself in towards the back there after taking a turn. And Lockie Walters now from Hamilton Wheelers decides to have a bit of a gamble. So he's being chased down by Jamie Cantell-Roberts. Samuel Hilditch now chasing down. Bailey McDonald now looking a bit more serious. People are a lot more tucked over now. So Bailey McDonald with 50 metres worth of a lead. As William Brown from Port Adelaide is now chasing. A couple of his sassy teammates right up near the pointy end of affairs. Lockie Walters has really gambled on this here. So far it's paying off, but there are still 5 laps to the finish. And that's a long way to go, even on fresh legs. I think the Queenslander just swings up the banking as he acknowledges he might not make it. But the pace is well and truly on now. Alex Hughes goes through and flicks the elbow. Samuel Hilditch in the white doesn't seem all that keen on coming through right now. Wants to make sure that he keeps at least one rider in front of him as they get down towards the sprint. Coming up now, 3 laps to go. There's a lot of looking around. Alec Guglielmucci at the front there for Norwood Cycling Club in the red colours of Sassy. And now it looks like Jonas Shelverton from Hobart and Team Bridgelane coming around the outside. 2 laps to go now. The pace is really increasing. Still some looking around at the front. No one really committed just yet. Looks like that's Toby Jones from Balmoral riding up on the outside. The QAS rider has got a teammate on the inside, so Toby Jones will lead them into the last lap. Alex Hughes from Gold Coast right in behind him, but it's Toby Jones who's at the front right at the moment. Being chased down from behind. Jonas Shelverton is there. Samuel Hilditch is there. Toby Jones looking strong all the way up to the line. Will he be able to hold it? Yes, he will. So Toby Jones from Balmoral takes the win there. Second place there for Alex Hughes, his QAS teammate. And if that scratch race is an indication of anything to come, we're in for an absolute treat of an under-19 men's Omnium later today. Okay, our riders for the elite women's scratch race are just moving into position now. On the fence, starting from the line and working backwards, Sophie Edwards, number 119, Lucy Reeve, number 146, number 175, Tsuyaka Uchino, number 140, Claudia Marks, number 147, Megan Baker, number 176, Mizuki Ikeda, number 145, Amelia Sykes, 141, Lauren Bates, 135, Mackenzie Milne, 149, Alyssa Pilates, number 132, Sophie Ma, number 131, Lilith Jones. We also have Wingli Leung from Hong Kong, Xia Wing Li, also from Hong Kong, Zhang Meng, number 196, Chan Yu Yang, 168, Nicole Duncan, 153, rider number 194, Cao Yaon, 182, Kira Will, 197, Valencia Tan, 191, Ali Anderson, 148, Maya Wolfenden, and number 206, Isla Carr. So as they come through this time, it's Valencia Tan, just ahead of her teammate Elizabeth Liao, the two riders from Singapore. So we've got riders from Australia, New Zealand, Hong Kong, Singapore and Japan represented here, as well as China. The tall figure of Claudia Marks just swings off the front there. So 40 laps in this elite women's scratch race, 10 kilometres of racing overall. So 40 laps of racing and 40 points in your Omnium score if you're able to cross the line first at the end. 38 for the second, 36 for third, and so on down the field. Kira Will there from the New South Wales Institute of Sport swings off the front. Ali Anderson from Port Adelaide Cycling Club also takes a brief turn before handing it over to one of the riders from Singapore. I think that was Valencia Tan. The distinctive yellow handlebar tape of Elizabeth Liao from Singapore. Also swinging off the front, Sophie Ma on that bright yellow look bike, and the navy blue of VIS now on the front of the field. Only one representative from the WA Institute of Sport in the bright yellow and black there, that's Isla Carr. And now it's Tsuyaka Uchino, the Japanese rider who had a fantastic Omnium last night. The Japan TV crew who are here filming this event will be quite happy to see her doing well. So she's one of two Japanese riders in this field, along with Mizuki Ikeda, number 176. Claudia Marks staying nice and aero with a nice flat back. That's the position that coaches will often teach youngsters to try and hold. Obviously a priority for her being a taller rider to try and hold as aero a position as possible. As they come through the line now, that's Amelia Sykes in the blue there. So 3 riders from Hong Kong in this field, all in the teal jerseys. The one rider who's wearing a black helmet there, that's Chan Yu Yang. Also in this field, number 172, Sherwing Lee, who represented Hong Kong in both the Omnium and the road race at the recent Paris Olympics. So coming up to the halfway point of this 40-lap scratch race. No big moves as of yet, but the pot of pace is on the boil and the temperature's slowly coming up. As Elizabeth Liao from Singapore takes a turn on the front. Alyssa Polides in the dark blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport. She's got Isla Carr from WA on her wheel. Sophie Edwards, member of the Australian national team, Adelaide-based, comes through for a turn on the front. So the stripy sleeves there of Lucy Reeve from Canterbury Track Cycling, one of the Kiwis in the field. And then 2 riders from the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Kira will be right up there, number 182. So rider number 141, one of 2 riders in this field for the ACT Academy of Sport, Lauren Bates, peels off. Her teammate Claudia Marks now on the front. Could very nearly balance a cup of tea between Claudia Marks' shoulders and you wouldn't spill a drop. She's so still when she's in her aero position. Isla Carr from Western Australia comes through, only on the front for a moment there. As is now Tsuyaka Uchino from Japan coming through, taking a turn. .13 laps to go. Pace is still gradually increasing. The pot of pace is slowly starting to boil. A couple of bubbles rising up from the bottom of the saucepan now. Sherwing Lee Swings an elbow. Wing Li Leung from Hong Kong. Two of the riders in the teal jerseys there, taking a turn in a row. Tsuyaka Uchino from Japan now on the front. Isla Clark flicks the elbow. Lucy Reeve from Canterbury now on the front of the field. So we're now 3/4 of the way through this elite women's scratch race. As Alyssa Pilates from the Victorian Institute of Sport, she flicks her elbow. Zhang Meng from the Sichuan cycling team from southern China comes on through. Tsuyaka Uchino coming through and taking a turn of pace there. Even when she's dropping back into the field, she's not dropping herself all the way back to the right to the rear of the field. She's only putting herself back in the field about halfway down, ensuring that she doesn't drop too far back for when the pace really does increase as we get up towards the sprint here. Riders starting to bunch up a little more, generally a sign that the pace has slowed somewhat. Few folks starting to look around a little bit, checking out their rivals, looking at who might be considering a long-range attack. One of the key candidates for that is in second place at the moment. That's Maya Wolfenden. The New Zealand rider has tried that a couple of times in her earlier races. Some more effective than others. So 6 laps to go as it is Lauren Bates who leads them through the finish line that time. Five laps to go. Here we go. Someone's decided on a flyer there. That's Chan Yu Yang from Hong Kong, who's really put the cat among the pigeons with that attack. Gained 20 or 30 metres on the field, but that's not a lot of gap with 4 full laps to go. Claudia Marks it is who's chasing it down. Then it's Alyssa Pilates. Sophie Ma is right there. And Sherwing Lee, the teammate of the rider out front, slotting into 4th wheel for the moment. So Chan Yu Yang looks like she'll be reeled back in. Rider number 148 there, it is Maya Wolfenden. Another rider who likes a long solo. Sophie Ma recognises the danger, tries to go up to her wheel, manages to get there. Coming into 2 laps to go now. Maya Wolfenden on the front of the field. Looking back, no attacks coming from too far back. The pace is too high at the moment. Tsuyaka Uchino is right there. Maeve Plouffe is in the mix as well. Coming into the home straight, bell will ring now. Sophie Ma in first place, Claudia Marks in second, Sherwing Lee up to third. Tsuyaka Uchino coming around the outside, but it looks like it's Claudia Marks who's got the advantage coming in. She'll take the win. Sherwing Lee grabbing second there, the rider from Hong Kong, Tsuyaka Uchino in third. And then it was the rider in the Australian national kit. Pretty sure that was Sophie Edwards who grabbed 4th place. So first event of our elite women's Omnium has been completed. So the riders in our elite men's scratch race coming onto the track now. So on the fence, from closest to the line working backward, number 11, Tyler Tompkinson, number 47, Mitchell Fitzsimmons, number 78, Andre Dubier, number 62, Chin Ying Mo, number 109, Kian Kere Watts, number 15, Blake Agnoletto, number 71, Aya Hashimoto, number 54, Noah Blannon, number 2, Liam Walsh, number 10, James Moriarty, number 4, Rowan Hayden Smith, and number 61, Wan Yu Vincent Lau. And then in the sprinters lane at the bottom of the track, starting from the line and working backwards, number 117, John Carter, number 50, Declan Trezise, number 86, Oliver Bledden, number 77, Zach Marriage, number 174, Shoki Kawano, number 73, Shoi Matsuda, number 111, Oliver Watson-Palmer, number 59, Sunwei Chu, number 72, Naoki Kojima, number 92, Connor Lay, and number 87, Will Holmes. All right, our riders are off and rolling for our elite men's scratch race. 40 laps ahead of them. All right, there's the whistle. 40 laps of hard and intense racing for our field here at the AusCycling Elite Men's National Omnium Championships. The first race on the agenda is going to be the scratch race. So rider number 109 at the front there, Kian Kere Watts, one of the riders from New Zealand who's in this race. So we've got riders from Australia, New Zealand, Hong Kong and Japan here with us today. So Will Holmes there, the rider at the front, rider number 87 in the red and black of the South Australian Sports Institute. He's got one teammate in this field, number 77, Zach Marriage, former under-19 Team Pursuit national champion. Kian Kere Watts, the New Zealander at the front there, swaps it over for Zach Marriage. Andre Dubier in the bright blue there, the New South Welshman. Then it is one of the riders from ARA Skip Capital who comes to the fore. That's Blake Agnoletto, number 15. The distinctive style of Shoi Matsuda with his hands draped over his drops. Moves to the front briefly, then swings up the track. So 4 riders from the Japanese team here in this race. Naoki Kojima, who put in a fantastic battle in the Omnium last night against Liam Walsh. He's also got teammates in the form of Aya Hashimoto, Shoi Matsuda and Shoki Kawano. So Oliver Bledden it is in the Aussie national team kit. A couple of the riders from Hong Kong now finding themselves towards the front of the bunch. So that was Sunwei Chu who just swung off there. And he's also got Wan Yu Vincent Lau in the field. So 2 riders from Hong Kong. Sorry, 3 riders from Hong Kong in the field, my mistake. Chin Ying Mo is the other rider from the island of Hong Kong who's decided to join us here for some high-quality track racing in Melbourne. one of the Japanese riders. It is the distinctive style of Shoei Matsuda, has jumped up and gotten a bit of an advantage. One of the QAS riders has noticed that's a bit of a threat. Connor Lay, the big Western Australian on the front of the pack, looks behind him and sees if he's going to have some support coming. So it is Noah Blannon who's trying to cross that gap there, number 54. So it is Noah Blannon and Shoei Matsuda on the front for now. One of the riders from Hong Kong wants in on that action, so he's crossing the gap. But almost immediately swings up the track as he notices that the bunch behind him are closing in at a rate of knots. So it will be Blake Agnoletto leading the bunch there. Mitchell Fitzsimmons, the next rider in line in the main field. Oliver Bledden, gold medalist in the team pursuit in Paris. Also in the mix there in the Australian track team's national kit. And winding up a little bit of attack there is Zach Marriage in the red of Sassy. I think that might be Hashimoto from Japan who's decided to join him. James Moriarty, number 10, another member of the Australian national track team. And the bunch just fans out a little bit at the front. Connor Lay doesn't want any part of slowing down at this point. Neither does Declan Trezise, as the Queenslander in the maroon and blue charges through to the front. Lay slots in on his wheel. Then it will be, I think that is John Carter there in third place. And Rowan Hayden-Smith in the blue and red. Just behind him. So 4 riders out the front at the moment. Oliver Bledden has the bit between his teeth chasing. Blake Agnoletto is up there, as are 3 of the riders from the Hong Kong squad. So the main bunch have clearly recognised that this is a dangerous group, as it's Zach Marriage and Oliver Bledden now trying to cross the gap to them. Shoei Matsuda, hands in that familiar position, making his way all the way across, and he will close that gap down now as Connor Lay and John Carter swing up the track there, acknowledging that they aren't getting away quite yet. So we've just passed the halfway mark of this 40-lap race, as it is Oliver Bledden now who goes on the move. Tyler Tompkinson is there as well, another one of the riders from Japan. Mishoki Kawano, I think. Oliver Bledden and Will Holmes appearing to have a little bit of a... All right, Declan Trezise now leading the field. He's got Zach Marriage right in behind him. Then it is Shoki Kawano from the Japanese team. Will Holmes not all that keen to chase his sassy teammate Zach Marriage for the time being. Tyler Tompkinson wants a piece of it though. He's now got Connor Lay, the big Western Australian, on his wheel. Sam Moriarty there. Rider number 10 closing the gap down. The West Australian John Carter not too far behind him. With Naoki Kojima from Japan also there and thereabouts. Oh, and that's a broken chain there for one of the Kiwi riders there. That is very unfortunate for Kian Kere-Watts. Not a whole lot you can do about that when your chain decides it's had enough. So it's now 2 riders at the front. Shoei Matsuda is there, as is rider number 61, Vincent Lau from Hong Kong. Tyler Tompkinson is on the chase. Connor Lay is on the chase, and there's a second Japanese rider trying to come up to that leading pair now. So that second Japanese rider is Aya Hashimoto. So if they were able to make the gap successfully, it would be 2 Japanese riders in that front group of 5. So So coming in 9 laps to go. Our front group now is 6 riders strong. Connor Lay, then Aya Hashimoto. Tyler Tompkinson is there. Shoei Matsuda is there, as is Vincent Lau, and Zach Marriage just tagged on the back. So as they come through with 7 laps to go, it is Aya Hashimoto, then it is Connor Lay in the yellow. Zach Marriage is there in the red, John Carter in the purple there, and it is Tyler Tompkinson in the maroon and blue of QOS. This front group of 5 are really thrashing themselves now, and they seem to have a little more urgency in the front group. They're cooperating with each other really well. The bunch behind riding high on the banking, waiting to see who will take the bait to chase down from behind. One of the riders from Queensland has noticed the danger there. I think that's Liam Walsh. It is indeed Liam Walsh, the winner of last night's Omnium. Is going to have to put in quite a solo effort to get across to this front bunch, but I tell you what, that man is in sparkling form. And almost within the space of a lap and a half, it looks like Walsh will get there. Just 4 laps left to go now, as it is Zach Marriage on the front. As they come down the back straight, Marriage on the front, John Carter in second, Tompkinson in third. Then it is Hashimoto in fourth, Connor Lay, and then Zach Marriage slotting back in. So Will Holmes and one of the riders from Hong Kong have noticed the danger and are trying to get across. So John Carter leading them through. Into the back straight now, a lap and a half to go for our leading 6. Surely now these 6 will divide up the spoils between them. 40 points for the winner of this race. We're about to get the bell. Who will it be who'll take it? Liam Walsh moving out the outside. He had a huge move to get across to this group. He's putting in another one to try and put the race in his pocket now. Liam Walsh charging around the outside in the QAS kit. John Carter there challenging from Western Australia. He won't get there. Walsh wins. Carter takes second, Tyler Tompkinson third. Aya Hashimoto, I think, was fourth there. Zach Marriage fifth. Connor Lay taking 6th place. So a bold move from that group to move themselves out the front with about 10 laps to go, but it certainly paid dividends for them. All right, we will soon be doing presentations for the under-17 girls and boys Madison, as well as the overall AJTS, the Sharp EIT Australian Junior Track Series. So if you think you might be involved in those presentations, or you just want to congratulate those who are, please make your way down to the podium now. Okay, cycling fans, the presentation for the under-17 boys Madison will now take place. In third place from Victoria, Omer Kermizi and Lachlan Ermert. In second place from Queensland, William Emilius and Oscar Schoff. And our overall winners from Victoria, Flynn Kessel and Lachlan Stewart. Now, no need to worry about Lachlan Stewart. He's had to skip off to a prior medical appointment. He hasn't deliberately missed out on the National Championship presentations. We'll be sure to make sure that he gets his champion's jersey. Congratulations to our podium finishers in the under-17 boys Madison National Championships. All right, cycling fans, the presentation for the under-17 girls Madison will now take place. Finishing in third place from Queensland, Isabella Potts and Sienna Monteith. In second place, also from Queensland, Ava Robbins and Michaela Gibbs. And in first place, and your new under-17 Madison National Champions from Victoria, Billy Russell and Lavinia Ward. Congratulations to all the podium finishers in the Under-17 Girls Madison National Championships. All right, we will move on now to the presentations for the standings for the Sharp EIT Australian Junior Track Series. For under-15 boys, in third place, Harley Bradshaw. In second place, Joseph Natoli. And in first place, and your series leader, Ewan Brown. Congratulations to our top three finishers at the Australian Junior Track Series for under-15 boys. Moving on to the presentations for the under-15 girls. In third place, Hannah Walters. In second place, Molly Opperman. And first place, and your series leader, Grace Alcock. Congratulations to the podium finishers for the Sharp EIT Australian Junior Track Series for under-15 girls. All right, moving on to under-17 boys now. In third place is Benjamin Cade. In second place, Cooper Dunlop. And first place and your overall leader, Lockie Stewart.
One last thing, sorry. Just say a big thank you to Velo Pro for donating the prizes. Yep.
Congratulations to our podium finishers for under-17 boys. All right, moving on to under-17 girls. In third place, Lucy Allen. In second place, Ava Robbins. And first place and your overall series leader, Sienna Monteith. So you'll notice all of the riders being handed envelopes there. They've been very generously provided by the sponsor VeloPro, because what says a good result like the possibility of getting some new gear for yourself? Congratulations to our podium finishers for under 17 girls.
Oh, it wasn't written down. He said it.
Hello, just one quick question from the commentator. Do we need to announce the leading club? We have the upper club, just the leading. Third is Brunswick, second is Blackburn, and first is Melbourne.
All right, we were just waiting for some last-minute results to come in for the champion club. So the leading club at the moment, they're on the podium at the moment, is Balmoral Cycling Club. Second place is Blackburn Cycling Club. And third place is Brunswick Cycling Club. So 3 Bs in the top 3. So obviously, if you want to be a champion track club, you need to have a very strong club culture and also have your name start with a B. So I look forward to next year when we welcome Billawarra. We've also been handed a last-minute announcement that the under-17 rider from Illawarra, James Allen, is having a birthday today. So a very happy birthday to you, James. I'm sure we'll spare you the embarrassment of everyone singing it to you in public. Probably. So it won't be too much longer until we get our next event of the program underway. That will be the Under-19 Women's Tempo Race. But we just wanted to remind you that the food van is still here outside. So if you are looking for a little bit of dinner, they're doing hamburgers, wraps, schnitzel burgers as well, and the classic sports watching staple, the bowl of hot chips. So head on out there and sample their wares. I think I'm just about to go and do what I'll call some market research. All right, our next race on track, they're just getting themselves sorted now. This will be the Junior Women's 19 tempo race. So if you've not seen the tempo race before, riders will start out, so 30 laps of racing for our competitors here. You'll hear the bell go after a few laps, and then after that point, it's 1 point on the line for the first rider over every single lap. If you're first, you get 1 point. If you're second, you get nothing. But you can gain 20 points by gaining a lap on the field. Of course, that's easier said than done.
I'm getting used to this camera.
A bit of looking around early on between all of these riders. With no points on the line just yet, no one willing to go all out, especially if there's going to be no immediate reward, as it is the tall figure, the Balmoral rider, Megan Moore, there coming to the front of the field. All right, the bell goes. So from this point on, 1 point for the first rider over the line every single lap from now on. There's a move up the outside now from the rider in the black kit with the blue helmet. And as they come up towards the line now, there'll be a challenge from the inside. First point will go to rider number 189. That's Paige Squire from Norwood Cycling Club. So Squire looking forward to keeping the pace on here, hoping she can bag herself 2 points in a row with one attack. Looks like the Norwood rider will be able to pull that off, as the bunch behind is being led by rider number 184, Hayley Dell from Newcastle Hunter. So she's in the bright blue helmet in second wheel. Paige Squire, well, it worked twice, why not thrice? She's going to come up and get her 3rd point in a row now. Rider number 156, that's one of the New Zealanders, Sophie Maxwell from Canterbury Track Cycling. And now there's a move from behind. The bunch might let Paige Squire have 3 laps, but they're certainly not going to let her have 4. So as they come up to the line now, rider number 159 from QAS, that's Amelie Sanders from Gold Coast Cycling Club. She was the winner of the scratch race earlier on. So Sanders just checks over her shoulder. She's got a New South Wales and a South Australian rider. Oh, and I think it was Liani Vanderberg in the red of the South Australian Sports Institute who got that one there. No, Amelie Sanders has been awarded that one by the commissaires. It was fairly tight. So next time through it is Anna Dubier from Lidcombe Auburn CC in the New South Wales Institute of Sport colours with the bright blue sleeves. And Liani Vanderberg grabs another point for herself there. So coming in towards the line now, I think this might be Maddie Wasser back there in the purple of Butterfields. It is indeed. So she'll grab her first point of this event. 18 laps to go now, as the main field just comes up past a couple of drop riders, including Paige Squire, who spent all her biscuits early on, but did get 3 points to show for it. Emily Sanders from QAS winning that sprint again that time. So 3 for Paige Squire now, 3 for Emily Sanders. Coming around on the next lap, it will be Dubier who takes that one. Maddie Wasserback now in second place, chasing hard the South Australian. Will she be able to catch Dubier by the line? Yes, she will. So Wasserback takes another point there. So 14.5 laps to go in this tempo race now. It looks like one of the riders in the black there being challenged from behind by the Viking Cycling Club rider. I think it was the rider in the black there. Number 206 who ended up with her nose in front there. Or 208, it was Elsie Apps from Goulburn. Liani Vanderberg from Norwood coming through to take another point for herself. So that brings her score up to 2 now. This front group relatively happy to split the points between them as long as they can eliminate the other riders in the field. Emily Sanders comes through and takes another one for herself. So that will bump her up to 4 points. She's now in the lead by herself. An attack down the outside by one of the Butterfields riders from South Australia. I think this might be Ava Schmidtke from South Coast Cycling Club. It was indeed Ava Schmidtke grabbing her first point of this tempo race. Oh, a crash down on the back straight there. Hopefully everyone's all right. Meanwhile, Ava Schmidtke will grab another point out the front of the race. A couple of riders just straightening themselves out after that fall. Coming back through, it will be Emily Sanders taking another point there. 9 laps to go now. And it looks like one of the fallen riders, I think that was Liani Vanderberg in the red, went down earlier but is looking to rejoin the action. Maddie Wasserback comes through and grabs another point. Great to see the crowd getting behind Liani Vanderberg there, showing the courage to get back into the mix. The adrenaline from a crash like that can be very helpful, but the pain might really kick in the next half an hour or so. And Dubier takes another point as they cross the line. 7 laps to go now. Front group of 5 now coming up towards the line. Emily Sanders takes another point for herself. Liani Vanderberg is on her long time trial trying to get back to the front 5 here. The South Australian has now passed the next closest rider, so she's got about 50 metres to close down. As on the board for the first time, rider number 183, Caitlin Rose. Liani Vanderberg continues to close the gap down now, but only 5 laps left now. Anna Dubier, the rider from the New South Wales Institute of Sport, comes through, takes another point. Emily Sanders right there. Plenty of encouragement for Liani Vanderberg coming from the sidelines. And as our front few are coming down to the finish line now, Emily Sanders will grab another point. I think that brings her total to 7, if my memory serves. 2.5 laps to go now. And Liani Vanderberg looked to be closing the gap now, but I think it might prove to be just a little bit too much for the rider from Norwood. As they come through, Maddie Wasserback grabs another point. Gains a little bit of a gap and decides to just keep it rolling here. So 1.5 laps to go now in this tempo race. A couple of riders deferring there. Anna Dubier didn't want to chase her down all by herself. So Maddie Wasserback will get the penultimate point. Will she get the last one? Emily Sanders now with the bit between her teeth trying to chase down Maddie Wasserback. Wasserback leads down the back straight. The South Australian being closed down by the Queenslander, Emily Sanders. They're coming to the final turn. Maddie Wasserback has to go wide to avoid a couple of previously lapped riders, but it will be Emily Sanders who just manages to pip her on the line. And that will bring an end to this under-19 women's tempo race. So Emily Sanders will finish on 8 points, Maddie Wasserback on 5, and Dubier on 4. Those will be your top 3. So the riders in our under-19 men's tempo race now set to go. So after the scratch race, it was Toby Jones in the maroon and blue of the QAS team who won that first race. Then it was Alex Hughes, also of QAS, then David Kwon, one of our visiting riders from New Zealand, in third. Samuel Hilditch was fourth, and Jonas Shelverton, who's in the blue of Bridge Lane, fifth. So the bunch rolling around fairly smoothly to start off with, as it is Lachlan Walters from Hamilton Wheelers who is in first position for the moment. Toby Jones from Balmoral just tucked in there in second wheel. Now it is Max Newspan in the green. You can tell Max is cool because he spells his name with 2 X's. couple of the riders from Balmoral pushing themselves up towards the front of the field. All right, the bell rings. 1 point for the first rider over every lap from here on out. And it looks like it is one of the New Zealanders who is pushing out strongly early on. Jonas Shelverton, the Bridge Lane rider, coming around the outside. So the rider from Tasmania looking to challenge for the first point of this race, and he will get there. So Jonas Shelverton takes point number 1. 25 laps to go now. Shelverton happy to keep the hammer down for the time being. He's got a couple of riders for company there. Both men in the colours of Sassy. Riders 85 and 94, that's Oliver Ward. And it might be Alec Guglielmucci who is just behind him. Oh no, it's William Brown from Port Adelaide. So William Brown takes that point there. Front group of 4 just starting to form. Toby Jones from QAS is a little bit concerned by that, wants to try and shut that down if he can. As William Brown comes through and takes another point, hands it over to Alec Guglielmucci. And now Toby Jones coming around the outside. He'll see if he can challenge for this next point. Coming up, and he will get past Guglielmucci there. He's got rider number 42, David Kwan, who was 3rd in the scratch race earlier. Kwan just coming off the banking there into first place now. So it will be David Kwan from Counties Manukau Cycling, club based in Auckland, who's leading them round. Max Newspan in the bright green there. He defers to Jonas Shelverton, who in turn defers to one of the riders from Sassy. All the while, David Kwan coming out now. He'll grab another point there. And then he swings up the banking. I think he's happy with 2 points for now. He might try and save his energy and score a few a little bit further into the race. So 18 laps to go as they come through this time. That was rider number 55 there from QAS, Alex Hughes, who was 2nd in that scratch race earlier. The young man who beat him, Toby Jones, is right on his wheel. But the Queenslander's going to let his teammate have that one as well. So no challenge there from Toby Jones on Alex Hughes. Jones now to the front. Plenty of encouragement there. And Alex Hughes just coming back around past Toby Jones there to grab that point. Possibly a little bit cheeky, but you know, what's 1 point between teammates? Toby Jones now coming into the home straight. Checks his shoulder there to just make sure that Alex Hughes isn't going to punk him for a second lap in a row. He doesn't. Toby Jones gets a 2nd point for himself. So Alex Hughes, your current leader with 3 points, as we have now got 14 laps to go. So they're just coming through now to get 14 laps to go as another point comes through for Hughes. And then it's another Queenslander, number 56, Lachlan Walters, who is chasing out of the main field. And behind them, it is Jonas Shelverton who is doing the chasing, the rider from Bridge Lane. Hughes comes through to take through another point there. So increasing his lead. Lachlan Walters now most of the way across. So as the QAS pair come up to the line, Hughes will grab another point there. So given that Hughes only started 2 points behind Jones, he is your live leader on the track of this Omnium. He's now accumulated 6 points to Toby Jones's 2. And he increases it again that lap. Toby Jones perhaps gambling on the fact that they might be able to get 20 points each if they're able to bring back the bunch there. They're about half a lap ahead now, but Lachlan Walters has slowly closed that gap over the last few laps. Hughes comes through and takes another one. And rider number 40, Ethan Lesky from Carnegie Caulfield, trying to chase behind Walters. Walters hasn't got the gas to get across, at least not on his own, so he's going to try and swing down and join Ethan Lesky and a couple of other chasers. Toby Jones taking that most recent point. So a lot of the points go into the Sunshine State at the moment. Hughes comes through and takes another one for himself. And it is William Brown from Port Adelaide. And one of the riders from the New South Wales Institute of Sport chasing from behind. Another point there for Hughes. 7 laps to go now. And is Liam Galtman from the New South Wales Institute of Sport. And it looks like they will make the catch now. So Galtman just coming up to the back wheel of Toby Jones. Galtman coming up and trying to challenge for this point, and he will get it. William Brown locked in behind him. So as Galtman swings up the track, Brown continues with the effort. The 2 QAS riders look like they've done their dash, but they've got plenty of points in the pocket to show for it. So Brown comes through and takes another point for himself. Galtman on the far side swings up. William Brown comes through now. He'll take the lead. They're not too far away from gaining a lap here. That would be 20 bonus points for each rider. That would rocket them straight to the top of the standings. And it looks like the catch will be made. William Brown and Liam Galtman make the join. So they join back up with the bunch. 20 points for each rider for gaining a lap.
I'm a bunch now.
And it means that Hughes is now the leader of the race on the track with 2 laps to go. Toby Jones is tired, but he's going to have to push again. As the 2 QAS riders are out the front, there's a lap and a half to go. They haven't got a whole lot of energy left to spare, but they're going to have to spend whatever they have. As it is Alex Hughes who leads them across. 1 more point for him as the bell goes. Toby Jones slotted into second place. The bunch closing quickly. Max Newspan in the green coming up hard along the outside. Alex Hughes out of the saddle trying to eke every last bit of energy out of his legs. It looks like he might be able to hold him off. Toby Jones won't challenge. Alex Hughes will grab another point. So he grabs the last point on offer. So that will mean he finishes with 12 points. So that will put him into 3rd place for this tempo race, with Liam Galtman and William Brown, the riders profiting the most. 20 points in their pocket, gaining a lap each, so they'll finish riders number 1 and 2 in that event, though plenty to be happy about for them. Just a quick scheduling announcement. So the elite women's tempo race is not too far from getting underway. We'll have the elite men after that. Originally, we were scheduled to have a break of 30 minutes, but given that we had some delays earlier in the day with the track needing repair, it's likely that that break will be a little shorter than the full 30 minutes. So if you are planning on stepping outside and getting some air, maybe hurry back. All right, the whistle blows and the elite women's tempo race is underway. So a reminder of the standings in the Omnium points after the scratch race, the first event on the program. So Claudia Marks is currently leading with 40 points. Sherwing Lee from Hong Kong is second with 38. Tsuyaka Uchino from Japan, third with 36. Fourth, Sophie Edwards from Adelaide University in the blue and white of the Australian track team is fourth. And Sophie Ma from Blackburn Cycling Club, fifth with 32 points. All right, there's the bell. The point scoring part of the race is well and truly on. And it looks like a flyer is going to be taken down the outside there. As they come into the finish line, that will be Ali Anderson from Port Adelaide in the red, who takes the first point of the evening. Now coming up, this looks like it will be Maya Wolfenden, the New Zealander. She's had a proclivity for launching long-range attacks off the front. The tempo race is one of the track events that's best suited to such a move. She'll be challenged around the outside by the rider in the navy blue. That's Mackenzie Milne from Brunswick. Now Sophie Edwards in the white and blue of the Australian track national team coming round the outside. Mackenzie Milne as they come up towards the line. That will be 1 point for Sophie Edwards there. So two Japanese riders in this race, Tsuyaka Uchino and Mizuki Ikeda. So that is Uchino who comes through and grabs her first point of this event. Claudia Marks, the winner of the scratch race, now at the front of affairs. The woman who was second, Sherwing Lee from Hong Kong, tucked right in on her wheel. You get a great draft off Claudia Marks. She's quite a tall rider. Sherwing Lee a lot more on the smaller side. So the rider from Hong Kong, who's represented her nation at the Olympics more than once, comes through to the finish line there. Her first point of the event, as it is now Uchino, who is now back on the front. I think that's Alyssa Polides there, who slotted into second place. Isla Carr from WA in third at the moment. Oh, actually, it was Claudia Sykes there who's in second place, as Mizuki Ikeda comes through and gets her first point of the evening. Isla Carr challenging around the outside. She will get it there, the Western Australian. The New Zealander Amelia Sykes just looks behind her. Sees Alyssa Polides there, but Isla Carr's still within striking distance. Polides, the Victorian, now with her head down as they come up towards the line. She'll get that next point. Then it's Carr. Claudia Marks right on her wheel. So Carr gets another point there. I think she's the first rider to grab more than 1 point. So Carr currently leading this tempo race with just 2 points. The still form of Claudia Marks comes through. She grabs a point for herself. She's got Megan Baker from Canterbury Track Cycling in the red, who's just taken over the affairs. Then one of the riders from Hong Kong in the teal just coming around the outside there. That's not Shea Wing Lee though, that is Wing Lee Leung. That's Lucy Reeve in the striped sleeves leading them around, but a move coming from the back of the bunch there. That was Mizuki Ikeda who got that point. And noticing that she has a bit of a gap, the Japanese rider is deciding to push on. Takes a check over her shoulder, but the gap is 50 meters at the moment. So she's gotten 2 points in a row. And with a gap like that, she'll be confident of her ability to get 3 or possibly even 4. You know, her Japanese teammate, unsurprisingly, doesn't have a very long turn at the front before she swings up the track. So Mizuki Ikeda coming through to grab her 5th point now, 19 laps to go. Alyssa Polides leading the bunch, then it's Cao Yuan from China. Claudia Marks never far from the front of the action. And now Ikeda takes 1 more point and swings up the track. Happy with her haul there. So she'll have half a dozen points now.
Yellow is front now.
So Isla Carr from WA coming up to the line. She'll grab another point. Then it is Wingli Leung from Hong Kong, just being challenged on the outside now by Sophie Edwards as they come up behind some riders who have been dropped. Nothing that a little bit of vocal communication can't fix. So another point there for Sophie Edwards, and Shea Wing Lee, I think, now at the front of affairs. One of the Japanese riders, would not be surprised if that's Tsuyaka Uchino coming across to try and pursue her. It is indeed. Sophie Edwards following the lead of Uchino and Lee there, with Bo Li Leung, the second of the Hong Kong riders in the white helmet, coming up to make it a group of 4. Alyssa Polides also in the mix as well. Shea Wing Lee grabs herself another point. Kira Will there, rider number 182, getting herself into second wheel with the bright blue sleeves of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Alyssa Polides on the inside, looking to hold her off for this next point. She won't quite manage to do it. That'll be a point for Kira Will. 13 laps to go now.
First 2 now.
Kira Will pushing on a little further. Alyssa Polides swings up the track, acknowledges she can't get back across that gap. So another point for Will. Then we've got Uchino and Shea Wing Lee. They've got her within her sights, but that's about all they can say at the moment. Sophie Ma is there as well, as is Ali Anderson, the rider from Port Adelaide Cycling Club. So another point there for Kira Will. That'll take her tally to 3. She should be able to get at least a 4th, but the bunch are really starting to accelerate behind now. So that chasing group of 6 riders is coming through. Kira Will just swings up the track, acknowledges that she's got 4 points, but probably won't get 5. As it is now Sophie Ma, who is on the front on her bright yellow look bike.
She'll get another one.
Kira Will heard me say that she didn't have anything left in the tank, immediately went out to prove me wrong. Fair enough, lesson learned. And then an attack from further back by one of the Japanese riders. Wouldn't be at all surprised if this is Tsuyaka Uchino. It certainly looks like her style. It is actually Mitsuki Ikeda. So having made a long-range effort and gotten herself half a dozen points earlier, she's recovered for a few laps and decided she wants another dip. She'll get her 2nd point in a row now as Claudia Marks and Isla Carr are leading the bunch behind. So another point there for Mizuki Ikeda as Megan Baker from Canterbury Cycling, one of the Kiwis in the field, comes through in the red. Suyaka Uchino now on the front of the chasing bunch. Mizuki Ikeda, I think, is not too far from pulling the colours in. Just wipes the nose there as she comes across the line. Almost as if to stifle a yawn, as to say, oh, that wasn't that hard. Claudia Marks now at the front of the bunch in the blue of the ACT Academy for Sport. Kira Will trying to attack down the right-hand side. Coming down the out-hand side, that's not Kira Will, actually, that's Nicole Duncan. So she opens her account with her first point. Her teammate Kira Will just watches her go on the front of the bunch. Sophie Ma is there. Shewing Lee also now at the bottom of the track, swings up pretty quickly. And it was Chanyu Yang, the Hong Kong rider. Nicole Duncan, 2 laps to go now. So just 2 points left for her to gain. But Nicole Duncan's got 2 points at the moment, and there's 2 more on offer. So she'll definitely get the penultimate point. Will she be able to hold off a charging bunch and get the last one as well? So the New South Wales Institute of Sport rider out of the saddle as she receives the bell. 1 lap to go. She gets the second last point. Isla Carr from WA chasing furiously from behind. Shewing Lee from Hong Kong also in the mix there. But I don't know if they're going to catch Nicole Duncan. I think she's going to take her 4th point in a row and hold them all off here. Nicole Duncan, first rider over the line, grabs herself another. Grab 9 or 10 points there with a couple of longer range attacks. So the riders in our elite men's tempo race now off and rolling. So just reminding you of the current Omnium standings. After the scratch race, Liam Walsh, rider 2, is your leader, just ahead of John Carter, rider 117, Tyler Tompkinson, number 11, Aya Hashimoto from Japan, number 71, and Zach Marriage, number 77. So the bunch rolling through in formation for their opening few laps. As it is the tall figure of John Carter there, the Western Australian, gives way to his fellow Western Australian Connor Leahy. So it will be Blake Agnoletto from ARA Skip Capital who leads them into the first point scoring lap. He's got Zach Marriage right on his wheel, the rider in red from Sassy. Then it's Declan Trezise, then it's Will Holmes. But it looks like Blake Agnoletto is going to be able to hold on and grab the first point of this tempo race. Immediately swings up the track and lets someone else have a crack at it. Zach Marriage is there. Declan Trezise eases past the QAS rider with the bright blue gloves, which he recently got when he was a stagiaire on the road with the Astana Pro team. Now it's the South Australians back on the front. It's Marriage who's there in the black helmet. Will Holmes just behind him in the blue and black. And there's an attack around the outside from Liam Walsh. I think he just managed to get... Yes, it was indeed Liam Walsh. Racing his bike extremely confidently at the moment. Oh, a little bit of contact there in the arm. Liam Walsh makes a gesture there to the commissaires. We might see if that one ends up getting reviewed. But for the time being, Will Holmes still on the front of the bunch, but it will be Tyler Tompkinson from QAS who takes the next point. And Rowan Hayden-Smith there takes a point for himself. Oliver Bledden, member of the gold medal winning Team Pursuit squad, looks behind at the bunch, is happy on his own for now. So Bledden will come through and take his first point of the event. 29 laps to go. Bit of a gap behind. Aya Hashimoto on the front of the bunch, swings up, as does John Carter, leaving it to one of the riders from Hong Kong. Meanwhile, Bledden, he's halfway across the track. He looks over his shoulder to try and judge the gap to those behind. Another one there for Bledden, as it is Sun Wei Chu from Hong Kong, who is in the blue, being pursued from behind by Declan Trezise there. Aya Hashimoto from Japan, also wanting to keep Trezise within arm's reach. Another point for Bledden, though. So the South Australian Oliver Bledden in the Norwood Cycling Club kit comes through, takes another point for himself. Eases up a little bit on the handlebars there, takes himself slightly out of his aero tuck for a moment to regain his breath. He'll get this point with 24 laps to go. With Declan Trezise and the bunch closing in behind, I'm not sure how much longer he'll have the appetite for staying out the front by himself. He should get this next point. But they're starting to close very quickly now as Rowan Hayden-Smith is there. Another point there for Bledden. 23 laps to go as Aya Hashimoto now strikes out on his own. So that's 7 points now for Bledden. So the rider from Norwood Cycling Club in Adelaide coming through. He should just about be able to hold on and get this point. Then Hashimoto swings through on the bottom end of the track. Bledden will just take a breather for a few seconds and then try and reincorporate himself in with the main bunch. Meanwhile, Hashimoto ploughing his own furrow out the front. 21 laps to go. So Liam Walsh now on the front of the bunch behind. Unsurprisingly, the favourite for the overall in this event has plenty of riders willing to follow his lines and keep him company. Just want to make sure he doesn't get lonely. Another point there for Hashimoto. That'll bring his tally up to 3 now. And as I think that is Noah Blannon from Gold Coast Cycling Club who's trying to close the gap and chase him down. It is indeed. So another point there for Hashimoto, but Noah Blannon is closing quickly. Hashimoto swings up the track. The Queenslander comes through and takes his first point of this tempo race. As it is rider number 61, Vincent Lau from Hong Kong, who's on the chase there. Zach Marriage also with him. Another point there for Noah Blannon as they come through. 17 laps to go now. So Lau and Marriage just behind. So they're that second chasing group of 2. Hashimoto and Blannon are the 2 riders in the front of the race at the moment. Hashimoto will come through and grab another point for himself there. And the bunch behind really starting to pick up speed there as Bledden is now strong enough to go back on the front. Noah Blannon comes through. He'll grab another point for himself. That'll take him up to 3. John Carter now on the front of the bunch. The West Australian flicks his elbow. Oliver Bledden right there to take over. Blannon comes through again and takes another point. A little bit of a pointed look over his shoulder there from Blannon saying, well, I mean, if you'll let me take the points, that's fine, but you could also take a turn while you're there. Vincent Lau obliges, so the rider from Hong Kong in the white helmet and teal jersey. Now leading as they come up towards the line. He'll be pipped there by Zach Marriage, the South Australian. Former junior team pursuit champion, so unafraid to ride alone. So Marriage will come into the home straight now. Check over his shoulder, and the 3 riders were there have become none. So leading the bunch now is Kian Kere-Watts, who was quite unfortunate in the scratch race to snap a chain halfway around. Good to see that it's still very firmly attached as we go through 11 laps to go, and another point for Zach Marriage. Oh, a late dive there. The handling skills of Liam Walsh there, able to keep everyone upright and out of trouble. Another point there for Zach Marriage, as it is now Kian Kere-Watts from Tawamutu Sports Club, just south of Auckland, who has come to the front of the race. He'll be looking to get himself on the board, presumably not with the same chain he snapped earlier. Marriage wants to challenge him for this point, though, and he will get there. Three riders now coming across. I can see John Carter is the large figure in the purple in the centre there. Declan Trezise is on the back there for QAS. And the unmistakable style of Shoei Matsuda just gets pipped by John Carter there. The Cage Park Cup rider from WA taking a point for himself. Coming through now, 7 laps to go. Declan Trezise is looking to score another point. Matsuda there, swapping off nice and early in the turn, perhaps hoping that he'll be able to manoeuvre the line such that he'll be able to get himself a point later on. But John Carter looks like he's going to get this one. The tall West Australian there flicks the elbow. Declan Trezise comes through. And Carter immediately slots back into second place rather than third, giving himself one less rider to worry about for future laps. Trezise leading now as they come up now. This is 5 laps to go. So it's Declan Trezise from Queensland. He's in the maroon and blue. John Carter from WA is in the purple. And then Shoei Matsuda, the Japanese rider, is in the middle in the white. He's just about to be joined by one of his teammates here. Would not be surprised if that's Hashimoto who's coming across. No, it's not. It's Kojima. Naoki Kojima, who had a thrilling battle with Liam White for the overall last night coming through. He hasn't scored a point in this tempo race just yet, and with only 3 laps to go, he's figured he might as well go sooner rather than later. So thundering down the back straight now, it is Naoki Kojima, then John Carter, then Declan Trezise. Looks like Tyler Tompkinson is also in the mix there. No, that's Liam Walsh, who's flown out of the main bunch to try and get back across to Kojima. With only 2 laps to go, it looks like both Kojima and Walsh are going to take a lap on the field here. So that will be 20 points for each of those 2 riders. They were right at the front of the Omnium last night, and it's proven to be the same again this evening. As soon as Kojima moved, Walsh realised he had to go. There is the bell now. So 1 last point to be awarded. And based on where the commissaire is pointing, it will be Matsuda, I think, who got that last one. All right, so with the senior tempo races now out of the way, we're going to move on to the elimination. The first one will be the under-19 women. So if you're in the under-19 women's, junior women, please make your way to the staging area, please. So our riders for the Junior Women's 19 elimination race, just getting ready for the start now. A couple of riders just with their hands up looking for a holder to help them out. We've got one and a second one's coming now. Help will come to those who ask for it. All right, our elimination riders are off. So we'll have a couple of laps and then we'll have a rolling start once the bell goes. The last rider across the line, that is their back wheel, not their front wheel, will be eliminated from that point on every second lap. There's the whistle and we're underway. All right, so the bell rings. Last rider over the line in the next lap will be eliminated from the race. And that's one of the riders from Hamilton Wheelers. That might be Neve Parslow, who's jumped out ahead of the bunch. Wants to guarantee that she won't be eliminated this time round. So 209, Isabel Prince, the first rider eliminated there. Neve Parslow still looking good out the front of the race for the moment. Just checks over her shoulder on the advancing bunch. As the bell rings again, one more lap till the next elimination. A little bit of movement at the back as riders come out the outside looking for some extra real estate. No rider called out as eliminated there. No decision on that one. We'll keep rolling for now. The bell's rung again, so we'll have another elimination this lap. And as the bunch rolls up the outside, rider 210 eliminated there. That was Emily Hines from Dubbo. Now it is one of the riders from Balmoral who's struck out the front to try and keep herself safe. .208 Elsie Apps from Goulburn Cycling Club. The rider in the black eliminated that time through. Bunch rolling up again. One lap to go. Rider number 138 on the outside there. That's Quinn Rothenbuehler from Brunswick looking to move herself up and out of trouble. Oh, and a fall there. Oh, that looked like a nasty fall there. Yellow flag out. So riders just rolling around neutral for the time being. Looks like it was Leonie Vanderberg from Norwood who's fallen there. Just gotten a little unlucky along with one of the riders from Balmoral. Good to see both riders back up on their feet. So yellow flag still out. No riders being eliminated for the moment. Liani Vanderberg picks herself up off the deck, I think for the second time today. And the other falling rider there, rider number 122, Megan Moore from Balmoral, also back in the action. So good to see that neither of those two fallen riders were too badly injured. Still rolling under neutral, and we are back on now. Whistle blows, race is back on. So no elimination this lap, but they will hear the bell. And it is rider number 16162 there, Neve Parslow, who leads them through that time in the kit of Hamilton Wheelers. Few moves coming out from the outside there. Unsurprisingly, Liani Vanderberg wants to keep herself up towards the top of the track. Rider 200 there, Hannah Payne, the New Zealander, eliminated that time around. Bell rings again. This bunch is down to about 12 now. Quinn Rothenbuehler from Brunswick in that bright orange jersey, moving up around the outside. Neve Parslow still tucked securely on the inside of the track. A little bit of movement late on. So Megan Moore from Balmoral eliminated that time. A valiant effort from her to get back into the race after that earlier fall. Now this is Ava Schmidtke, 199, from in the purple of Butterfields from South Australia. As there's a bit of a flyer being taken by one of the QAS riders at the front there. The bunch now starting to string out, a lot less fighting for positions as they come in. So rolling through, I don't think there was an elimination that time. .204, Sarah Berger, the next rider eliminated, as Amelie Sanders it is in the maroon and blue of QAS, who's out the front of the bunch. So 8 riders left now in this elimination race as the bell rings again. Sanders with her hands draped over the front of the drops there. Quinn Rothenbuehler, the Brunswick rider in the orange, could be in a little bit of danger here, as could the rider higher on the track there. The difference is that Quinn Rothenbuehler doesn't really have anywhere to move. And it is Quinn Rothenbuehler who's eliminated that time, rider number 138. And then there were 7. Sanders still happy to lead as Maddie Wasserback and Ava Schmidtke come up to her rear wheel. Some movement up around the top half of the track. There are a few down at the bottom end who are going to want to get their skates on. Coming up towards the finish line now. 199, Ava Schmidtke there. Eliminated that time. And the rider from South Coast Cycling Club in South Australia. 6 riders left. Only a couple of riders from the same state. So as they come in towards the finish now, who will be eliminated this time around? So Neve Parslow from Hamilton Wheelers eliminated that time through. So her strategy of going early has at least gotten her down to the last 6, but it won't get her into the top 5. So 183. So the tension rising here as they come around. Caitlin Rose there from Newcastle Hunter. .185 Liani Vanderberg. One of the riders who fell earlier, did very well to get herself into the top 5. Leonie Sanders there in first place. Rider 181 Anna Dubier from Lidcombe Auburn in second there. Maddie Wasserback just on the back of that group. The South Australian now moving up along the outside. As they come into Caitlin Rose eliminated that time through. Only 3 left now. So Anna Dubier in the bright blue sleeves of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Bell rings again. Maddie Wasserback, Leonie Sanders and Anna Dubier. Who will be crowned the queen of this elimination race?
Batteries. Yep.
Coming in, second last elimination, and it will be Maddie Wasserback who has to bow out there. So 190 Maddie Wasserback made it into the top 3. And as the bell now goes for the final time, it'll be Anna Dubier and Amelie Sanders. The Queenslander now charging up the outside of the New South Welsh woman. The Queenslander, Sanders coming through, and she will take the win in the elimination race. Rider number 159 there, but a solid effort there from Dubier, who takes second place. All right, riders off and rolling in our under-19 men's elimination race. Thanks to our commissaires for taking care of that little divot out of the track there. Nothing that a little bit of track tape and TLC can't fix. Almost immediately, it's the big fielder of Jamie Cantell-Roberts, the New Zealander from Auckland. All right, bell rings. First elimination is a lap away. And it is Jonas Shilverton. So Shilverton, the rider in the bridge lane colours there at the front of the race. He'll lead them over, but it's more about who's behind. So number 35, William Holtzberger, the rider from Bundaberg Cycling Club. They come through again this time. The eyes go towards the back of the pack. Rider number 40, Ethan Lesky from Carnegie Caulfield, eliminated that time around. So the bunch speeding towards the next elimination point. As usual, riders trying to make space around the outside. Rider number 79, Liam Galtman. So one of the two riders who were able to gain a lap in the tempo race, unfortunately has his elimination race ended earlier than he might have liked. Alec Guglielmucci, one of the two riders at the back there, competing with Jamie Cantell-Roberts, the New Zealander, trying to make sure that they're not eliminated this early on. And it is Jamie Roberts Cantell, the man from Counties Manukau Cycling in Auckland, who has to be eliminated that time. Bell goes again. Again, it is the red colours of Alec Guglielmucci in the red of Sassy, trying to move his way up the bottom of the track. He looks like he'll be all right, but the other Sassy rider at the top might be in a little more trouble. That one was Zachary Savage there getting eliminated. Zachary Douglas Savage from Balmoral, rider number 6. Jonas Shelverton still happy to drive the pace at the front for the time being. There's a rider from Hamilton Wheelers. I think that might be Lachlan Walters who's going to want to get his skates on here. Sprinting against Guglielmucci there. Bailey McDonald, 1:15, eliminated that time. So, Jonas Shelverton and Oliver Ward from Norwood happy to keep themselves out of trouble by staying at the front. Samuel Hilditch from the University of Queensland in the white there has a little bit of work to do as they come up towards the next elimination point. Max Newspan of Brunswick also trying not to get eliminated. Alec Guglielmucci, number 84, eliminated that time through. Bunch is down to about 12 riders now. As Samuel Hilditch figures there's no chance of getting eliminated if he's first over the line every single time. So he throws himself off the front. Lachlan Walters in the purple to blue fade of Hamilton Wheelers now at the back with a bit of work to do. Max Newspan in the green probably sprinting against him. One of those two likely to go home here. Extremely close, but Max Newspan in the green, rider number 16, is eliminated. I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be a commissaire. Some of these decisions are really close. So some movement around the outside now. Lachlan Walters has been in danger the last few laps. Does he make it through this time? He doesn't. Rider number 56, Lachlan Walters, eliminated that time through. 8 riders left in this bunch now. Jonas Shelverton in the Bridge Lane colours, still happy to drive it at the front. Toby Jones from Balmoral just coming up to his right shoulder now. Another rider from QAS there, moving up the outside. I think that'll be Alex Hughes, rider number 55, into third. Big sprint from those at the back, very tight there. David Kwan, number 42, eliminated that time, number 42. Another one of our international riders, also from the Auckland area. Riders still pushing. Taj Hindle there in the black at the back for Brunswick Cycling Club. Samuel Hilditch for University of Queensland there in the white, also towards the back of the pack. Close one again there. I think that might have been one of the South Australians. Number 85, Oliver Ward. Six riders left now, and the 2 riders from QAS at the front now in their maroon and blue jerseys. They were first and second in the scratch race. And for the first time, basically all race, Jonas Shelverton looks to be in a little bit of trouble. Very tight on the line there. Couldn't put a playing card between them. Taj Hindle, rider number 32, eliminated that time. As the group comes down to 5 now. Some very big Omnium points here. All riders now guaranteed at least 30 points for this event in the Omnium. Jonas Shelverton, for the first time all race at the back of the group, he's really going to have to put some good pedal strokes in here to get past Samuel Hilditch. Very close. And I think that might have been Toby Jones who got trapped at the bottom of the track. It was. Rider number 8 eliminated that time. So, 2 Queenslanders, 1 South Australian and a Tasmanian left here among the final 4. The bell rings again. The 2 Queenslanders, Alec Hughes and Samuel Hilditch now at the front. Jonas Shelverton, the Tasmanian, in the Bridge Lane blue, moving up the outside. Then it's the 1 remaining sassy rider. I think that might be William Brown, rider number 94, coming up the outside. It's too much for Jonas Shelverton. The Tasmanian has to swing off. So only 3 left now. Bell rings again. 2 Queenslanders and a South Australian. William Brown doesn't like those odds. He likes them better if he's at the front. Alec Hughes in second place for the time being there, managing to distance Samuel Hilditch there. So the rider from the University of Queensland has put in a valiant effort to take himself up into the top 3, but he'll go no further. A very creditable effort there from rider number 113. As he's eliminated, and we are now down to 2. The bell will ring one final time. And for the first time, we have some track craft coming in, diving up and down the banking there. William Brown will lead it out from the front position. Alec Hughes, the Queenslander, in behind him. Brown now in the red of Sassy, committed to his sprint, out of the saddle now, trying to drive as much power as he can into those pedals. Alec Hughes now wants to try and come around the outside late. It's going to be very, very tight on the line. The South Australian wins it. A little fist pump there from William Brown. That's one happy man. He's very, very pleased to have won this junior men's elimination race. I tell you what though, Alec Hughes really made him work for it right until the very last pedal stroke there. a fantastically entertaining elimination race. Some warm applause for the crowd for those final two, who really put on a great display of track racing there. Based on the performances over these last couple of days here at Disc, it's unsurprising why there are more than 1,000 tickets sold for the Austral Wheel Race tomorrow. So we will have an absolutely packed house here for the biggest night of Aussie track racing on the calendar. Our elite women now moving into position, ready for the start of their elimination race. Claudia Marks leading at the bottom of the track, right about number 140 in the blue and black skin suit of the ACT Academy of Sport. Sherwing Lee, the rider from Hong Kong, in the teal at the top of the track with the white helmet. And off we roll. All right, whistle blows. We are underway in this elite women's elimination race. So we'll wait to hear the bell before the first elimination lap. But already there are a few riders looking to get themselves a long way forward and out of trouble. So as the bell goes for the first lap, that's Lucy Reeve from Canterbury Track Cycling with the stripy sleeves on the inside of the bunch there. Big move coming around the outside for one of the New South Wales Institute of Sport riders. That will be Nicole Duncan there. So first rider eliminated. Rider number 147, Megan Baker, one of the Kiwis in the field. And the bell rings again as Elizabeth Liao, one of the riders from Singapore, tries to move herself and her bright yellow handlebar tape up the outside of the pack there. Isla Carr in the black and gold of WAIS, looking to move herself forward. Elizabeth Liao it is who's eliminated that time. So one Kiwi and one Singaporean rider eliminated thus far. As it is Lilith Jones, the tall Victorian in the blue of the VIS, who comes to the front of the bunch now. Pace is really going on at the back. There'll be a few riders who are caught out. You can see Lauren Bates at the back there fighting for position with a couple of other riders. The sprint goes wide as they come up towards the line. 135, Mackenzie Milne from Brunswick Cycling Club, eliminated that time through. The bell rings again. Just when you thought there'd be a reprieve, the bell tolls once more. Alyssa Pilates from VIS in the navy blue, moving to the front of the field now. She's got, I think that's Lilith Jones there on her wheel. One of the Chinese riders also a long way forward there. Liu Jia Li from China in a bit of trouble near the back. That is Valencia Tan, 197 eliminated that time. So both of the Singaporean riders now having been eliminated. As it is Suyaka Uchino from Japan who now comes to the fore. Both Japanese riders, Uchino and Ikeda, looking to keep themselves out of trouble here. Some accelerations coming down the outside. There's one VIS and one New South Wales IS rider. And as they come up to line, the eliminated rider will be number 141, Lauren Bates from the ACT Academy of Sport. So the rider in the royal blue will have to put her hopes aside for a little while longer. Sophie Ma from the VIS now lead Chinese riders just in her wheel at the moment. Sophie Edwards in the white shoulders and blue jersey of the Australian track national team now moving forward. Maya Wolfenden, another Kiwi, eliminated that time through. Maya's penchant for going long didn't pay off for her in this particular race as Kira Will now leads them through. Her New South Wales Institute of Sport teammate Nicole Duncan is right on the back there in the bright blue sleeves. She's got herself with a little bit of work to do. Isla Carr from WA also there towards the back as they start to rotate around the outside. Sherwing Lee, the rider from Hong Kong, is a long way back. That's much closer to the back than she'd be accustomed to being. But this time it's one of her teammates, Chanyu Wang, who is eliminated. So that's the first of the Hong Kong riders who have had to put their ambitions aside. Nicole Duncan now on the front of the field. The two riders from the New South Wales Institute of Sport right in there. Sophie Edwards is right in there. Sherwing Lee from Hong Kong, and the very experienced Olympian also moving forward now. Lucy Reeve from Canterbury Track Cycling comes over and takes over the lead of the race. Close at the top of the track there. Claudia Marks it is, the other ACT Academy of Sport rider who's eliminated that time. Bell rings again with Lucy Reeve and Sherwing Lee at the front. Suyaka Uchino and Ikeda also coming through, the two Japanese riders. Ali Anderson from Port Adelaide, who's been safely ensconced in the middle of the bunch now up to third. Bit of a rush on at the back. .153, Nicole Duncan from the New South Wales Institute of Sport eliminated that time. It's now Amelia Sykes from New Zealand at the back of the bunch. She's got one of the Chinese riders there for company. I think that might be Cao Yuan in the white helmet. Sophie Ma in the navy blue of VIS will lead them through this time. Who will it be who's eliminated? It is rider 194, Cao Yuan from China. Eliminated that time through. So group down to about 12 riders now. Bell rings again, and Amelia Sykes, the New Zealander, trying to move up the outside. She's got Lilith Jones there in the navy blue of the VIS for company. It looks like it will be between Sykes and Jones for who's eliminated this time through. That is Amelia Sykes, number 145. So the Kiwi has to give up her place in the race. Meanwhile, the rage at the front continues to roll on. Sophie Edwards continuing to find herself in a good position, continuing to put herself in a good position. It doesn't happen by accident, folks. Another one of the Chinese riders, the only remaining Chinese rider left in the field, moving around the outside there. (131) Lilith Jones eliminated that time. The rider from Bendigo and District Cycling Club in the blue of the VIS. Bell rings again. The two Japanese riders, Ikeda and Uchino, moving up the outside there. Sophie Ma, it is in the VIS kit on the yellow bike, who's trapped at the back of the pack. She'll have to put in a big sprint to avoid elimination here. She does. Zhang Meng is the rider eliminated there, the rider from China, number 196. As we're down to a group of about 10 now. Sophie Ma still pounding on the pedals at the front of the bunch. Sophie Edwards and Ali Anderson continuing to put themselves in good positions here. Neither rider has had to really put in too many big sprint efforts to keep themselves in this race so far. As they come up for the next elimination. That one was very close. Mizuki Ikeda, the Japanese rider, number 176, eliminated that time. Just as I was complimenting her positioning skills, classic commentator's curse. So we still have two riders from Hong Kong in this bunch, Bo Li Leung and Wing She Li. Sophie Edwards starting to move up the outside. There are still two riders left from the VIS. Alyssa Polides and Sophie Ma are both safely ensconced in the front of the bunch. Ali Anderson, rider number 191 from Port Adelaide, eliminated that time. So I think off the top of my head, that's the last of the Sassy riders eliminated, though not the last South Australian, because Sophie Edwards in the Australian team kit is a proud Croato. So Tsuyaka Uchino now coming towards the front. Sherwing Lee also right on her shoulder now, as it is Isla Carr from WA in the black and gold moving up the outside. (146) Lucy Reeve, the Kiwi with the stripy sleeves, eliminated that time through. That brings our group down to 8 now. Kira Will from the New South Wales Institute of Sport moves up the outside and to the front of the bunch. Both riders from Hong Kong on the outside at the moment, giving themselves the opportunity to move up and out if they need to. I think that's Bo Li Leung, who's towards the back of the bunch there. And that one was Sophie Edwards, number 119, who was eliminated that time. So given how well Edwards would have been expected to score in this race, this now leaves the door open for a big scoring opportunity and a chance to really grow the gap for the likes of Uchino and Zhewing Li. And the rolling around continues. It's Alyssa Polides in the navy blue of the VIS at the front there. She's got a rider from the New South Wales Institute of Sport for company, that's Kira Will. As we say goodbye to Isla Carr from WA. So Isla Carr eliminated that time, rider number 206. 6 left to go. 2 riders from Hong Kong, 2 riders from the VIS, Kira Will from the New South Wales Institute of Sport, and Tsuyaka Uchino from Japan. Both the Hong Kong riders moving up around the outside, trying to pin one of the VIS riders up against the inside of the track. It looks like that tactic will work. It is Sophie Ma, rider number 132, who was eliminated that time through. So we're now down to 1 Victorian, 1 from New South Wales, 2 from Hong Kong, and 1 from Japan in our final 5. So 2 Aussies against 3 internationals. as the bell goes again. Tsuyaka Uchino looks behind. I think chiefly concerned with Sherwing Lee as the Hong Kong rider now puts in a little bit of a sprint to make sure that she stays out of trouble on the outside of the bunch. Her teammate Bo Li Leung might be in trouble though. It is Wing Li Leung who is eliminated that time. So 4 riders left in this race. Hong Kong no longer with a numerical advantage. So 1 from Hong Kong, 1 from Japan, 1 from Victoria, 1 from New South Wales. Alyssa Polides tries to move forward there. Tsuyaka Uchino challenges her on the inside of the track. So the Japanese rider holding a good position for the time being. Kira Will in the New South Wales Institute of Sport colours with the bright blue sleeves moving up. Sherwing Lee from Hong Kong has a bit of work to do coming into this final sprint. Oh, that's very close indeed. 149, Alyssa Polides, the Victorian Institute of Sport rider, is eliminated that time through. So our final 3 will be 1 from Japan, 1 from Hong Kong, and 1 from New South Wales. So Kira Will up against 2 international riders. The one remaining Aussie tries to maximise her chances of beating at least one of her rivals by going early. Tsuyaka Uchino and Sherwing Lee expecting the challenge though. Sherwing Lee now moves around the outside of Uchino and comes up level with Will. Will Uchino also be able to move upside past the woman from New South Wales? Yes, she will. So it is Kira Will who is eliminated that time, rider number 182, the last of the Australians standing in that women's elimination race. So it will now be 2 international riders, Tsuyaka Uchino from Japan in the white, Sherwing Lee from Hong Kong in the teal blue. Uchino checks over her shoulder as they come through. 1 lap to go. Uchino puts her cards on the table and Wing She Lee is happy to just let her go. So it looks like Uchino will take the win here, the rider from Japan. Sherwing Lee is just going to save her energy perhaps for one of the points race sprints later on. Uchino will take the win and the 40 points that go with it. Sherwing Lee from Hong Kong, 2nd place and 38 points for her. Our elite men are now just about set to go for their elimination race here at the National Omnium Championships. Just making sure that all of our riders are ready to go. All of our holders are happy to roll them off. And we are rolling away. And immediately it is Olympic gold medalist Connor Leahy, who's just been announced as part of the Australian national team for the Tour Down Under and the Cadel Evans Great Ocean Road Race, along with Zach Marriage, who's a little bit further back in the black helmet with the red jersey there. Coming in one lap until the first elimination, so it's James Moriarty in the colours of the national team who's on the back of the field at the moment. There are a couple of riders from Hong Kong who are in danger of getting pinned against the bottom of the track there as they come in for the first elimination of this race. Coming up towards the line now. Rider number 61, Wan Yu Vincent Lau, is the first rider eliminated, the rider from Hong Kong. So Oliver Watson-Palmer moving to the front there. Noah Blannon from QAS also in the mix. Oliver Hayden-Smith, another hyphenated name, coming forward and making sure he stays out of trouble. They're moving very quickly here, as it is James Moriarty from the Australian national team caught high on the track there. And it will be Moriarty who's eliminated there. If only Sherlock Holmes could have eliminated Moriarty so easily. Jacqueline Trezai is leading the field there. As they come in, hear the bell again. The next elimination is but a lap away. Kian Kirai Watts, the New Zealander, is on the back of the pack at the moment. He'll need to make up a few positions as they come towards the line here. And it was Kian Kirai Watts, the Kiwi, who was eliminated that time through. So the bunch is moving very, very quickly now under the impetus of Tyler Tompkinson. Another QAS rider happy to take a turn on the front as we cast our eyes towards the back of the track. Andre Dubier, number 78, eliminated that time, the rider from New South Wales. So the Japanese rider is off the back. He's still in the race, actually. Shoi Matsuda is still in, but I don't think he's realised. Think he might have thought he was eliminated the last time through. He almost certainly will be this time around. No, he is. Shoi Matsuda eliminated that time through, and just like that, we're through for another elimination. A little bit of a mental mistake from Shoi Matsuda there. I think he thought he'd been eliminated one lap earlier than he had, eased off a little too soon. So it's now Liam Walsh who's leading the bunch across. Eliminated that time Chin Ying Mo, rider number 62. Bell rings again. As we now see the Japanese rider, I think that might be Aya Hashimoto at the front of the bunch. Another of his teammates moving quickly along the outside. And Noah Blannon takes up the lead at the front of the race as it's Mitchell Fitzsimmons, rider number 47 in the purple, the Kiwi, eliminated that time. So Noah Blannon taking a similar tack to what he did in the tempo race, getting out the front of the rest of the pack and trying to hold himself out there for a little while. Even if it doesn't guarantee that he'll make it through to the last 3 or 4 riders, it will at least make sure that he gets through this elimination. Rider number 111, Oliver Watson-Palmer, another of the Kiwis there from Tawamutu Sports. Declan Trezise now leading them up the back. Zach Marriage tucked in on his wheel. Marriage, like Connolly, has just been named in the Australian national teams for the Tour Down Under and the Cadell Evans Great Ocean Road Race. So he'll be swapping his track bike with one with 2 more brakes and a few more gears in a few weeks. Coming in towards the next elimination now. Bell rings again. Noah Blannon eliminated that time, the rider from Queensland. So he put in the strong solo effort. He managed to skip himself out of a couple of eliminations, but he couldn't hold off the Reaper forever. As they come up towards the finish line that time. Rider number 174, Shoki Kawano from the Japanese team. So Shoki Kawano eliminated that time through, rider number 174. Connolly, the Western Australian at the front of the bunch. Looks behind him, sees Declan Trezise right behind him. Zach Marriage also well and truly within touching distance. Coming up for another elimination now. That was Tsun Wei Chu, the last of the 3 riders from Hong Kong there, eliminated that time around. As Oliver Bledden, Connolly's teammate on the victorious team pursuit squad at the Paris Olympics, takes up a turn. Rowan Hayden-Smith there on the back with a bit of work to do, sprinting up the outside. And it is number 92, Connor Lay, the big Western Australian, has to get eliminated that time around. He bows the head. I think he's a little bit dirty with himself that he got eliminated that early. Rowan Hayden-Smith just checks over his shoulder, rider number 4. Declan Trezise now coming up the outside, the rider in the maroon and blue of QAS with the bright blue Astana gloves. Zach Marriage tucked in right on his wheel. He's worked out that Declan Trezise is a good wheel to follow here, has Zach Marriage. Tyler Tompkinson from QAS, number 11, eliminated that time through, as the bunch is now down to 10. Trezise will lead them through again. Then it's Marriage. Then it's Rowan Hayden-Smith. Liam Walsh, I've barely even mentioned his name, but he's in 4th and he's keeping himself out of trouble for the time being. Oliver Bledden is also there in the Australian national team kit. The big Western Australian John Carter in the purple also needing to get himself moving. Looks like it was the rider from Sassy there, Will Holmes, number 87 at the back. Eliminated that time around. Declan Trezise there at the front, being joined by John Carter in the purple of Keish Parku. Oliver Bledden having some work to do against one of the Japanese riders at the back there. And it will be Aya Hashimoto, I think, the Japanese rider. Number 71, it is indeed Hashimoto eliminated that time around. So that will leave just one Japanese rider in the mix now. And immediately Naoki Kojima, realizing that he's the only international left in this field. No team help, so he's moving himself to the front to try and stay out of trouble. It's Rowan Hayden-Smith and John Carter battling at the back there. Rider 117, John Carter eliminated that time. So 7 riders left as Oliver Bledden comes forward now. Declan Trezise tucked in on his wheel. Liam Walsh looking beautifully comfortable there in 4th place as he now moves up around the outside. Naoki Kojima following Walsh everywhere he goes. Perhaps unsurprising given the results from last night. But it is Naoki Kojima eliminated that time through. That will be music to the ears of Liam Walsh, who had to fight Kojima all the way to the end of the Omnium last night. So with 6 riders still left at the front of this elimination race, a chance for Liam Walsh to really maximise his point gains over Kojima here if he can be there at the end. Whips are well and truly cracking now. We come round for another elimination. Rowan Hayden-Smith from Balmoral on the back there, having to sprint there for that last little bit. Close one there. It is Zach Marriage, rider number 77, caught on the bottom of the track, who's eliminated. So the South Australian has to put his hopes aside. 5 riders left now. Oliver Bledden is in there. He's on the front of the bunch at the moment. Blake Agnoletto, number 15, is there. Liam Walsh is there, Declan Trezise is there, and Rowan Hayden-Smith is there as well. So I count 4 Queenslanders, 1 South Australian and a Victorian in this group. Despite a strong effort, it looks like it might be, oh, it was close though. Oliver Bledden, number 86 there. The member of the Australian national team pursuit team. Just 4 riders left now. So 3 Queenslanders and Blake Agnoletto, the ARA Skip Capital rider from Victoria, now on the front of the bunch. Declan Trezise following him everywhere he goes. Rowan Hayden-Smith in 3rd place. Liam Walsh at the back of the bunch. That's somewhere he's not accustomed to being, and he's got some work to do to stay in this one. Rowan Hayden-Smith concedes. He's done well to get into the top 4. He should be happy with that effort. Rowan Hayden-Smith will take 4th place in this elimination race, and now it's just the podium spots to worry about. So Declan Trezise on the front in the QAS kit with the blue gloves. Then in the middle, it's Blake Agnoletto from ARA Skip Capital of Victorian. Then it's Liam Walsh on the back. So the big Queenslander Walsh takes a look behind. Declan Trezise has had enough. He won't follow his teammate there, so Trezise will be eliminated this time around. He'll finish 3rd. And then it will be a match sprint between Liam Walsh and Blake Agnoletto. Liam Walsh continuing to have a fantastic weekend's racing here as he now pours on the pressure over and above Blake Agnoletto. And he's going to have too much in his legs for the rider from Bendigo. So Liam Walsh is going to come through and win this elimination race. He's got 1 lap to go. But Blake Agnoletto has given up the ghost here, so Liam Walsh will be able to cruise in, celebrate his victory and another 40 points for his Omnium total. So he'll be setting himself up very, very nicely indeed to take the overall Omnium National Championship win. Gives the crowd a thumbs up, and crucially the photographer there at the end of the home straight. Always good to know where the photographers are. So our Junior 19 women are rolling off now for the start of their points race. Just a quick shout out to the roughly 200 folks who are joining us on the AusCycling live stream on YouTube at the moment. I noticed one of the comments earlier asking how they fixed the track. And the response from the comments was, they fixed it with love, which is true in a way when you think about it. All right, whistle blows. 60 laps in this points race. 6-point sprints, one every 10 laps.
Thank you. Actually, probably Harry will be next to so he can put his speed up.
So it is Elsie Apps in the all black there from Goulburn moving to the front. Now we have one of the international riders, that's Hannah Payne from New Zealand, Tawamutu Cycling Club. Great to see such a strong contingent of Kiwi riders making the trip across the ditch, getting themselves some quality international track racing experience here and hopefully making a few friends along the way. Of course, if you were to ask any of the riders mid-race, they'd say the atmosphere was anything but friendly, but that's what the post-race chat is for. So a reminder, our point sprints are every 10 laps, 5 points for first, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth, and double points for the last sprint of the race. So Emily Sanders is currently leading this field, 120 points for her. Madeline Wasserback, the rider in the purple of Butterfields, who just swung up to the top of the track from the front of the bunch, is in second place on 110. So a 10-point gap at the moment between first and second. So a possibility of gaining 5 points at a time if you're able to win a sprint. Plus there's always the wildcard option of gaining 20 points by gaining a lap on the field. So 7 laps done and we're starting to fire up before our first sprint here. That's Caitlin Rose, I think. No, that's Neve Parslow from Hamilton Wheelers, who struck out early. So the rider from Queensland will have to hold this effort for another 2 laps if he wants to cash in the 5 points there. But Neve Parslow's got a good gap. It's probably 75 metres at the moment. Emily Sanders, the overall points leader from Gold Coast Cycling Club, leading the bunch down the back straight now. Neve Parslow checks over her shoulder. It's a big enough gap that she's having to look across rather than behind when she's in the straights. The bell rings, so it looks like Neve Parslow is going to get this first sprint and 5 points at the very least. Emily Sanders on the front of the bunch there looks like set to claim 3 points for second place. She's being challenged by Quinn Rothenbuehler from Brunswick. And rider number 181, Anna Dubier from Lidcombe Auburn in the bright blue sleeves of the New South Wales Institute of Sport, I think might have gotten third there. Quinn Rothenbuehler fourth. And as is so often the case after an early sprint, the tempo just eases a little bit. Everyone gets a chance to catch their breath and the cards reshuffle. So Neve Parslow takes 5 points in that opening sprint. Emily Sanders 3, Anna Dubier 1, Anna Dubier 2, Quinn Rothenbuehler 1. There we go, got there in the end. So Neve Parslow, after her earlier solo for 5 points, just flicks the elbow there as the black-clad figure of Elsie Apps from Goulburn comes through. Now it's Quinn Rothenbuehler, the rider from Brunswick, being given just a little bit of a gap here, but swings up the track to slow herself down and show that she's not all that interested in a long solo. Still 6 laps until the next sprint, so that's probably not a terrible idea to pull the colours in just for now, especially given that her legs were good enough to earn her 4th place in that opening sprint. So rider number 122, Megan Moore, sorry, from Balmoral. Maddie Wasserback in the purple of Butterfields with the black helmet. Also keeping a close eye on the front of proceedings. As our overall points leader, Emily Sanders, just swings high up the track there in the maroon and blue of QAS. And another rider's tried a flyer here. This is the red and white of Vikings. That's Sarah Berger, who's decided to give it a go. Swings up the track to see if anyone else is coming to give her a hand. Megan Moore from Balmoral is there. Neve Parslow is there. I mean, it worked for Neve the first time. Why not try again? Ava Schmidtke in the white helmet and the purple of Butterfields. In close contact there. So coming up to 2 laps to go until our next sprint. Anna Dubier from the New South Wales Institute of Sport up there among the prime seats. Ava Schmidtke looking to move herself forward. Liani Vanderberg from Norwood there. Rocking the very old school Campagnolo Ghibli white disc wheel. Quite a rare sight in track racing these days, but you love to see it when it's there. And it looks like it's Ava Schmidtke trying to challenge Emily Sanders down the right-hand side, but the Gold Coast rider will come through. She'll take 5 points. Looks like it was 3 for Dubier in 2nd place there, and then I think Liani Vandenberg and Ava Schmidtke might have split 3rd and 4th. So 39 laps to go, a third of the way through this 60-lap points race. So given how strong Emily Sanders has looked in the sprint so far, I think if Maddie Wasserback wants to consider closing the gap that has now gone out to, I think, 18 points now after that 2nd sprint, she's going to have to think about trying to gain a lap. Of course, much easier said than done. The question is, if she tries that, will anyone else be willing to go with her? So Anna Dubier in the bright blue sleeves, the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Then she's got the 2 Butterfields riders in the purple. Wasserback in the black helmet, Schmidtke in the white. Elsie Apps in the black of the Goulburn Cycling Club just behind her. Or from Goulburn Cycling Club is Elsie Apps. It's not a Goulburn Cycling Club jersey. Hannah Payne, the New Zealander, comes forward and does her turn. Sarah Berger just checks over her shoulder. So coming around for 35 laps to go now. 25 laps done, 35 left to go. So still 4-point sprints available. So Anna Dubier has actually moved past Maddie Wasserback into 2nd place now. So Dubier up to 111 points. Wasserback still with the 110 that she started this points race with, as it looks like Neve Parslow is going to try her luck again. Hannah Payne from New Zealand says, I want a little bit of that action. One of the riders from Bathurst Cycling Club there, I think that might be actually Emily Hines from Dubbo, in the orange jersey looking to close down. They'll come through. 3 laps to go until the next sprint. So it's Neve Parslow. Then it is rider number 200, Hannah Payne. Then it is rider number 210, Emily Hines, in third place from Dubbo, just as they're reabsorbed by the field. Schmidtke and Wasserback, the two Butterfields riders in the purple, working quite well together, following each other every which way around this track, and keeping their main rivals, Duvier and Sanders, well within their sights. So the bunch slows right down now, with a lap and a half to go until the next sprint. An attack is fired down the inside of the track. Wouldn't be a surprise at all if that's Neve Parslow. Indeed it is. Quinn Rothenbuehler in the orange and purple of Brunswick into second place there. Amelie Sanders from Gold Coast Cycling Club now moving up along the outside. So it looks like it will be Sanders who is in the prime position to take this next sprint, being challenged by Dubier. But it will be Sanders who tucks another 5 points in her pocket. Dubier gets second and 3 points. I think Ava Schmidtke managed to nab 2 points and third place there. And some calm is restored to the bunch again. So halfway through this points race now for our Junior 19 Women's Omnium, the final race in the Omnium National Championships. Liani Vanderberg from Norwood and her very distinctive white rear wheel coming through and taking a turn. So it was Neve Parslow who ended up grabbing 1 point for fourth place in that most recent sprint. So with 26 laps to go now, a little bit of looking around in the main bunch. The pace is still decently high, but no one going all out for a long-range attack to try and get 5 points for the time being. So we've just received word from outside that the food vans will be shutting up shop at 8 p.m. That is 15 minutes away. So if you are feeling peckish and want something to eat, you've got 15 minutes to close in and grab some little snack for yourself. I had a schnitzel burger before, and I have to say, perhaps the crustiest roll I have ever encountered. It was quite nice. Neve Parslow just rolls towards the front there. Almost looked like she thought about an attack for a second there. Emily Hines from Dubbo now to the front. Then it's Amelie Sanders, Maddie Wasserback and Dubier there. So the riders 1, 2 and 3 in the overall standings, following each other's progress very closely indeed. So 2 laps to go until the next sprint, as it's Megan Moore from Balmoral who now takes up the pacemaking. Neve Parslow and Quinn Rothenbuehler follow her. A little bit of a gap before there's some action behind. So Ava Schmidtke from Butterfields has seen the opportunity there. Elsie Apps from Goulburn also wants to roll the dice as they come up around the outside with 1 lap to go. So Ava Schmidtke's right in there. Quinn Rothenbuehler is tucked in behind her. Elsie Apps is in there. Sanders, the overall points leader, is a fair way back. She might only grab the minor placings. Ava Schmidtke comes up to the line. She's going to grab 5 points, 3 for Elsie Apps. I think Maddie Wasserback might have gotten 2 points there, maybe 1 for Quinn Rothenbuehler on the inside. We'll leave those last 2 placings up to the commissaires. So 19 laps to go in this race. Only 2 sprints left. The pace just eases slightly and everyone has a chance to grab their breath. So Liani Vandenberg from the Norwood Cycling Club in the bright red of Sassy there. Her fellow South Australians, Ava Schmidtke and Maddie Wasserback, just coming through to the front now. So that last sprint was Schmidtke, Apps, Wasserback and Rothenbuehler in that order. As it is Anna Dubier who's at the front now, rider number 181. Neve Parslow flicks the elbow. Ava Schmidtke doesn't seem all that interested in spending too much time at the front right now. There's still 6 laps to go until the penultimate sprint. That is the Queenslander who's just getting a little bit of space at the front there. That's Hannah Payne from Tawamutu Sports. The Kiwi would have 5 laps to go if she wanted to solo there, but she checks over the shoulder and she's got enough of a gap to press on for the time being. It is Caitlin Rose from Newcastle Hunter who took up the pacemaking. Now it's Elsie Apps, Liani Vandenberg. And then Maddie Wasserback and Ava Schmidtke, the 2 Butterfields teammates. With Amelie Sanders, the Gold Coast rider, in the maroon and blue of QAS. Now realising that this is enough of a threat to try and power across on her own. Sanders checks over her shoulder. She sees that she's got a gap over the main field. Anna Dubier recognises the danger, wants to try and close that gap down. Hannah Payne pulls in the colours. The Kiwi's not going to get there for the penultimate sprint, at least not on her own. Tries to grab the slipstream of Sanders, but just can't do it. The Queenslander is just moving too quickly at the moment. So Amelie Sanders, the rider from Gold Coast Cycling Club, 12 laps to go now. So 2 until the next sprint as Sarah Berger and Caitlin Rose are at the front. Caitlin Rose in the white helmet just checks over her shoulder to see if anyone's coming through. Maddie Wasserback and Anna Dubier say, I will, thanks, but not too much. So while that's happening, Amelie Sanders is continuing to grow her gap. She gets the bell. 1 lap to go now until the next sprint. Maddie Wasserback now firing up from inside the main field. Anna Dubier also there. Dubier and Wasserback battling for second place in this overall Omnium. As it is Amelie Sanders continuing to pad her lead there, the Queenslander. And as they come up for the sprint behind, it will be a very, very close call. I'll leave that one to the commissaire. 2nd and 3rd shared between Dubier and Wasserback. Schmidtke coming across the line in 4th place. We'll have to see how they awarded those points there. Dubier, I think, was marginally ahead before that sprint. We'll see how the points table is reflected after that one. So they did give 2nd place to Anna Dubier there. She gets 3 points, Maddie Wasserback 2 and Ava Schmidtke 1. So Amelie Sanders has pulled her colours in. She's rejoined the main bunch, but still obviously feeling good enough to take a turn on the front. She passes over now to the red of Liani Vandenberg. Maddie Wasserback and Ava Schmidtke in the mix there. Megan Moore now to the front. So 6.5 laps to go in this points race. So our current standings, it is Amelie Sanders on 138 points, Anna Dubier 117 in 2nd place, Maddie Wasserback in 3rd on 114. So 3 points separate Wasserback and Dubier for 2nd and 3rd, with the woman from New South Wales marginally ahead at the moment. Emily Sanders on the front, just moves over as Hannah Payne, the Kiwi, comes to the front of the pack. Gains a little bit of a gap as Ava Schmidtke and Leonie Vandenberg like the look of what they see. So the two South Australians now moving towards the front. Anna Dubier also there within striking distance. Emily Hines, the rider from Dubbo Cycling Club, in the orange, now at the front of the pack. Dubier's there, Wasserbach is there, Sanders is there. So they're going to come around and get 2 laps to go. Wouldn't be surprised if we see someone try to take a flyer here. So Megan Moore at the front now, shoulders rocking and rolling. She's got Emily Sanders right on her hammer here. Anna Dubier is there, as is Leonie Vandenberg. Elsie Apps in a strong position on the inside of the track. They're going to come through and get the bell now. 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go in this women's under-19 Omnium and the points race. And it is Leonie Vandenberg, the rider from the Sassy Kid in the red, charging down the outside. Emily Sanders has sprinted hard for a couple of the earlier points. She'll have to fight for this one. I don't think she's going to get there. Leonie Vandenberg, who found herself on the deck during the last race, has bounced back and takes the final sprint there. And that will conclude the women's under-19 points race and indeed the Omnium entire. Let's have a round of applause for all the competitors there. Absolutely sterling effort from all involved. As I just look over and we can see the under-19 men starting to be called into position by the commissaires. Our junior men's 19 riders are now off and rolling for their points race, the final event of their Elite Omnium Championship. So the current standings, Alex Hughes 112 points, and then Toby Jones and William Brown tied on 104 each. Jones ahead on a count back at the moment. So 8 points separates the top 3 riders in that competition for the time being as the whistle blows. 80 laps worth of points racing ahead of these junior 19 men. So the bunch rotating smoothly so far. Everyone nice and keen to get their legs warm again after a little bit of time off. So Max Hughes, rider number 50, sorry, Alex Hughes, sorry, rider number 55. Just passed on the front there by one of the riders from the New South Wales Institute of Sport. That will be Liam Galtman, who managed to take a lap earlier on. Jonas Shelverton from Bridge Lane, not letting him get too much space this early on. Not to say there's no merit in the move, but maybe not a couple of laps in. We might wait until folks are a bit more tired. Lachlan Walters from Hamilton Wheelers now moving to drive the field on. Taj Hindle from Brunswick in the beautiful position there, the rider in all black. Zach Douglas Savage there in the blue and white of Balmoral. Takes a turn on the front there. Hard to mix Max Newspan of Brunswick Cycling Club in the bright green with the pink socks. So plenty of action here early on. Bunch rotating smoothly and seamlessly so far. But with a sprint only 3 laps away, I think it's about to get a lot less cohesive. There'll be some tired legs in this bunch after all the racing from earlier today. But they've still got 72 laps ahead of them. As it is Ethan Lesky, rider number 40 in the navy blue from Carnegie Caulfield at the front there. A little bit of a rush coming on from the South Australian riders, 3 of them in a row there. So that'll be Brown, Guglielmucci. There's the bell. So it is Guglielmucci who leads them through. Charging up the outside is Toby Jones. William Brown right there. Jonas Shelverton moving around the outside in the blue colours of Team Bridge Lane. Toby Jones, the Queenslander, looks like he'll be able to hold on though. So he grabs the first 5 points available. William Brown will have grabbed a couple there from Port Adelaide, as will Jonas Shelverton, the Bridge Lane rider from Tasmania. And now it's Zachary Douglas Savage, Oliver Ward, and one of the riders from the ACT who have decided to push on here. That's Bailey McDonald, rider number 115, who thought about pressing on there. Had a little bit of an advantage, but decided to slip back into the deck, let the cards reshuffle. Max Newspan in the bright green. He's now got his clubmate Taj Hindle up there with him. 2 riders, both from Brunswick Cycling Club. So Alex Hughes, keen to chase these 2 down. Perhaps doesn't want to let 2 clubmates who'll cooperate well together too far up the road. Max Newspan realises that they're going to get caught. Taj Hindle still out the front for now, as it's Alex Hughes, and then it is rider number 42, that's David Kwan, the New Zealander, tucking in nice and low in behind Alex Hughes. Now it's Ethan Lesky from Carnegie Caulfield leading the bunch, as it is Zach Douglas Savage in the blue with the white sleeves of Balmoral from suburban Queensland. 3 riders coming to the fore now. Still 5 laps to go until our next point sprint. And as they come through that time, it is rider number 94. That's William Brown. So he's currently sitting 3rd place in the overall standings on 109 points. 2 points behind Toby Jones now. So Liam Galtman from the New South Wales Institute of Sport just looking up the track there before deciding to swing up and out of the way. 2 laps to go until our next point sprint. And it is Oliver Ward from Norwood in the black helmet there, leading his teammate William Brown there, trying to shepherd his fellow South Australian into a good position there. Taj Hindle locked into 3rd place as they come in. 1 lap to go until the next sprint. Alex Hughes realises the danger. He's got a long way to come back from. David Kwan from New Zealand coming around the outside there in the blue. The two South Australians on the two inside lanes of the track. It'll be Kwan who just manages to get it over William Brown. Crucially, Alex Hughes came through for 2 points there. And Oliver Ward from Norwood in the red of the South Australian Sports Institute grabbing 4th place and 1 point. Max Newspan using the banking from the top of the track. Fires himself down the inside. He'd have to hold this for 9 laps to be able to hold off until the next sprint. But he's certainly got the aero tuck worked out. So the youngster from Brunswick steals a little bit of a march. He's got a little bit of a gap now. Liam Galtman it is from the New South Wales Institute of Sport, who's tasked himself with trying to close the gap. Newspan looks across his shoulder. He can see most of the bunch as he looks 90 degrees to his left. Indicates that he's got a gap of about 100 metres now. Bailey McDonald from the ACT Academy of Sport on the front of the bunch, looking around for some help there. Taj Hindle from Brunswick in the All Black isn't going to chase down his club mate. So Max Newspan is continuing to push hard. Max Newspan was in 7th place as of the last sprint. If he's able to catch the bunch and gain 20, he will move himself up to 7th place. But he will be in a tie with the rider in 6th place. So he'll move himself up from 76 points to 96 points for gaining a lap on the field. Newspan just about to make the junction here. The rider from Brunswick has put in a great 4-lap effort there to close the gap. So he's gained a lap, 20 points in the pocket for Max Newspan. Well done to him. Liam Galtman now 2/3 of the way across that gap. So Liam Galtman, the rider in the bright blue sleeves from the New South Wales Institute of Sport, just comes past the finish line now. He's your current leader on the track with 52 laps done. 52 laps to go, sorry. 28 laps done. Behind it's McDonald. It is Brown, yes, it is Brown. Liam Galtman keeping the back nice and flat, extending himself over the bars, really thrashing himself. He's probably lost a little bit of ground to the main field, but he can at least get 5 if he holds on until this next sprint. Meanwhile, behind, Bailey McDonald from ACT Academy of Sport is leading them in, but a fast flourishing Toby Jones comes through there. A quick finish there from the Queenslander, so he'll get 3 points for 2nd place. William Brown, I think, on the inside managed to get 2. And Samuel Hilditch in the white from the University of Queensland Cycling Club got 1 there. Quick attack down the inside of the track now. Zach Douglas-Savage, Alex Hughes looking to pad his lead at the front of the event. David Kwan is in 4th place, I believe, at the moment in the overall standings. So the Kiwi looking to follow the Queenslander. He'll get a good draft off of Alex Hughes, but only for so long. He sees the bunch coming and swings off the track. Not going to get there with just the 2 of them. As Liam Galtman from the New South Wales Institute of Sport decides to pull his colours in. So he'll be reabsorbed by the main bunch as Alex Hughes from QAS in the maroon and blue now goes to the fore. David Kwan sees the danger, as does William Brown in the red of the South Australian Sports Institute. Oh, I'm quite mistaken. That's Oliver Ward, actually, from Sassy, who's there. So Oliver Ward is the rider in the red among those leading 3. So with 45 laps to go, it is Hughes, it is Kwan, and it is Ward at the front. 1 from Queensland, 1 from South Australia, 1 from New Zealand. And just as I say, there are 3 at the front. Jonas Shelverton from Tasmania closes up the gap from behind and decides to make it a whole lot more. Toby Jones there, the QAS rider, also in a good position now. The tall man in maroon and blue just looks over his shoulder, swings up the track. Still 4 laps until the next sprint. Taj Hindle in the black now moving to the front of the pack. Liam Galtman decides to try his luck again. The New South Wales Institute of Sport rider was able to get 5 points last time. And he got about halfway to getting himself 20, but unfortunately you need to get the whole way around the lap ahead. So with 2 laps to go now until the next point sprint, Liam Galtman's taken another flyer. So he's a man who obviously trusts his steady state power a bit more than his sprint. I can definitely relate. Liam Galtman, 1 lap to go now. Behind the bunch of sprinting for the minor placings, Toby Jones wants those 3 points for second in this sprint. He won't be able to make it across and make it 5. Liam Galtman is going to be able to hang on, but only just for 5 points. Then it's Toby Jones. Then it is Oliver Ward. Then I think it was William Brown who took the 4th place and the final point on offer for that sprint. So we are now halfway through this points race. 4 sprints down, 4 to go. As it's Samuel Hilditch who rolls to the front, the University of Queensland rider in the all-white. David Kwan, the New Zealander, fires an attack up the inside. A couple of riders defer on chasing him straight away. So the Kiwi is going to be able to get a little bit of space here. It is William Brown from Port Adelaide who started chasing, swung up the track to let someone else through, realised there was no one there, and now he's going to swing back again, put himself back into the main bunch and just let Kwan go, for at least for the time being. David Kwan gets a word of encouragement over the fence from one of his fellow riders. He's got half a track to himself now. And given David Kwan's place in the standings, he is currently 4th on 98 points, 99 points I should say. So if he were to gain a lap here, he would move into the lead. Only narrowly over Toby Jones, but he would move into the lead. Kwan looking very, very confident here. Pedaling like a man who still has more to give as he comes up towards the back of this under-19 men's bunch. 4 laps to go until the next sprint. He rejoins the back of the field. So he'll gain a lap. 20 points for David Kwan. That will move him into the lead for the time being. At least until the next point sprint. So he's now on 119. Toby Jones 117. Alex Hughes 114. William Brown 113. So 4 riders within 6 points at the top of the standings now. If this isn't the sort of thing that gets your blood pumping, then track racing might just not be for you. This is absolutely fantastic race action here as William Brown is tucked in on the wheel there of his teammate Oliver Ward. Oliver Ward leading them down the back straight. Looking to give a good lead out to his fellow South Australian here. The 2 leaders, Galtman and Douglas Savage, are looking as though they'll take 5 and 3 points, but the bunch are closing very quickly. William Brown burying himself to try and get across. Liam Galtman looks like he's going to try and push off to get another 5 points. So Galtman first. Brown takes 2nd and 3 points. Jones takes 2 points for 3rd. Jonas Shelverton gets 1 point for 4th. And I didn't do well enough in maths at school to work out who's in the lead now. We'll leave that up to the commissaires for the time being. Alex Hughes missed out on the sprint in that last lap. So he's decided that the easiest way to get some points is to be out there alone. Toby Jones quickly wants to join his QAS team out the front. Jonas Shelverton decides that looks like good fun. He wants in on it too. So the Tasmanian looks over his shoulder. Max Newspan in the green also looking to join them. They all swing up the track now. So that last sprint, Galtman 5, Brown 3, Jones 2, Shelverton 1. So that means we are now tied at the top. David Kwan ahead of Toby Jones. Sorry, level with Toby Jones on 119. William Brown 116. Alex Hughes back to 4th, 114. So the gap between 1st and 4th is now just 5 points, and our 2 leaders are dead level. Coming into 26 laps to go. Looks like it's Taj Hindle here who's in the lead of the race in the black, number 32 from Brunswick. Liam Goltman has another look over his shoulder to see who wants to chase. Lachlan Walters says the Cokes are on me, thanks boys, I'll chase it down. So Lockie Walters from Hamilton Wheelers now looking to chase this alone. I think he thought he might be coming across with more help than he has. So he's going to come across to Taj Hindle pretty quickly. Hindle's going to be happy to cede the lead to Walters now. So the Queenslander comes into the home straight. 4 laps to go. Lockie Walters is in the lead of the race. Then it's a gap of nearly 100 metres now to the main bunch. But given that Walters is a little bit further down in the standings, the front 4 may be tempted to just let him go and focus on the battle amongst themselves. There are 4 riders within 5 points of each other at the moment at the top of the standings, and Lockie Walters isn't one of them. So they might be happy to just let him have the 5 points and battle themselves out for the 3 points that are up for second place. Lockie Walters will still have to hang on for another 2 laps if he wants to cash in those 5 points now. And there's a lot more movement in those shoulders than there was a couple of laps ago. You can tell it's really starting to hurt. Oliver Ward there doing another fantastic turn for his teammate William Brown. Really looking after his fellow sassy rider perfectly here. Walters gets the bell. 1 lap to go until the 3rd last sprint. Oliver Ward head bobbing furiously. He wants to set his teammate up to try and capitalise here. William Brown moving around the outside. Alec Hughes also wants to try and get some points. Walters will hang on for 5 for first place. Then it is William Brown, then Hughes, then Quan gets 1 for 4th place. So if anything, that might have moved the standings even closer together at the top. I tell you what, folks, this race is something else. Now it's Max Newspan who tries to have a go off the front. He's already gained 1 lap on the field. Will they let him have another? So another lap here for Max Newspan would put him up to 116 points, and then we'd have 5 riders in with a shot at winning this overall title. He's got half a lap already, and no one from the bunch seems all that interested in chasing him at the moment. So Max Newspan in the green. He leads with 17 laps to go. Samuel Hilditch in the white. Coming from further behind, the University of Queensland rider. It looks like Max Newspan is going to gain another lap on the field here. The calls from the infield are getting louder and louder. The 3 boys from Sassy all working together nicely. Oliver Ward continuing to bury himself for his teammate William Brown. Alec Guglielmucci makes sure that no one can get into the slipstream of Brown. Max Newspan and Samuel Hilditch have made the junction now, so they will gain 20 points and a lap. So that'll bring Max Newspan up to 116 points. I imagine Max is pretty gassed now, so he's now up to 4th place, I believe. So we now have our top 5 riders, 120, 119, 118, 117, 116. 5 riders within 5 points, all on different scores. 2 sprints left to decide the whole shebang. So at the front, it's Zach Douglas Savage in the blue and white of Balmoral. He's out on his own at the moment. He's not a threat to the main 5 favourites now, who will all be looking at each other furiously. Alex Hughes at the front in the maroon and blue of QAS. William Brown continuing to be looked after there by his teammate Oliver Ward. Jonas Shelverton, the Bridge Lane rider in the blue, coming from a little bit further back. Decides he wants to go. Toby Jones there. One of our main 5 contenders is moving up. Alex Hughes is there. Max Newspan is a little bit further back. Clearly that effort has cost him of gaining a lap. Zach Douglas Savage with 1 lap to go to hold off the charging field behind. Toby Jones from Balmoral now out of the saddle as he comes round. William Brown on his wheel. Alex Hughes on his wheel. 3 riders coming in to see if they can divide up 3 points, or possibly even 5 if they can catch him. Jones will get 5, Brown will get 3. 2 to Zach Douglas Savage, who very nearly held it the whole way. 1 to Alex Hughes. And so there is now just 1 sprint left. in this under-19 Men's Omnium National Championship. I tell you what, folks, this has been a race and a half already. So we're just waiting for the points to be updated after sprint 7 of 8. I can see more than one parent or helper nervously pacing around in the crowd. Max Newspan's been at the back, but the Brunswick rider is putting it all on the table now. They're letting him go. The young man in green has got 50 metres already. He'll need to turn that into 250 if he wants to gain another lap. He's already gained 2 laps on the field in this points race. Surely Max Newspan couldn't make it 3. Surely. Oliver Ward from Norwood chasing alone at the moment. The rest of the bunch seems a bit disinterested. Max Newspan is either going to get all the way across or he's going to die trying in the green. The young rider from Brunswick is on his hands and knees here with 6 laps to go. Whatever happens, Max Newspan will not go to bed tonight wondering what might have been. Lockie Walters now chasing from behind. It looks like that's Alex Hughes who's there. David Kwan is still looking composed. So Hughes and Kwan behind. Max Newspan looks like he's pedaling squares at the moment. I tell you what, mate, I have been there. He reluctantly moves up the track. Max Newspan won't gain a lap on this field, and I dare say he won't have the legs for the sprint at the end now. But I tell you what, if you want to talk about bravery in cycling, talk about Max Newspan's points race tonight. What an effort. Taj Hindle, his club mate from Brunswick, now moves to the front of the field. 3.5 laps to go now. So it looks like Max Newspan, who's currently in 6th place on 116 points, won't be adding to his tally. He's towards the back of that field, but I tell you what, if he's strong enough to still muster a sprint and gain some points at the end, he might be stronger than all the rest of these riders combined. Toby Jones currently leads the overall standings with 124. He'll be the man to beat, but don't forget that this last sprint is worth double points. Taj Hindle towards the front now. Samuel Hilditch in the white coming up to 2nd place. Alex Hughes now moving up. William Brown in 3rd wheel, but trapped against the bottom of the track. David Kwan there, still looking composed, the Kiwi. He's had no team help at all, David Kwan, and he's still looking like he might be a danger as they come up towards the bell. 1 lap to go. Taj Hindle out in front. Samuel Hilditch powering. It will be Toby Jones coming around the outside. William Brown trying to come around in the inside there. It looks like it'll be Toby Jones who'll hang on. David Kwan charging late, but it will be Toby Jones. A big fist pump from the Queenslander there. A big celebration in the crowd. Toby Jones will be your under-19 men's Omnium National Champion. And I think I need to lie down. Wow. Let's have a round of applause for those races there, folks. I tell you what, if you don't like that, you don't like track cycling. That was incredible. So the final standings, Toby Jones, oh no, we're just waiting for those to be updated with the final standings. Toby Jones will go out your winner with 129 points. Waves to his supporters in the crowd. Family has immediately recognised the opportunity for a photo with him in the background, which is key. So David Kwan got 6 points there in that final sprint. So he moved himself up to 2nd place. Toby Jones wins with 134 points. David Kwan 126. Then Samuel Hilditch 122, who gained some laps late. At times like this, it seems like a travesty that the podium is only 3 riders wide. I think there are about 8 guys in that points race who would have well and truly deserved to stand on the final podium there, but we can only fit 3 on there, and we'll have the presentations a little later.
See you later. You can come get it.
All right, and now after a few deep breaths, it's time for the elite women's points race. So as with the junior 19 men, 80 laps for the elite women, sprints after every 10 laps, 5 points for first, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth, and double points for the final sprint. Okay, so leading into this race, Sherwing Lee leads overall with 108 points. Tsuyaka Uchino, 100 points. The first Australian is Isla Carr in third place on 92 points. So Carr is the rider in the black and gold of the WAIS. Tsuyaka Uchino, one of 2 Japanese riders in this field, rider number 175. Her teammate Mizuki Ikeda took a number of points in the tempo race earlier. And Sherwing Lee, the rider from Hong Kong, just swinging off the front. So she's your overall leader at the moment. Kira Will level with Isla Carr on 92 points. So Kira Will just on the high side of the track in the bright blue sleeves of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. So Mitsuki Ikeda just pulls off the front there. 5 laps now until the first of the 8 sprints for this points race. Sophie Ma in the navy blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport now at the front of the field. So Isla Carr and Kira Will quite close together there, the 2 leading Australians, both tied for third place at the moment, 16 points behind the lead of Sherwing Lee. And it is Sophie Edwards who's in 5th place on 90 points. A little bit of a gap then to the next rider, Alyssa Pilates, 88 points. Mizuki Ikeda, the second Japanese rider in the field, on 86th, is currently in 7th. So 2 laps to go until the first sprint, and it's Lucy Reeve from Canterbury Track Cycling with the stripes on her sleeves, who is leading them out now, hoping to go early and possibly catch the field napping. But this early in the race, everyone looks like they're up for the fight. It's Lauren Bates from the ACT Academy of Sport, currently in 2nd place. Then it is Zhang, one of the 2 Chinese riders, as they come in for the point sprint now. It looks like Lucy Reeve will be able to hang on. Sophie Edwards, I think, just managed to get over the top of Lauren Bates there. And Zhang Meng, I think, got 4th place and 1 point in that sprint. as it is now Baker, the New Zealander, in the red, who comes to the fore. So Lucy Reeve 5 points, Sophie Edwards 3, Lauren Bates 2, and Zhang Meng 1 in that opening sprint. So I don't think that will cause a major reshuffle of the point standings for the time being. But as we saw with the under-19 men, as the fatigue starts to build in the legs after the better part of 100 laps, it becomes a lot easier to break the field up with a quick attack down the outside, or even potentially gain a lap on a tired field. Elizabeth Liao from Singapore with her bright yellow bar tape swings up to the top of the track there. So she's got a teammate just at the back of the field at the moment. That's Valencia Tan. And Lucy Reeve wants to try another move off the front. Her fellow countrywoman Amelia Sykes, number 145, wants to chase her down this time. Lauren Bates is there in third place at the moment for the ACT Academy of Sport. Then a couple of VIS riders in a row there. Looks like that's Alyssa Polides. No, it's Lilith Jones, actually, and Sophie Ma. Oh, a few little bits of contact there. A couple of back wheels smacked into each other. But thanks to the skills of these riders, everyone manages to stay upright. Hopefully nothing that can't be smoothed over with a little apology later. So a lap and a half to go until the next point sprint. Looks like that is one of the New South Wales Institute of Sport riders at the front. That is Nicole Duncan who's leading them at the moment. Alyssa Polides in second place, being challenged down the outside by her teammate Sophie Ma. And a challenge coming around the outside from, I think that's Claudia Marks there, or close on the line. I think I'll just give that one to Nicole Duncan over Alyssa Polides, but as always, I'll defer to the wisdom of the commissaires. The flat back of Claudia Marks looks almost effortless as she eases her way off the front of the field, then realizes she might not want to be off the front of the field quite so quickly. Swings up the front of the track and lets one of the other riders take over. That's Zhang Meng in the black helmet and the red and white Sichuan cycling kit. Lucy Reeve now finds herself back on the front with Valencia Tan in her wheel. So the results of that last sprint, Nicole Duncan 5 points, Alyssa Polides 3 points, Sophie Ma 2, and Tsuyaka Uchino it was, the Japanese rider who got up for 1. And speak of the devil, Tsuyaka Uchino winds up a big attack from a long way down in the field. That's paid off immediately. She's got her teammate Ikeda on the front of the pack at the moment. Oh no, it's Ikeda who's out the front and Uchino who's behind. So Mizuki Ikeda tried this strategy to some success in the tempo race earlier in the day. Was able to gain 7 or 8 points on her own. She'll be looking to cash in 20 points for a full lap gained, or if she can't get that, at least the 5 points by staying out front until the next sprint happens. Claudia Marks there, challenging from behind, leading that field. Tsuyaka Uchino there, now at the front of the bunch. Cao Yuan, the Chinese rider, in the red and white of Sichuan. She's just in front of Lucy Reeve of Canterbury Cycling. So at the moment it's China leading the bunch, then it's New Zealand, then it's the first of the Australians. So Mizuki Ikeda still looking strong there. 3 laps to go until the next point sprint, as it is Valencia Tan from Singapore now looking to drive the pace at the front. The ACT-AS teammates, Lauren Bates and Claudia Marks, share a couple of turns at the front. And the West Australian Isla Carr also towards the front there. Sherwing Lee finds herself on the front with 2 laps to go until the next sprint, so just swings herself up the track. Crafty positioning from the veteran. She's just looking to strategically lose 2 or 3 spots now so she can have some slipstream as they come into the sprint. So Mizuki Ikeda, 1 lap to go until the next sprint, as Lucy Reeve fires it up from behind. Isla Carr is also there, the Western Australian. She's trying to come up the outside of Alyssa Polides there. So the Western Australian challenging the Victorian on the outside. The New Zealander Lucy Reeve still in front of them. Out the front it will be Ikeda, who gets 5 points for Japan. And then, oh, very close on the line. I think Isla Carr might have just pipped Alyssa Polides there. So Carr and Polides 2nd and 3rd. Lucy Reeve 4th place. So it'll be interesting to see how that reshuffles the overall standings. Sherwing Lee and Tsuyaka Uchino both out of the points that time around, possibly saving their powder for later on. Cao Yuan from Sichuan gives way to Valencia Tan from Singapore. Results of that last sprint: Mizuki Ikeda 5 points for first, Isla Carr 3 points for second, Alyssa Polides 2 points for third, and Lucy Reeve 1 point for fourth. Claudia Marks now at the front of the bunch. Nicole Duncan from the New South Wales Institute of Sport swings up the track. Isla Carr doesn't want to spend too much time on the front with 6 laps until the next sprint. So Lucy Reeve from Canterbury coming up. Alyssa Polides is there. Sherwing Lee, I think that is just swinging up the track now. The rider who's represented Hong Kong in both the Olympic road race and Omnium. Rarely finds herself in the wrong position, and that's part of the reason that she's currently leading the point standings in this Omnium. Nicole Duncan from the New South Wales Institute of Sport comes through now. She's got her teammate Kira Will tucked in on her wheel. As an attack is being fired up the outside, that looks like the style of Lauren Bates there. So the ACT rider looking to move herself up a few spots in the field. So she's got herself into 6th wheel now. But it continues to be Nicole Duncan ahead of Kira Will. And I think it is Baker, the New Zealander, who is in 3rd in the red. Mackenzie Milne there in the navy blue, rider number 135 from Brunswick. As Lauren Bates now putting in a dig, 2 laps to go until the next sprint. She's trying to get her teammate Claudia Marks into a good position. So she's pacing up the outside now. Nicole Duncan's done a fantastic turn of work for her teammate Kira Will. Will looks to pay it off as she moves to the front now. 1 lap to go until the next sprint. Kira Will in a really good position. She's out the front of everyone at the moment. Lauren Bates is there for the ACT. Claudia Marks now moving up, and one of the Japanese riders, I think that might be Tsuyaka Uchino, coming up around the outside at a rate of knots. Kira Will just holds on. I think Uchino managed to get 2nd there. And then one is the ACT Academy of Sport riders, Bates and Marks, who got 3rd and 4th. Of course, if that were a point sprint on the road, you'd just say that Lauren Bates would have tapped her brakes to make sure her teammate got the best points there. Not quite as easy to do on the track bike, of course. So Kira Will 5 points at that last sprint, Tsuyaka Uchino 3, Lauren Bates 2, and Claudia Marks 1. So we are now halfway through this points race for the elite women. So Uchino has now closed the gap to just 4 points to Sherwing Lee. So Sherwing Lee from Hong Kong still leads overall on 108 points, but Tsuyaka Uchino now up to 104. So just 4 points separating positions 1 and 2. As it is now, Sophie Edwards looking to fire an attack down the right-hand side of the bunch there. She's got Alyssa Polides for company. So Edwards dropping down, looks over her shoulder. She's got the Victorian Institute of Sport rider right on her wheel. Kira Will doesn't want to let them get too much space. Sherwing Lee in 5th place there, the rider in the teal jersey for Hong Kong. Oh, I tell a lie. That's actually her teammate Wingli Jung, who's in. She's the Hong Kong rider with the white helmet that has the slightly longer tail. Kind of difficult to spot them unless the two are right beside each other, as they happen to be now as they come down the line. So Lucy Reeve from Canterbury, the Kiwi, just moves to the front now. She swings up the inside. Elizabeth Liao thinks about it for just a second, as does Zhang Meng. Valencia Tan, the next Singaporean rider, wants to go. So a lap and a half until the next point sprint now. As Alyssa Polides comes down the outside of the bunch. So the Victorian Institute of Sport rider now looking to get herself right on among the thick of things. And now we see Sherwing Lee, the Hong Kong rider, coming forward. Leading this sprint, Tsuyaka Uchino doesn't want to give her too much space, and the Japanese rider is closing the gap very quickly. Will Sherwing Lee have just enough to hold on as they come up to the line? Uchino gets it, so she'll get 5 points. Sherwing Lee will get 3. That will shrink the overall gap to just 2 points now, with 3 sprints left to go. Wingli Jung, the next of the Hong Kong riders. Ali Anderson also wants to have a bit of a go there. The rider in the red of Port Adelaide. Well, she's from Port Adelaide. She's in the red of Sassy. The Port Adelaide Cycling Club's colours are black and white. Sophie Edwards now at the front of the bunch. Alyssa Polides seems quite happy to hang out in the slipstream of Sophie Edwards for the time being. Mizuki Ikeda, the Japanese rider, comes back to the front. Lucy Reeve in second, moves into the lead now. Lauren Bates in the royal blue of the ACT Academy of Sport, just about to take over there. So 6 laps to go until the next sprint. Now it's Maya Wolfenden, the New Zealand number 148. She swings up the track and takes one of the Japanese riders with her. It might be Uchino, because I saw Sherwing Lee move up off the track not too long after, and I suspect our 2 riders at the top of the overall standings will want to keep a very close eye on each other. So as they come up now, 24 laps to go of this 80-lap race. Maya Wolfenden just checks over her shoulder. And it is Baker from New Zealand. So Megan Baker just tried an attack there. Didn't get a whole lot of purchase with it, but certainly worth a try. Her fellow Kiwi Lucy Reeve wants to keep this driving now. Lauren Bates is looking stronger and stronger as this points race is going on. Tsuyaka Uchino there, well positioned on the outside as we come into a lap and a half to go now until the next sprint. Unsurprisingly, Sherwing Lee right there on the wheel of Uchino now. Wants to make sure the Japanese rider is well and truly within her sights. as they come in with 1 lap to go until the next sprint. Lauren Bates wants to move up around the outside of Sophie Edwards. Isla Carr is also in there. Carr is well positioned. She's 4th overall at the moment. And the Australian rider wants to try and gain a few more points. She'll have to challenge Sophie Edwards to see if she can get 5. So Sophie Edwards will get 5. Carr will get 3. And then the 2 and 1 were shared between Kira Will and Alyssa Polites. Not sure which of those two crossed the line in 3rd, but I'm sure the commissaires will let us know shortly. So 19 laps to go as Zhang Meng, the rider in the red and white of the Sichuan cycling team, takes a flyer up the high side of the track. A Japanese rider at the front there. I suspect that will be Mizuki Ikeda. Sophie Ma wants to have a go. Ali Anderson's in her wheel. Mizuki Ikeda is there. Zhang Meng from China is also there. Those 4 riders have been able to gain about 20 metres at the moment, but the bunch seems alive to the danger. With only 2 sprints left in this Omnium overall, they won't want to risk any of these riders getting away too far. Particularly Ikeda would be a real threat if she were able to gain another 20 points for gaining a lap. And that's why they haven't been allowed a whole lot of breathing room there. So now it's Wing Li Jung from Hong Kong. She's got Cao Yuan from China in her wheel. And then it's 4 of our main leaders bunching together at the top of the track. Alyssa Polites, Kira Will, Tsuyaka Uchino and Jie Wing Li. So Wing Li Jung is coming into 14 laps to go now, so she'd have to hold on to this effort for another 4 laps if she wanted to cash in for 5 points. There's more looking around than there is attacking at the moment, and as soon as I say that, there is an attack. Mizuki Ikeda from Japan wants a piece of the action. Sophie Ma from the Victorian Institute of Sport there. And Tsuyaka Uchino also realising that this might be a good time to get herself forward. So 3 laps to go until the next sprint. Sophie Ma swings up the track. A little wobble of the head there from Uchino. Comes up the track, tempting someone to come through. Nothing doing. Wing Li Jung still got 50 metres with 2 laps to go until the next sprint, but I think she might be starting to tire. Sophie Edwards now coming across. Lucy Reeve also there, the rider from Canterbury. 1 lap to go until the next sprint. Wing Li Jung will lead them in. I don't know if she's got the legs to go all the way around, but her teammate Jie Wing Li may well do. So the Hong Kong Olympian looking to move herself up the standings and guarantee herself 5 points with a win in this penultimate sprint. She'll not come up to the line. She will get those 5 points. Lucy Reeve 3. And then it was a blanket over Tsuyaka Uchino, Kira Will and Isla Carr for 3rd and 4th. So Jie Wing Li will have added 5 points to her total. We know that much for certain. How the points are divided between the others, and especially how many other points Tsuyaka Uchino got in that sprint, could be critical. Remember, it is double points for the final sprint, which is now only 8 laps away. So before that last sprint, it was a 2-point lead for Jie Wing Li. It will be bigger now. Jie Wing Li, 5 points in that last sprint. Lucy Reeve, 3. Mizuki Ikeda, 2. And Kira Will, 1. So Tsuyaka Uchino missed out on that sprint completely. So that means after 7 of the 8 sprints, Jie Wing Li leads by 7 points from Tsuyaka Uchino. Kira Will now up to 3rd with 102. Isla Carr from WA in 4th place with 98 points. So in terms of the leading Australian, it looks like it will come down to a battle between Kira Will and Isla Carr, with the overall title to be decided between Jie Wing Li and Tsuyaka Uchino. Megan Baker, the rider in the red there from Canterbury in New Zealand, keeps the pace high at the front. 4.5 laps to go now. And it is Nicole Duncan who's on the front of the bunch now, trying to shepherd her teammate Kira Will into a good position. Sophie Edwards is also there. Isla Carr's in a good position, just tucked in on the wheel of the rider of the Australian team. Both Japanese riders are right there near Isla Carr as well, looking to move up if they can. So it is Uchino who is the first of the two riders there. Mizuki Ikeda now moves in front. They're about to come in and get 2 laps to go now. Mizuki Ikeda at the front of the bunch. Sophie Edwards in second place. That's now Kira Will. A couple of close calls there, but everyone manages to stay upright. Coming in towards the bell now. So it will be Mizuki Ikeda. Sherwing Lee is right on the wheel of Tsuyaka Uchino, about 5 wheels back. Kira Will is in second place at the moment. Isla Carr from WA looking to move herself up. Sophie Edwards still leading them through as they come up for the final sprint. Sophie Edwards is being challenged by Kira Will. Kira Will gets it. Sophie Edwards second, I think. Isla Carr third. And I think it may have been Alyssa Polides who came fourth. A warm round of applause there from the crowd. Another great points race, another great Omnium, with the result in question all the way through until the final lap. So the provisional results, Sherwing Lee wins with 116 points. Tsuyaka Uchino second with 112. I think it will be Kira Will in third place and the first of the Australians. So Kira Will actually bumped herself up to second there. So Kira Will second with 112, Tsuyaka Uchino in third with 109. So it shows the power of a good final sprint. Kira Will able to nab herself 6 points by taking second place in that final dash. And now our 38th and final event of the day's racing, the elite men's points race.